want somebody new. Impossible for me to let it go, let it go. So if it's goodbye, if you're running free, you ought to know, ought to know. You're the reason I learned to love, learn to love.
The moment I throw my backpack in the trunk of your rusty car, not knowing where we going, I'm hoping that it's gonna be far. Oh, I'm hoping that it's gonna be far. And all I see is a white view, light through soft clouds, the sun, the moon, and you. We fall our hearts, we see in the signs, led by the stars, not knowing where we're going. Yeah, I'm hoping that it's gonna be far, it's gonna be far. And all I see is a white view, light through soft clouds, the sun, the moon, and you. Emotional landscapes right here, making memories with you. Sun, moon, you. I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside, the glowing light is shine. I am with you. Oh, close my eyes, sense your vibe, being alive just feels so right. We are flying out of space and time. Sparks spraying between us, colorful clouds of dust. Coincidence might be divine. Wanna sing your melody, sounds like poetry to me. Let your key resonate all through my body. I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside, the glowing light is shine. I am with you. Oh, you saw me tonight, the soul of a child, the chaos of my mind. I am with you. Skin to skin, wondering this case we're discovering all the words so new and welcoming. Am I dreaming? Are we here? Just imagine how it feels. Stop believing that it could be real. Wanna sing a melody, sounds like poetry to me. Let your key resonate all through my body. I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside, glowing light and shine. I am with you. Oh, you saw me tonight, the sorrow of a child, the chaos of my mind. I am with me. Oh.
There's a place I wanna go, 15 miles to the sun always shines right down on the borderline. Here in Barbados, Santo Domingo, Kingston, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago. Sitting here under the blue sky, people here don't ask why. The sun comes down every evening, oh, the sun comes up, we're believing. Here in Barbados, Santo Domingo, Kingston, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago. Lazy breeze in a sea of green, slipping on the sunscreen. Lazy breeze in an open sky, never wanna say goodbye. Here in Barbados, Santo Domingo, Kingston, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago. Here in Barbados, Santo Domingo, Kingston, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago. Oh, here in Barbados, oh, Santo Domingo, oh, Kingston, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago. Oh, 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 oh. Why do you speak on my name? Why do you treat me so bad? 'Cause I never made you feel like this. Why do you leave me into? Do you love me for real? Do you love me for real?
without a warning. You never know what hits you if you wake up in the morning like a temptress in a red dress. Seduction is destruction, so you better get a move. Danger, danger, that's where you're going. The heart is open, your blood is overflowing, baby. Danger, danger, that's where you're headed. Got your pedal to the metal, and life is not ready, baby. Yeah. I'm gonna use
mercy on my wicked soul. Nobody told me what makes right from wrong. Came from the shadow with an eagle eye, leaving all my thoughts and my fears behind. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Nobody come from here. So I leave today. Say goodbye to all of the pain. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm letting go where I came from. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm shaking off where I came from. Riding with freedom and I found my way. Ain't nobody gonna lead my mind astray. I'm gonna move the ground beneath my feet. I'm gonna lose the feeling I defeat. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Nobody come from here. So I leave today. Say goodbye to all of the pain. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm letting go where I came from. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm shaking off where I came from. I'm moving up. I'm moving on. Ah, yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm moving up. I'm moving on. Ah, yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm letting go where I came from. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm shaking off where I came from. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run.
I don't care what you think of me. Live my life like I'm 17. Late night party lights. Oh my, I've lost my mind. Glitter eyes, watch me do my thing. And I know what you came here for. Eyes down, staring at the floor. Your mind says go, but your body resists. Your feet start moving to the sound of Prince. Don't say no, no, don't lose this. You gotta give it up, baby. Give it up, baby.
Guess who's back to blow your mind? But let me warn you one last time. Guess who's back to change your life? But it's not gonna be just fine. Whoa, I've got you under my spell tonight. Whoa, we're both heading to hell tonight. So don't ever listen to a word they say. It's time that you found out that I'm gonna get my way. Won't light it up, then I'll burn it down. I'm gonna make you feel like you're invincible when no one's around. I'm gonna build you up, and then I'll strike you down. 'Cause you're about to know it's nothing personal. Sometimes good people do bad things. I have always tried to be nice. I've sat right back, I've tried to be quiet. But I can only take so much, and then I just explode. To feel it building inside, then I just need to let it go. So don't ever listen to a word they say. It's time that you found out that I'm gonna get my way. Okay, I'm gonna light it up, and then I'll burn it down. I'm gonna make you feel like you're invincible when no one's around. I'm gonna build you up, and then I'll strike you down. 'Cause you're about to know it's nothing personal. Sometimes good people do bad things. Sometimes good people do bad things. Sometimes good people do bad things.
You walk down the streets and see different faces with a hope with the riches. They reach out for love and for freedom forever. Do you remember how it feels? Let's walk for a while with a face full of smile until sadness disappears. When weakness overcomes you, face it, go through, and the things as they come, it will go further now. Spring arms wide apart in the middle of the storm. Whoa, you fulfill it right now. Set a goal for yourself. This is still not the end. And pull it through now. Every pain that you feel comes to an end oh so soon. The time is coming now. Now it's not the time to quit. Put yourself together, whoa. And listen it right now. Don't care about the tears, all your problems has come now.
Staring out at an April snow and your taxi in the street, I imagine time has slowed. In sympathy, of packing up my heart to walk away. Still, it's all I want to say, 'cause I learned to love for you. I don't want somebody new. Impossible for me to let it go, let it go. So if it's goodbye, if you're running free, you ought to know, ought to know. You're the reason I learned to love, learn to love. Holding on to a photograph from the day we made our vows, and I bet we would have laughed to see us now. You're packing up my heart to walk away. Still, it's all I want to say, 'cause I learned to love for you, for you. I don't want somebody new. Impossible for me to let it go, let it go. So if it's goodbye, if you're running free, you ought to know, ought to know. You're the reason I learned to love, learn to love. 'Cause I learned to love for you. I don't want somebody new. Impossible for me to let it go, let it go. So if it's goodbye, if you're running free, you ought to know, ought to know. You're the reason I learned to love, learn to love.
The moment I throw my backpack in the trunk of your rusty car, not knowing where we going, I'm hoping that it's gonna be far. Oh, I'm hoping that it's gonna be far. And all I see is a white view light through soft clouds, the sun, the moon, and you. We fall our hearts, we
emotional landscapes. Right here, making memories with you. Sun, moon, you. I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside, the glowing light is shine. I am with you. Oh, close my eyes, sense your vibe, being alive just feels so right. We are flying out of space and time. Sparks spray between us, colorful clouds of dust. Coincidence might be divine. Wanna sing your melody, sounds like poetry to me. Let your key resonate all through my body. I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside, the glowing light is shine. I am with you. Oh, you saw me tonight, the soul of a child, the chaos of my mind. I am with you. Skin to skin, wondering, landscapes we're discovering, whole new world so new and welcoming. Am I dreaming? Are we here? Just imagine how it feels. Stop believing that it could be real. Wanna sing a melody, sounds like poetry to me. Let your key resonate all through my body. I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside, glowing light is shine. I am with you. Oh, you saw me tonight, the soul of a child, the chaos of my mind. I am with me. Oh.
上回书说到，左右 NG 中原之战刚刚落下帷幕，八方未定。2月尾声的 LPL 赛场风云异变，有西东豪强林立，是群雄逐鹿，诸侯并起。民间也有传闻说，东部的神秘力量正在崛起，常有一圣将军率兵来袭，可有火凤一支，过于交界之所，使东部势力不可寸进。而今东部已定，兵甲已足，当奖率三军，北定中原。中部旌旗之声不绝于耳，可下路诸葛漏送半招。7时开战，失天时，以何胜之？ 是任由银龙盘旋于上，还是诸葛落棋便可胜天半子？与此同时，周末战场麒麟云中线，左 NG 重振旗鼓，是破后再立延续神话，还是30年河东劲旅威武，踏上云南莫欺少年穷？欲知后事如何，静听周末分解。
Welcome everybody to the LPL. My name is Muncher Walls, and today we are joined once again by special guest Kelsey Moser, who's going to be here to break down some of the intricacies of League of Legends. It's fantastic to have you back, Kelsey, and especially after I had you on a couple of days ago, I feel like we got so much more in-depth insight into some of the cool stuff, but also get you on today while we're going to have TT playing. So I feel like the TT fan club globally is over the moon.
Yeah, very excited to see Thunder Talk play. Obviously, big fan. It's hard to be a TT fan this year, Munchables, but you know we can talk about that a little bit later. Still have to support them. Faith has to be rewarded. After all, CLG did win a game today in the LCS, so miracles
CLG
happen.
beat TSM. They beat TSM of all teams as well. So, you know, Faith is rewarded. Let's look at yesterday's results here. Ultra Prime taking out WE 2-1, Weibo 2-1 over OMG as well. And then finally, and I think the most surprising of the results, Top Esports 2-1 over JDG in maybe the best series we've had all split long.
I don't know how surprising it is. I think both these teams definitely can punch the top when they're in form, and EDG have dropped a few games to teams that you wouldn't expect so far this season. So I think it's definitely not too shocking, but definitely exciting to see TES perform a little bit better once again.
Yeah, they are marching north, as Jackie Love said in one of their games, and now in 7th in the standings. I will say, we've got two super fans on the cast today. We've got a TT fan down in 17th, and we've got a Weibo fan who we're currently sitting pretty. I feel like I've got the better end of this bargain, it has to be said. But let's look at the matches we've got coming today, because that's ultimately what you're all here for, to see what games we've got on our third day of our super weekend here. It's TT versus FPX to kick things off. Then we'll be jumping into BLG versus JDG, which is going to be a crucial game when it comes to standings and playoffs placement later on. Then also LNG versus V5, our final game and match of the week. You know that one's going to be good. It's all about the top spots. It's all about trying to fight for that first seed position.
I'm definitely looking forward to seeing that one. Obviously, I won't be casting that one, but a very exciting series nonetheless. I'm sure that you guys will do it excellent justice.
Yeah, I'll not be on that one either, don't worry. That will be, I think, Lyric and Mazel off the top of my head, but I'm struggling to remember the whole schedule. Let's talk about the first series, though. TT versus FPX. And I know you're itching to talk about TT, Kelsey, but I want to talk about FPX to start this one off, because they've started bringing Baytron back into the fold. And so we have this conversation that needs to be had about the options available here in the jungle for FPX. We've seen Baytron played a bunch. We've seen Clid played a bunch at this stage. And I feel like we're starting to see two different variants of FPX.
I think both Clid and Baytron bring a sort of style that's very erratic, unpredictable, but I think Clid is more used to playing with a mid laner that might exert a fair amount of lane pressure, for example, someone like Faker. But when we have Gory, not necessarily playing for lane, dropping a few waves, and not necessarily a clear cadence, Baytron might be a bit surprising, tends to play more around the side lanes, though he does link up with Gory, as we'll see in these clips going here. So excellent overall team coordination here with Baytron in the early game. He's been having really huge impact, I would say, as the games go on. We watched that series just the other day. FPX didn't quite take a game off of Rare Adam, but looked very good, had leads in both of the early games.
Yeah, it does feel like with Baytron in the team, Gory and Baytron did a really good job of linking up a lot, right, in this series. It felt like these two were working as a pair. You can see them moving down to dive bot as well. Like, it felt a very comfortable pair, which is kind of interesting because that was what everyone expected about Clid joining this team, right? Everyone was saying, you know, we're going to see Clid and Gory, the two Koreans, working together. Like, communication will be great. I feel like we've kind of seen the opposite, where it's actually Beitron that's working better with Gory, and it will be Clid starting today. So feels like FPX still experimenting with this roster, deciding which jungler that they want to stick with for the majority of their games, but going back to Clid at least for today, and we'll see how that works out for them. But we do need to talk about the drafts overall here, because FPX is a team that have been very creative with the way that they're approaching the game. And it's something that TT used to do. And when you look at these two rosters, you've got this TT roster that doesn't really have that same roster that we saw last year, doesn't have the same rookies that we used to see, whereas FPX, they're nothing but rookies at this stage. And it feels like that creativity, the rookie spirit, has been gifted over to FPX, or perhaps stolen away from TT.
Right, and some of these drafts from earlier FPX this spring are definitely with Beitron in the roster, so you see things like the Talon Lulu. Very few teams willing to pick up the Lulu in LPL, like Hong has been, and of course the Talon working very well in terms of the type of dive and backline assassination attempts that can happen with that combination. And you see the Kaisa, which has been way less popular in the LPL, picked into the Ezreal, as will always happen with LWX. Happy to pull out that pocket pick. Meanwhile, TT 2021, they always have the kind of, I don't want to say half-baked, though I do like to eat cookie dough, draft concepts, in terms of having the Camille, Sejuani, Renekton double melee. Sejuani, classic, but don't quite bring any magic damage. And then they had the other one with the Malphites, the Lulu, Senna, but weren't quite sure how they were going to actually do damage, just how they were going to counter the enemy comp. So loved those kinds of creative drafts and energy that TT brought, and liking to see a little bit of that from this year. So I know the phrase skill vampire is common in esports, but here's a little bit of a draft creativity vampire, if you will. So looking forward to seeing how that works out in the series.
I mean, they're already Phoenixes, right? Why not vampires too? We'll just go with all the mythical beasts for FPX at this point. But I want to talk a little bit about these mid laners as well, because we already talked about the Korean mid laner here for FPX in Gory. Well, there's a Korean mid laner on the other side of the field as well. We kind of have a budget telecom war going on here, because we've got on one side, Yucal was a trainee on the KT organization for 4 years from 2017 to 21. Gory was within the T1 organization from 2018 to 2020. So these guys are rivals over from Korea, now duking it out in the LPL.
And of course, the Telecom War moniker comes from the fact that these are two network companies within South Korea. Very interesting to see them match up here. I think they also have a lot in common style-wise, both not necessarily playing for the 1v1, more playing to kind of leave lane, play the team fights better, and we'll see that they've had, you know, a fairly decent amount of success considering where they are in the standings, executing those types of things. Yucal, Yucal obviously well known for his Talia. And then we'll see him using this package here to get away from the engage and to split up the opponents in this fight. So just a lot of quirky also from both of these mid laners. I would say that both of these mid laners have predominantly gravitated towards the quirky, which isn't that shocking considering how popular quirky is, especially on 12.2. But definitely something that we expect to be contested in this series, since I also think with Gory, that's been one of his best picks outside of, basically, we do have an Azir clip a bit later, but that's something that I think both teams will gravitate towards here.
I just feel like we finally got to see an Akali as well from Yucal, which definitely looked good. But yeah, Gory on picks like this, Galio doing a really, really good job. But also, you already mentioned the clip, bringing out the Azir recently and actually looking pretty good on it.
Yeah, I think Azir is a little bit underrated considering the way that people are playing these quirky Victors. There's definitely a lot of lane bullying that can come out of the Victor. A little bit of lane bullying that can come out of the Azir, though his laning phase isn't as strong as it once was. So it's kind of, I feel like there's some niche places where you can pick an Azir, and there are some LPL teams willing to pull that out, including FPX.
Certainly are. I mean, we're in a meta where scaling can become king, so an option. As we head towards the stage here, TT going to be the first ones to step on out. And while TT may be an underdog, in pretty much every series that they play at the moment. They are at the bottom of the standings on a 4-loss streak. Today, perhaps there is a shining light of hope because Fun Plus Phoenix also on a loss streak right now. Not a team that have been feeling confident recently. So Thunder Talk, I'm hoping, are coming in today with a bit of confidence in themselves. And they did show some good stuff against LGD. There are definitely rays of hope and perhaps ways that they can make things happen. If they can bring a little bit of that creativity and chaos from last year that we were talking about.
Lunchables plays later today. Okay, I don't know if you are getting confused, but definitely looking to see if Thunder Talk can take a game off of FPX today. I think that would inject a lot of hope, as you say, into the fan base. I'm here. I'm excited to see them win. Obviously, no bias, of course. Going to just be very honest and objective in my analysis of these teams as they play on the Rift, but it's been a little bit difficult for them to find a clear identity, and obviously they've just had this recent roster change, so we'll see if this is the series where they manage to find something that works for them.
We'll have to wait and see. I was trying to build the hope, and then you followed it up with, yeah, maybe they could take a single game. And I feel like that's shot all of my hope down for TT. But FPX stepping onto the stage as well, and this is a team that, again, they have shown some good stuff, and they've certainly shown some cool creative drafts, but ultimately right now, negative in the standings, not in that top 10. They do need to get a win here today, right? DT, let's be honest, this is one of the series where FPX should be getting a win, and if they do want to make it into the top 10, these are the series, this is the 3 points, you know? These are the points that every team in the LPL is going to get. You need to have these points on your board.
Of course. I mean, at this point, Thunder Talk's chances making that into that top 10 and clinching the playoffs, not looking too insane. At least they're in high spirits, having a good time. One thing that I will say, I love seeing Thunder Talk on stage, because Hart is one of those coaches. He's been in the LPL for a while, and he really gets in the faces of his players. You know, he always looks like he has very personal feedback to give them between games. It's one of the most exciting and energetic coaches to watch, for sure. So that's something that I take away, that their coach is clearly very dedicated despite their current position in this game.
You know, it's kind of funny because on the other side, you're talking about him being very energetic. I feel like Steak, not the most energetic coach we've ever seen. He's always looks pretty relaxed while he's on this stage. So kind of two different approaches there. But when we compare these teams directly right now, like, you know, I'm trying to give TT the benefit of the doubt coming on in. But ultimately, when you look at things like the game difference, when you look at the series difference, it becomes quite brutal quite quickly. FPX currently on a negative win-loss rate with 12 game wins and 14 game losses. But comparatively to TT, well, TT are on negative 14. It's not a good look for TT. So a lot of hope here for FPX, and see Hung on your screen there. I will say Hung is a player that I think this year has started to make a big name for himself. A lot of a lot of co-streamers like both Kadrill and I Will Dominate have been praising Hung a lot. And as you were saying earlier on, Hung actually very willing to be flexible and bring out these enchanters as well, which we've seen a lot of LPL supports kind of reluctant to lean that way, despite the meta does seem to be moving in that direction.
But I will say, Hung still plays these enchanters like engaged supports. He just flashes at you level 1, you know, with the Lulu, even if he isn't necessarily favored to win level 1, he will bring the W there. And as we talked about, Corki already off the board.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, it's Hung, right? Flash is still a basic ability for this guy. He's still going to go in, but I just respect that he's willing to pick them. Anyway, as you say, Corki banned off the board. Thresh going to be a ban as well, which we're seeing less and less of these Thresh bans. So kind of interesting to see FPX taking that one away. And Caitlyn and the Gwen, both power picks that we're seeing banned almost every game.
Red side, consistently seeing Caitlyn, Gwen, Zeri, champions like that taken off the table. I think with the Thresh ban, that opens up a lot of the things like Hung loves to play that are very level 1 focused, right? Because Thresh, with his level 1 Flay, not the easiest champion to contest. And of course, when you're trading things like Jinx Aphelios, if enemy team picks up the Thresh, there's an advantage in that matchup in general.
Certainly is, but the Hecarim has made it through the bans, and that's an instant first pick here for Cleared. It's been one of these junglers that really just exceptionally strong, right? Good at ganking, good at farming, good in the late game. Like, you have a role at every part of the game, and feels very comfortable. So FPX going to lock that one in without giving too much away about their strategy. Whereas TT look towards the bottom lane by the looks of things with these hovers. The Jinx, the Aphelios, both available here. Tahm Kench being hovered.
And with Thresh off the board, Tahm Kench becomes the other kind of engaged style support that provides a lot of peel and repositioning tools for the AD carry in terms of that matchup. So not too surprising to see the Tahm Kench prioritized. We saw TT versus LGD. That became the first pick by the end of that series because it was very crucial in the battle between the last place teams. So still maintaining the Tahm Kench priority going into today.
It's locked on in here, but with Thresh gone and Tahm Kench already taken, I am curious on the support that we get. We have seen still just like Nautiluses and Leonas and things, but that's what I was going to say. Hung has been playing the Lulu, has been bringing these enchanters out, and it works with the Hecarim too.
Yeah, I think Lulu is one of those things that will do decently well against Tahm Kench in the laning phase. I'm not the biggest fan of the Blind Graves pick here, but I know that it is a champion that a lot of top laners like to pick that just gets easy push in the lane, and then they play it non-interactive style if they want to focus more on the bottom lane. So that's kind of my expectation as to why he picked it, but it is vulnerable to a lot of picks. Renekton, not necessarily one of them, but if you get the slice and dice on top of him, his dash isn't that long range, and you can do a fair amount of damage in a short trade.
And over towards the ban phase, though, as we have relative scaling on both bottom sides of the map, and top lane is now locked in, but no jungler here for the side of TT just yet. So FPX could start banning those out, but actually going to focus on UCal instead, taking away that Akali that we saw recently.
We talked about the Lulu, but also the Rakan is very commonly picked into the Tahm Kench. We see that quite a bit. I would say it doesn't provide as much appeal for the Aphelios. I don't know if I necessarily would want to play Renekton into Graves Aphelios. It doesn't sound super comfortable, so I don't know if they have to worry too much about that. The Yubi, very interesting and surprising, but I guess we'll see exactly what they're looking for here. I feel like a lot of LPL teams don't necessarily respect the Yubi that much. She is very diveable. Also tends to lose to a lot of shred and long range, which they do have Jinx available there. But as we look at the compositions, I kind of want to move away a bit from the individual picks and just talk about the fact that both teams so far want to do very similar things, right? They have a bot side focus, they have more of a handshake matchup in top lane that gets easy prio, and they're going to look for a front line to play front to back with their AD carries.
Yeah, I mean, that is bread and butter for AD carries, realistically. There's not many picks that don't just want to front to back when it comes to AD carries, but Jinx and Aphelios definitely up there in that sort of style. But with a Diana locked in, that sort of changes things up, right? That's a lot of dive for Chieftain in the jungle.
And I think that when you see a Hecarim picked, right, normally I would think, okay, with Renekton versus Graves, right, you're not going to dive on the first 3 waves. Graves is going to get prio, so you're not going to look for something like the Nidalee, but you can make that Renekton Diana all-in-one combo work after you do a couple of clears and you have the level 6 marks available. And because they picked the Hecarim doesn't typically exert a lot of early lane pressure, so Diana can still have a comfortable lane phase. So from that perspective, don't mind the Diana pick at all. I also think that it's like some magic damage. Aphelios typically has relatively low MR. So having multiple sources of the magic damage available is not bad. I'm actually kind of wondering, because TT in the past have played the Renekton mid. Now, they don't have Quilla on the lineup anymore, but I'm wondering if UCal is bringing it to the table, saying, you know, anything you can do, I can do better. To his
We'll
benefit
see.
here.
Yeah, we'll see if UCal is going to be bringing that one. But actually, Silas locked in here.
Silas?
Not something I was expected to see today, but up against this Vex, you know, there's a Hecarim ulti to steal. Nautilus ulti's not too bad either. I feel like there are some good options for Silas.
Yeah, and I would say that there is like a lot of dive, so the Vex actually works pretty well. You can build the crown, right, the Zonias, and then plus you also have the shield coming out of Vex and the passive that makes her naturally very strong versus dive compositions. So it's really strong here. The Sylas is an interesting choice into the Vex. I don't necessarily think it should do too well into the laning phase, but TT trying to put together this scrappy style, and we talked about the creativity of some of their old drafts, and that was the TT that I always was excited to watch, right? It wasn't necessarily always winning every game, but they were willing to play in your face and take those fights. So that's what I'm kind of looking for from them in this iteration against FPX here.
And so much focus on the top side from TT, right? Where you've got Jinx and Tahm Kench. Realistically, you expect them to play it pretty safe in the bottom lane. Whereas this Sylas, Diana, Renekton, that's a lot of power in the top 3 lanes. All the top 2 lanes in the jungle. So lots of potential to try and make things happen up there. FPX will have to try and find an answer, but they do have Gory on this Vex. He's only played it once so far in this split, but they did manage to get that win, and that was against top esports. So perhaps a glimmer of hope there for FPX in that regard, but we'll have to see as we head towards the Rift here. And I'm curious what kind of version of TT we're going to see today, because FPX have been a team that, yes, they are on a loss streak, but they have a lot of potential within this roster. It feels like they've been slowly but surely iterating between picking these junglers, between different styles of gameplay. And now against TT, this should be a showcase for them. This should be an opportunity to give everyone some confidence in the roster as both teams start off with a level 1 stack in their own jungles.
Yeah, I think that in general you've got a little bit of concern for level 1. Neither of these jungle champs want to be invaded. They want to sort of protect or defend against the invade, but the bot lanes, Tahm Kench, Nautilus, do pack a fair amount of level 1 power, so just protecting against those opportunities, I think, works out. If a team did invade, it would probably be the FPX team. They have way more level 1 power with the Graves versus the Renekton and the Vex compared to the Sylas. Speaking of the Vex compared to the Sylas, since this was our highlight Telecom War matchup, I'm a little bit concerned about the pairing of Diana with Sylas. We have seen some Dianas look for the level 3 ganks, but if Sylas doesn't fight with jungle against these ranged champs, generally speaking, he has a hard time. So kind of wondering if we'll see that come through here.
Yeah, we'll have to keep our eyes on that mid lane matchup, as you say, the budget telecom war going on there between the trainees on both KT and T1 over the years, but we'll see how that one pans out. But Xiaolahu already off to a swimming start in that top lane. This Graves, so oppressive in so many matchups. But I do want to talk a little bit about the FPX composition here, because we talked about how TT, at level 6, they have the potential to try and make some dives happen, etc., etc. As New is in a lot of trouble here. Xiaolahu is just bodying him.
So, I would say that, TT's composition, as exciting as it is, I think FPX's composition does really well into it, overall. You have the Vex to counter the dive and all in with the dashes that we talked about already, but Graves and Helios really want you to run at them and dive. Their kits are relatively short range, but doing a lot of bursts there. And as I talked about, if you're not fighting in this lane, you're just gonna slowly lose it. Waiting for UCal to grab that level 3 and start looking for some all-ins on the bounce back, but having gotten pretty low and having to pop all of his pops already.
Yeah, this is the solo laners from TT. So far, really not having a fun game, as both junglers will start to finish their first clear. And as you mentioned before, both junglers with a very fast clear as well, so you expect both the Diana and the Hecarim just to be looking to clear those camps, get a reset off, and then perhaps look to get out onto the map a little bit later on. Double knockup from Southwind in the bottom side, forces a flash out from LWX, who calibrums off of the side of the map. LWX with a bit of a weird misclick there, but it happens. Great engage from Southwind, though.
Yeah, Southwind and Puff, I think not necessarily known for their laning prowess, whereas you'd much more associate that with Hung and LWX. Getting some moments here, and it looks like Chieftain is going to make something happen bot based on the fact that these HP bars are a bit low and we don't have the blue gun from our videos yet.
We're going for the dive. Exhausts come out on both sides of the board. Southwind tanking the tower, but here comes Clid to save the day. The literal cavalry has arrived, and it's going to be all FPX here as Southwind comes down. No, flashes away at the last possible second, but Hung, he'll have his dredge line available. Flashes forward for the passive. There's the slow. Can they finish the kill, though? Doesn't look like it.
And neither of these lanes are too easy to dive either from FPX, which we had started to say a bit about the top lane. But same is true, for sure, for bot lane. It's just that TT getting a little hyphy, seeing the low HP bars, as you often do in solo queue games. But also in solo queue games, you sometimes forget how long it takes a jungle to do a full clear before recalling, which in this case, about 4 minutes. It just typically you can expect he started bottom, he pathed up, he's gonna be here. So that's exactly what happened here. They dropped a lot of vision, but got a little too excited. Didn't quite realize that, especially the Hecarim with the move speed available, can be bought pretty fast after the reset, and really nice counter gank and read from Clid.
Yeah, really, really great stuff. As Xiaolahu is not having this fun of a time. He's going to go down. So FPX winning the bottom side, but TT, hey, at least finding a good answer on the top half of the map. We did talk about their top lane strength, this Renekton and Diana combo. Looking out so far, at least.
And right, typically when you have the Renekton, you're looking for a dive around like 2:30 to 3 minutes when you get the first cannon wave crashing in. So you're going to have the Nidalee looking for that situation. But because Graves gets proud, you're going to look for more plays on the bounce back, the wave, which Chieftain, aware, capitalizes on that, and we see the Xiaolahu go down. So both kind of side lanes making small mistakes in just understanding jungle timing or reading the situation in, I guess, what I would consider like relatively kind of expected gate setups. But on the flip side, great capitalization from the junglers in taking advantage of those situations.
Yeah, really good stuff from the junglers early on here. 500 gold is the lead in favor of FPX. So a strong start for them against this potential dive. And I'm just looking across the lane matchup so far, and it's looking pretty positive for FPX, right? Bit of a CS lead in that bottom side. More than a 10 CS lead for Gory in the mid lane as well. Does feel like TT need to start to get proactive. Chieftain still level 5, but just hit 6. Leeching some of the XP from the bottom lane. Perhaps a blend opportunity as LWX gets a ward down. They don't know that Chieftain is here, but I think they're suspicious of something. Chieftain gonna go for a recall. I'm not sure if he's on the vision of those minions or not, but he's sticking around. Southwind goes for the engage. LWX in trouble. Clid is here once again, though, as he charges on a minion. In the meantime, TT are winning the fight. Clid completely whiffed everything. He had his ult as well.
So not a particular counter gank angle, not working out quite as well in this situation. I think in general when we're talking about Thunder Talk with the Tom Kench and able to make space, if you're not able to get on top of the Jinx, Jinx should win those trades, and Yukal...
Gory's in trouble here. That's a Shadow Search from Yukal. Oh. He just goes for a dive. The solo kill. The Telecom War is off to a flying start.
And of course, KT, always known for their early aggression relative to T1 historically. So making that happen, Yukal needs to find a fight angle, and here it is. So in this situation, we already talked about FPX. Clid in position looking for more aggression. Doesn't necessarily land any of his damage, however, and when you can't, aiming for Puff and not able to make it happen. Of course, Yukal, standard, if you land the E in a lot of the Silas lane matchups, you can typically find, especially with level 6, a good all-in using and out-damage your opponent laner. Mostly, it's about using range to space the Silas and then avoiding the E lockdown.
Yeah, exactly. And when you can steal the Shadow Surge as well, it makes that follow-up so much more potent from Yukal. And against Gory, a player that struggled in the laning phase, now potentially a Herald fight. Coming on up as Yukal just going to clear this mid-wave. Clid trying to get on the Herald, but it does reset in the end, and Chieftain is here. That Moonfall available on the Diana. It's a huge spike, but with Yukal's ult on cooldown, TT perhaps deciding this is not worth contesting.
And also appropriately, we've seen this really commonly just globally in general, with the kind of AD carry meta that exists right now, if you leave a Jinx or an Aphelios alone in a lane, you can equalize a lot of the gold difference that you get by handing over the Rift-Held. Puff, looking a bit indecisive here, but could have probably picked up two plates, which, depending on the state of the lanes, will make up for the gold that you're getting off of the Rift-Held drop. So, because there's a lot of wave clear both top and bot with the Renekton combo and Jinx, you're probably not going to do a lot of damage with your Rift-Held more than grabbing a couple plates. So, always worth for Jinx to get this like single solo gold from these plates bottom here.
And it was a huge amount of gold as well, despite being a kill down. Still going to be up in gold in that bottom lane. Gory's in trouble. Oh, the rocket barely goes wide. That is hard. Some of the hitboxes I've seen on that rocket, I can't believe that one doesn't hit, honestly. But they are going to survive. Charging the top lane. Actually, FPX are going to be the ones to get the first tower. I'm kind of surprised, honestly, with how much time Puff's had.
Yeah, it looks like New just kind of seeded that top lane turret. Basically knew that TT were going to invest a lot of resources into the bot lane. Silas going deep to try to get that kill on Gory. So they just kind of gave them the turret. So we're going to have a little bit of a sad crocodile coming into this mid-game relative to the Graves. Should allow FPX to at least get some angles where they have priority, especially when Graves picks up the classic hole breaker to set up these individual objectives. And, of course, TJ and UCal finding that dive, very simple combo with their ultimates, and setting it up, knocking him down.
Yeah, Gory is not having a very fun time in this mid lane this game.
No.
UCal definitely winning out the matchup, especially when you've got Chieftain to slide in underneath the enemy tower. It's definitely going to help you out in the 1v1. And that CS lead that we talked about for Gory earlier on, it is a long distant memory at this point. Whereas UCal has a huge advantage, almost 1,000 gold up individually. And when you look at the gold overall, it's 2,000 in favor of TT so far. TT fans everywhere rejoicing at how this early game is going.
And this is the TT that I've been missing, Lunchables. We'll play a ton of melee champions, we'll just run at you and try to fight all the time. I think this is an exciting development from UCal, because I wasn't really sold on his core key, despite how many games that he was logging on it. And I really like the Akali in this Silas comparatively, right? Constantly looking for these skirmishes, taking advantage of the fact that Gory hasn't had the greatest of laning fundamentals of all the mid laners we have here in LPL, and making a lot of these things happen. It reminds me of 2021 Better Talk. I feel like I'm home once again.
It's like walking in to that nice warm fireplace and seeing your family all around you. Oh, it's so beautiful to see TT looking good in the early game once more here. Big old gold lead for them. First Drake of the game as well. The next one coming up in 2 minutes time. And it doesn't feel like this composition is going to necessarily fall off a cliff or anything like that either. You've still got a Jinx for the late game. Silas as well, a champion that scales exceptionally well, to be quite honest. And Diana doesn't really stop one-shotting people. So definitely feels like TT are actually in a really good position. And I feel like the question to me is not how good are TT looking. It's more like, how does FPX get themselves back into this one?
And I think they're not completely out of it, right? We have a relatively strong break with that hole breaker, as I said.
That's a jungler versus a mid laner, but it doesn't look like the mid lane can win. Chieftain pushed away by Clid, but he's got Southwind next to him, and Clid has to back away. And that's going to be the stopwatch used, but it doesn't matter. It's another kill. Gory not having a fun time this game. 0-3-0.
Yeah, and basically we're seeing New actually be able to get on top of this Graves and do a fair amount of damage. He still has the Dominus available as well, I believe. So I have a full name covering over my screen, unfortunately. But I believe he does have the Dominus available, which means that in this particular situation, we're going to be able to see him, if he can get on top of the Graves, still be able to win out, despite the fact that the Graves does have the Hullbreaker Rush. You usually see the Hullbreaker versus some AP champions, so if he were matching UCal, which I don't know if anyone wants to do right now with his Mythic completed, maybe he would have a little bit of a better shot.
Perhaps he would, but FPX finally going to get some tower plates going. Obviously, they got that Herald up on the top side. But News here to stop too much going down. He's completely alone on the bottom side of the map, but I don't think he minds too much. He's able to just clear that minion wave away. And I just want to revisit the scoreboard quickly before this next Drake comes up, because it's in 20 seconds time. And right now, TT, massive item advantages here. 3 mythics finished at this point. New pushing out that bottom side as well, so they can move into this river with a TP from UCal. Looks like TT should get this Drake uncontested.
And this is what FPX struggled with a little bit in the Radic series, just responding to strong sideliners. And TT, using the fact that they got that wave in top lane and TPing in to zone LWX off of hitting the mid wave. Really like more sophisticated Dragon setup that I'm used to seeing from Thunder Talk, and they're gonna see that. I think if you look at across the board, right now, Renekton has the board drinker available. You have Silas having had a very explosive laning phase, and Jinx into the Aphelios. You're going to actually get prio in multiple lanes at this point of the game, which means that you should have pretty straightforward neutral setups. Plus, you have the Tom Pench has like the little short Abyssal Voyage hops available to get to and assist side lane. So, I think at this point, open map state, TT should be looking for these points.
Oh, instant engage onto Gory here. The rocket comes on through. Gory's gone again. Gory cannot last more than a couple of minutes at a time, and LWX gets flashed on by New and taken down by Puff. TT are making this look easy. A knockup comes on through, and there's no way out as UCal grabs himself a triple kill. TT are 10-1 right now. I can't believe it.
I can believe it, Munchables, because I have remained faithful this entire season. Through 9 series losses, I never stopped believing in the Thunder Talk victory. You may have heard me at the start of the game say, they're looking, maybe they can take the game. No, we're going all the way. 2-0, baby. Clid trying to stop and grab a little bit of the scrap on the Rift Herald. But definitely great energy coming out of TT. I wonder if they spent this week of scrims, had the good takeaway, realized Tom can't just pick, and are just going full force onto some of these really heavy flickers and melee shots.
Yeah, and also just the mid diff this game, right? Like, UCal is having such a good game, and at the same time, Gory just being kind of exposed, honestly, by the mid jungle of TT. Xiaolao, who trying to get involved, trying to do what he can, but there's just nothing. The fight was already over at this point. UCal able to grab that triple kill. So UCal, it's good to see him having such a good game, right? Because he's not had the greatest entrance into the LPL. Obviously, he's on TT, so a lot of the games are going to look rough when you're losing. But his Corki especially, a few very interesting packages that we got to see. A few Valkyries into the enemy team, then flashing out the other direction. So it's good to see him spreading his wings a little bit with this silence.
And same goes for Chieftain as well, right? Frankly, when these two debuted on the roster, the first time we saw them play after the holiday break, I was less than enthused. You know, you had moments of Chieftain flash with the ball bear, but just to get ganks that weren't real, and then you had him getting outperformed by the likes of Weiwei, right? So things like that definitely coming through, whereas I think now we have seen a little bit more of what these two are going to be good at, right? They're going to be good at these kinds of wombo combo, all-in synergistic champions that need to make something happen in the early game together. Really liking this version of Thunder Talk that we're seeing.
Yeah, and it feels good to see that as well, because we talked about these guys coming in and potentially having more synergy, right? Because it is this kind of Korean combo, very similarly to how we talked about Clid and Gory when that was finally going to happen. It feels like that's starting to actually happen now for the side of TT. Chieftain and UCal both having a fantastic game for themselves, and it feels like they're on the same page, right? A lot of this is being done together as a pair. Clid and Gory not really able to have that same effect, and when we looked at the clips from the junglers earlier, it was actually Beitron and Gory that seemed to have that better synergy.
And also crucially, when we look at this, they've kind of avoided these front-to-back diving into the Graves Aphelios Vex combo, and they've instead just been really, really reliable about dragging FPX across the map, kind of similar to JDG did in the recent series. Or excuse me, Rare Adam. Wow. Whoa.
Hang on, we've got a 2v1. I don't actually know if FPX win this one. That is a Silas we're talking about.
Oh.
Gory don't do damage yet. UCal takes them on 2v1. Xiaolo who will punish it in the end. But that ain't pretty for FPX. Now the rest of the team moving on in. At least they got a bounty off the back of it. But can they get a fight? Puff with a great Gale Force to dodge away from the horsey. Now LWX is in a little bit of trouble. Blast Cone will be denied by the knock-up. The Rockets are in and Southwind takes him down. And now New trying to find a stun, but the escape from FPX. TT find yet another positive. And with Drake up in 5 seconds, might be able to move on over.
See, the skeptical analyst in the match polls would say, why did they run all the way from the bot side of the map to follow up that fight? But, you know, they got kills. So clearly they were rewarded for it. This will be uncontested dragon. Definitely also no towers available to be taken, like the T2 is gone, so they wouldn't necessarily be able to get a lot from committing to the bot side. And the fact that UCal was able to just buy so much time on that Silas pick makes it easy for them to follow up on that fight, grab an extra couple of kills, and then secure the dragon.
Yeah, the only issue for UCal here is that Gory literally is only worth the same gold as a cannon minion at this point in the game. So not that great of a trade for him in terms of the 1-for-1. But kind of impressive damage coming out from him at very least.
Yeah, I mean, basically you saw him be able to buy so much time landing the W, getting the extra health coming out of this. Just at this time, the gold differential really showing from what they have. And I don't know why they're really committed. They really want to kill this Silas here. I think at this point they've almost decided the objective of the game is no longer to secure these neutrals. It's no longer to siege these towers. It's
about it's about vengeance. Clint is going crazy on this one, trying to go for the engage. I'm not sure that's a fight that you want to take, as in goes the Diana on the back line, and UCal follows it up. Chieftain and UCal are taking over this game. It's Xiaolo who gets dived as well. Clid re-enters the fray. Health bars are low. LWX, though, walks away with his life barely. And TT, it was a dicey one at best, but they get yet another fight. It's 15-3 on the scoreboard as the reset comes through. Almost a 10,000 gold lead at this point. It's looking real good for TT, and maybe Thunder Talk fans will be rewarded after all.
And no one's been bought for at least 5 minutes. No one even has so much as addressed the top waves. Basically, there were like 3 creeps available for that T2 dive. It's all about the kills in this game, bunch of bulls. That's what we're here for. See, no creep wave. Just run it on through. Here we go. We gotta go all the way here.
I respect it. You know, when you've got a Diana and a Silas and you are willing to just go for plays like this, I'm in. I'm on board with this strategy. Puff, a little greedy on this one and took go down tagging the tower because Southwind had to use his stopwatch, but ultimately still a positive play for TT here. Now with Baron on the map, they could look for more. Shadow Surge in! UCal is feeling himself right now. Goes in 1v3 and jump back out on the plate again. Shadow Surge comes through to answer. Southwind has sacrificed himself to make this play happen. UCal now uses the Zhonyas. We're going to look towards Puff as the carry for this one. The Gory will go down. There's one reset. New in the back line. Buying space for Puff, who's getting these autos off. Onto Xiaolo, who trying to finish these kills off. And a great ulti from Chieftain to set up for the double. Hung just has to run for the hills as the Aphelios is caught and the triple comes through.
And right now, TT definitely feeling like any fight is a good fight, but you see a few hints of what this FPX comp would be capable of doing if the game were a bit more even, right? They run in, they get hit by the Moonlight Vigil, there's a lot of AoE damage coming out to the hard commit, and TT HP bars get pretty low. It's just that I mean, at this point, there's really no punish available, but you can kind of see a little bit of what may have been and how FPX's draft could be considered favorable into better decks.
Yeah, I think any draft is going to fall apart, it seems, when your mid lane is 0-7, right? It's one of those situations. I just love that he goes in here. I love that UCal is like, you know what? I can take this 1v3. This is my fight to take.
Yep, he almost goes down for it, but I think even if he does, he's willing to do it, considering the cooldowns that he's able to buy there, the fact that the rest of his team comes, and they're so far ahead that look at how much damage Nu is doing it as this Propagator runs in. They basically could have taken this fight 4v5 even without Yukal burning those cooldowns, which is crazy because I'm pretty sure he's the most fed member on the team.
LWX attempting to make the big play at the end there. Honestly, I respect it because you're in such a dire position at this stage. Like, you had so many chakrams, you might as well try and make the play. You might as well look for that triple kill because if you find it, that's a billion gold in bounties. Maybe the Aphelios is the way back into the game, but 35 seconds until this Drake comes up. Is this even fightable for FPX? Because it feels like they need to stop the soul going down. I'm not sure it's physically possible.
I'd say that Infernal Soul in its current form, typically one of those dragons that you can give away. It's a lot weaker than it was last year. I think most would associate that with one of the unforgivable souls. But so in this particular case, I think as FPX you kind of maybe have to pray that you can give it up and make something happen. But
we've got a 1v1 going off on the
just
top side of the map. Shaolahu trying to outplay this one, and he might be able to do so. Bit of sustain for him, dodges the knockup. Yukal can't close the gap. It's a close one, and Hullbreaker paying dividends in that one.
And one nice, like, kind of shining light in terms of how FPX are thinking about this game is we do, like I said, the Hullbreaker being stronger into the AP champions, and then he has purchased an Executioner's Calling, so he's optimizing here to 1v1 the Silas instead of the other way around. So I think that that's a pretty smart choice from them. Again, like, this is not this game isn't completely irredeemable for FPX. Just TT finding the snowball conditions, the telecom more going decisively to the KT side. Oh, there we go.
Certainly is. As Chieftain goes in, finds another Moonfall here, just onto the one target, but look at that damage out from Puff. See ya later. Hung falls, and that's going to be at least one inhibitor. Again, though, the side waves not really being managed too well. Does mean that there's really nowhere else for TT to go on the map. They're just going to have to keep pushing here. Got 20 seconds on the Baron. Is that enough time to finish the game? Gory gets a Shadow Surge on Southwick. Clint comes in from the side, but Puff is on Jinx, and we're into the late game here. Puff should be able to do damage as Yukal just goes in 1v4 and actually somehow gets a kill. TT continued to rampage here, but while they were fighting, they ran out of minions. That's what FPX were trying to do, was deny the minions. And now they go in once again. Puff takes one tower down, but that's their last minion. Another wave now arriving. Hung looking for the engage. Chieftain is here as well, but no Moonfall available. Puff just firing these autos out, but the wave is cleared, and FPX hold on.
Yeah, I think Thunder Talk, you could see it a little bit. They were still thinking of trying to continue that push even without the wave. Obviously, Chieftain and Southwind pretty low HP here, so not the most advisable decision, but you could tell, you know, they were calculating it for a second there.
If only they'd set up another wave. Then the game there.
Yeah,
Anyway,
you know,
Chieftain, good attempt there on LWX, but great kill.
I don't know what a slow push is, Munchkins. I've never heard of one before. I've only heard of conquering the opponent team in this particular case with Conqueror stacks. Indeed. Yeah,
Indeed. I mean, the thing about slow pushes is they're not very quick, so inevitably you can see why that would be an issue here.
Yeah, it's like, what is the challenge of a dive when you have a gigantic replay?
Exactly. Oh, LWX is pulled in. His Gale Force was on cooldown, and in jumps everyone to the meat grinder. Yukal just chases Gory out of the fray and finishes him off, while the rest of the team sweep the board clean. Shaolahu trying to find a kill, but the Devour will save Puff, and they spits him straight back on top of the Graves. I'm not sure that was necessarily the right place to be, Puff, but either way, it doesn't matter. The rest of the squad was there. That's going to be game, and I cannot believe I'm saying this, but TT have just demolished FPX. It's 28 minutes, 26 kills on the board for TT, and maybe this roster is finally starting to work. Chieftain and Yukal taking over the game.
See, and all Thunder Talk really needed this season, Much Pulls, was for me to cast one of their games, okay? Because the energy that they seem to be absorbing from this situation is empowering them. But let's talk about the FPX side a bit. I think definitely we talked at the start of the segment about some of the creativity of FPX drafts, how they're thinking about what's happening on the other side. And that definitely occurred here. It's just a few really unfortunate situations happening, especially in the mid lane, that did not go to FPX's favor. And the fact that they were able to snowball those advantages, UCal constantly looking for the fights, Chieftain constantly looking for those fights, and not slowing down the gas pedal, I think it almost took FPX off guard because, you know, they had a very good counter gank at the start of the game. So I just want to see them, maybe they'll have time to adjust and come back in, say, you know, this is how they're going to play, this is how they're going to draft. We haven't seen this kind of TT before, but now we have. You know, now we're prepared. Now we know exactly what's going to happen, how this game is going to be played, and we'll manage our waves a bit better and avoid these types of situations.
I will say, in defense of FPX, I didn't expect this TT either. I don't think anyone expected this TT today. This is a new version of TT that are bringing some fire. And honestly, I'm curious if they're going to ban the Silas coming into game number 2, because UCal looked real comfortable. And let's be honest, so far this year, UCal has not looked that comfortable on the TT roster. So it feels good to see him and Chieftain not only working together, but both, you know, feeling themselves. Like UCal, multiple times they go with like 1v4 situations. Just the sheer confidence on this.
And comparatively, I feel like Gory didn't quite make the Vex work. I think Vex has a lot of utility into this TT composition, but not a lot coming out from him, so maybe FPX need to prioritize finding a more comfortable pick. They themselves are the ones who banned Corki in this game, so I'm wondering if that's something that they just reprioritize for themselves and hope that they can get to those types of situations where Gory has succeeded more with the late game scaling and the constant DPS output that he's made him look much stronger.
I will say, TT have done a very good job of acknowledging the fact that Gory does struggle during the laning phase. This has been a consistent issue for FPX, and TT have basically gone, look, Gory, you're not that great at laning. We're just going to play against you as aggressively as possible. And, you know, obviously there was the solo kill early on, but we also saw Chieftain diving Gory multiple times on this Diana. They were clearly looking at Gory and going, you look real tasty right now. We're just going to dive you over and over again. And Clid did not have that same level of impact as his opponent in Chieftain. So we'll see if that can change here for FPX going into game number 2. We're going to jump into a break, and then we'll see if this TT hype train will finally leave the station.
On the back, Allah's going ham right now. Lightning get in there to do some damage. Can he get the free fires off? He's excited. He goes cleanse from the death sentence, and Light is starting to pop off. It's starting to look like an MVP performance from this AD carry of LNG. In this new season, LNG and V5 have come roaring back to life.
It's beautiful to witness, and now Photic can clean house. That's 3 for him. He'll go for Finn. That's 4. The rest of the team surely gift over the kill of Shao, who tries to survive, but the cleave through the chickens. It's a pentakill for Photic.
LNG has been the biggest surprise. Week in and week out, they have slaughtered the competition. And although the mighty may bleed, they are still currently tied for first under the leadership of the former world champion Doinby.
其实我觉得我这个人找机会就打输出能力，我觉得团战不管是团战还是什么都挺厉害的。这方面我觉得是 LPL 前3吧。不管是玩什么英雄，我觉得找机会能力都特别好。但我只能说，今年 LPL 真的是没有弱队，大家都很强。
Golden with minuscule levels of health. They've killed off Light, but Doomby's now the AD carry. Tarzan jumps straight on in. Double kill, triple kill, quadra kill for Doomby. And the man in the mid lane strikes back.
现在的目标的话，就冠军吧，因为去年拿了2个亚军，感觉亚军现在对我来说没什么意义，我不想再拿亚军，我想拿冠军。
And just like Doinby for LNG, Rookie's arrival was an integral part to the V5 plan this year. The duel between these two legends will take center stage in this clash.
最近打智能赛，配合也蛮不错的，然后我们的配置也算是我个人觉得也是蛮好的，总体来说还是蛮不错嘛，就是在节奏这方面我们也会做得蛮不错的。
Blast themselves into this game. UB in the middle of everyone. Rookie looking for more in the backline. Jumps forward and finishes safe. The double kill, and I sure hope so he would win. And boy, is she triple for Rookie.
Both of these teams have taken the spring split by storm. V5 ended RNG's win streak. The rookie Photic has unlimited possibilities, and Rich himself has played solidly in the top lane. But now, Rich must face Ala, who has been core to LNG's dominance. It seems that this series shall truly be the strongest against the strongest.
Rich could actually be the one in trouble, but it depends. Never mind. Rich survives with one more auto to seal the deal.
Just solo kills the Shy in such a manner.
Wow. The jungle's down the bottom side, but Oliver's Xiaolao, who there's no mana on him to flash forward. Solo Molo this time from Ala in the top side.
No matter which way you look at it for both of these teams, this series will be monumental. If either side has any hope at a chance of reviving themselves in the playoffs, they will need to prove it here, as confidence reigns king in the LPL. Our match of the week, V5 versus LNG.
Guess who's back to blow your mind? But let me warn you one last time. Guess who's back to change your life? But it's not gonna be just fine. Whoa, I've got you under my spell tonight. Whoa, we're both heading to hell tonight. So don't ever listen to a word they say. It's time that you found out that I'm gonna get my way. Won't light it up, then I'll burn it down. I'm gonna make you feel like you're invincible when the one's around. I'm gonna build you up, and then I'll strike you down. 'Cause you're about to know it's nothing personal. Sometimes good people do bad things. I have always tried to be nice. I've sat right back, I've tried to be quiet. But I can only take so much, and then I just explode. To feel it building inside, then I just need to let go. So don't ever listen to a word they say. It's time that you found out that I'm gonna get my way. Okay, I'm gonna light it up, then I'll burn it down. I'm gonna make you feel like you're invincible when the one's around. I'm gonna build you up, and then I'll strike you down. 'Cause you're about to know it's nothing personal. Sometimes good people
Every pain that you feel comes to an end so soon. The time has come now. No, it's not the time to quit. Put yourself together, whoa. And listen right now. Don't care about the tears, all your problems. I'll be there for you. In the middle of the night. And I don't care about all of these hard times. I keep pace with you. 'Cause the rest is shining bright. Let's walk for a while with a face full of smile until sadness disappears. Oh, when weakness overcomes your face.
FunPlus 战队现在的话，他们现在打的还是很好的，因为他们的进攻性其实是特别的强，大家也是能看得到的。尤其他们的双阳路打得特别的好，他们的风格跟我们的可能就是他们进攻性更强吧，我们更偏向运营一点。我跟泡芙针对他们的应对的话，那只能是可能会多喊爹吧。
Called Animal. I don't even know what that means. I guess he means chieftain. That's going to be the explanation. That which was joined by Kelsey once again, as TT have somehow managed to take game number 1 over FPX here, and a sparkle of hope has appeared on the horizon for TT. Perhaps this is the beginning of something beautiful, but I don't want to get too far ahead of myself. Let's talk MVP here, because Chieftain on this Diana did such a good job of not just getting the ball rolling, but keeping that ball rolling all game.
And I had to laugh a little bit when Southwind said that FPX are surprising because they play more aggressive, you know, compared to their playstyle. Because Chieftain and UCal just came into this game and did not let go of the gas pedal. If someone walked into their line of vision, they were getting engaged upon, even if they did not know where the rest of FPX were on the map. So this is a very clear example here. Getting excited, engaging onto Xiao Laohu early on, and then of course, this engage at the bot lane. Clid not exactly executing perfectly, Puff going untouched, but the agency coming out of Chieftain, looking at this dive play here on mid, as Corey died yet again this game, but, and then jumping on him in the jungle. So very fun for him, again, played very well, looking constantly for these engages. I don't know if he was always thinking about the circumstances for the engage, but always making them happen and making them favorable for TT.
Thinking is overrated, you know, thinking is highly overrated, especially in this kind of matchup, as I think not thinking worked out quite well for them. I think not thinking worked out exceptionally for TT. But look, I like the draft from TT. It had a lot of go, right? It had a lot of win available to them. They had ways of just making things happen. So that was our big criticism of TT coming into the series was, hey, we need to see more creativity in the draft. Well, Silas, Diana, Renekton, that's definitely the creative vibes we were looking for. And it had a win condition, which was our criticism of their previous creative drafts from last year. So I feel like we can only walk away with big positives here for TT.
I feel very positive about them going into the next game, but I definitely do want to see how FPX will adapt going forward, just because they have played a lot of this more aggressive style, right? They've played, to Southwind's point, very in your face. They've had pretty good early games, especially in the last series that they played. So I just want to see them react better to what TT throw at them, because it's not like TT had insane early game comps. They actually played a level 6, like all-in sort of comp, and then they just made a lot of these level 3 fights happen. So very interested to see in how FPX adapts, what they go for. Maybe they try to go back to the Corki and make that happen for their mid laner. So looking forward to game 2.
Well, we'll have to find out as we head into picks and bans here. It's going to be Gwen Oriana banned by TT. The Corki that you talked about banned away by FPX here, as well as the Zerias. They're going to be on that red side. They don't want to let these first picks go through. Curious where we go from here in terms of both teams, because I'm not sure whether things like the Silas and the Diana are necessarily bannable off of the back of game number 1, but if I'm TT, I'm not averse to just go for that same strat again. And once again, this Yumi banned away from Hung. There must be something going on in scrims that we don't know about.
And while I would say that most LPL teams are not really big fans of the Yuumi, Yuumi does provide a fair amount of anti-dive with her ult. So I think that, and also the move speed coming in here, so maybe that is the logic. And they are really liking this Tahm Kench, because Tahm Kench was king in the last series they lost. So maybe if this is the logic that they're using, and it's working out, that just has to be the logic that they come forward with, is whatever was first picked the last series that they lose, they have to prioritize.
I mean, I don't mind it. Southwind looked good on the top pinch. It certainly worked out last game, so if it ain't broke, don't fix it. FPX go with the Jinx load to start this draft off for themselves. Could look towards something like the Hecarim that is available once again, but deciding the Thresh is more valuable.
Yeah, with the Thresh on the table, I think that was a bit of a gambit that they took here. I also don't think the Hecarim into the Tahm Kench is as high value. So I think that that's a bit of the logic that they're coming in with. Overall, though, one thing to note is TT did have the Jinx in the last game. Coming with the Aphelios this time instead gives FPX an option to play a much longer range composition, which is more what they've been playing, what they've had success with. So going for Jinx Corki, the deadly duo. Corki, of course, being banned, but you can go for something like a Victor. Interested in that kind of angle. I think that they'll have a lot more use, or do a lot better with that with Aphelios picked blind like that. Or not blind, but Aphelios picked early on in the draft.
That's as well, but we'll see. The Rise locked in for UCal in the mid lane. A little less aggressive than this Silas, but this has been a comfort pick for both of the mid laners, right? It's all about getting out of that mid lane. This style has certainly worked. Gory hovering the Azir for a second there. I'd love to see it. That was one of the picks that Gory looked really good on in one of the previous series. It's not something that's been particularly meta in this situation.
Oh no, don't do it.
I like it. It's hovering the Galio, and it's going to be locked in.
There's definitely a fascination in LPL currently of picking the Galio into the Rise. I'm not the biggest fan of it, because I think if you just look at the math on the Galio magic damage shield, you're still going to get a lot out of Rise being able to do sustained damage with the Q and the E. So Rise overall wins the trades, also out of ranges the Galio. Not the biggest fan overall, but what it does bring to the table is it matches the reps. And this is more the style of matchup that we expected going into this, is that both of the mid laners would go for these global type mids and look to make things happen inside lanes.
Be the goal. The Diana getting banned away here by FPX, and I kind of respect that decision, honestly.
A little bit
After what
traumatized,
Cheetah did to them last game, yeah. I think Clid not wanting to go for that matchup, but the Viego respect that. We could just have 4 jungle bans here. This might just be whittling down that jungle pool until we have a completely different style of game.
I definitely could see that happening. You still have the Volibear on the table, but most of the priority jungle picks are still up, right? The Xin Zhao, the Lee Sin, and it feels weird because teams have slowly walked into this kind of Hecarim gear meta that all of those picks, those premier 12.2 picks, are still on the table. Rek'Sai obviously getting a little bit, enjoying a bit more play in the LPL these past days. Have liked seeing it pop up, but banned and taken off the table here.
Yeah, I want a Chieftain specialties as well, so a bit of a respect ban towards Chieftain. Both teams taking a long time on their bans, considering the options, but the Graves gone. Charlo, who, to be fair to him, had a pretty good game on the Graves. He was sort of the one shining light for the team, but Clid goes for this Lee Sin. It's a prolific pick here in the LPL, but it's something Clid has played way back over in the LCK as well, so a comfort for him. Renekton here for New, which he had a great job on the last game. We talked about Sejuani in the creative drafts before this one started from last year from TT.
Sejuani is a throwback comfort pick for TT. They no longer have Xiaopeng on the roster, but Renekton and Sejuani, a comfortable combination to come through for this team. Will definitely give me vibes of the old TT. On the other side, though, we have the Galio, right? So Galio into Renekton, into Rise, into this very heavy melee draft feels a lot worse, right? Because Renekton is just going to shred you in the front line. Gnar, I also think, in this matchup, isn't necessarily the best option. Renekton can definitely trade HP and win this matchup pretty comfortably. but I'll see what Xiaolahu can do with the Gnar pick. If he's not diveable early on in the game, then maybe he can survive it and have a huge impact in these team fights, create a lot of space for the Jinx to free hit, and then outrange the team composition of TT. So that's really the goal here. That's what they're looking for. That's what they want to allow them to succeed. Meanwhile, Thundertalk, once again, a draft with a ton of agency. Rise going to get Prio in the mid lane. Sejuani Renekton combination, classic, tried and true. And then if the Tahm Kench Abyssal Voyage, creating opportunities for a lot of these engages.
Yeah, being able to set it up so that you can get underneath the enemy. And to be fair to him as well, we saw the 2-man knockup in the 2v2 down in bottom lane at the start of the last game. So Southwind's certainly very comfortable on this Tahm Kench, but we'll see how Gory and Clid are going to do, because to me, that was the big difference in the last game, right? UCal and Chieftain versus Gory and Clid. This time around, Gory on this Galio and Clid on a Lee Sin. It feels like Gory is here playing support for Clid to be the carry in the early game. My eyes are looking at that Korean jungler Clid on the Lee Sin. He's in an aggressive matchup. Let's see if the mid jungle can go much more in favor of FPX this time around.
That is historically Clid's signature pick, the Lee Sin. That's what he has almost all of his highlight plays on. If you look at any Clid highlight reel, Google it on the YouTubes. Of course, I don't know how many people Google on the YouTubes, but you can do it.
The most boomer way possible of saying that sentence.
Exactly. I'm showing my age on the broadcast here. But Clid, very well known for the Lee Sin, likes making these more aggressive plays. And typically would expect to see the Lee Sin be more proactive than the Sejuani. Even though Sejuani can through camp gank Renekton top, it is a demonstrable possibility. Much less likely than seeing a Lee Sin look for a dive early on.
Yeah, and I want to lend credence to what you're saying there about, you know, Clid's prolific history on the Lee Sin, just to give a number to that. So his second most played champion is Jarvan. He's played that 50 times. Lee Sin, he's played 108. He has more than double Lee Sin games of any other champion in his professional career, and a 60% win rate over 108 games. That's pretty impressive, generally speaking. So Clid, very good Lee Sin. He's in good company here in the LPL, so excited to see how he's going to perform here today. And once again, Gory, a much more supportive role here for game number 2. We'll see if that's going to work out for them, because UCal had a hell of a good game in the mid lane, game number 1.
We also saw the first blood rates pop up briefly. 46% for Clid Lee Sin compared to the 18% for our Sejuani Chieftain. Not quite the same number there.
Yeah, not quite the same. These things are not necessarily even, are they? But it is what it is. It is what it is. We'll see how this Sejuani is going to work. I'm keeping my eyes on Chieftain. Starting on the bottom side of the map. Got his red buff already. Now onto his chickens. And we'll be spotted on that ward. So for now, FPX have full information. But it's the same story for the other side. So Chieftain knows where Clid is as well. By the looks of things, Chieftain not interested in a full clear here. Moving straight up to the top side.
And we see lanes more or less going as expected. Basically, New willing to trade HP to get the priority on the wave. And in the mid lane, UCal starting out with the classic auto snare. Although, great on the melee champion, doing a fair amount of damage to Gory. Oh, Xiaolahu getting a bit aggressive in the Mega Gnar.
Understandably so as well. That is your opportunity to use those stats. As nice little trade from New, but slice and dice on cooldown as Clid moves in. But Chieftain is here to save the day once again. And Clid actually being bullied out in this one. New not going to pull the trigger. I wasn't sure if he was going to go for like some kind of flash W or something, but Clid will walk away with his life. Chieftain, though, early on in this game, doing a good job on the Sejuani to read what Clid was trying to do.
And both of these junglers reading obvious plays in the early game once again. Chieftain this time coming in with the counter gank compared to Clid in the previous game, but you see the Renekton playing really aggressively, trading HP, not quite getting the wave in, and that's a big sign for the Lee Sin to jump in, but it's gonna happen for the Renekton here.
Yeah, Xiaolahu in mini Gnar. You don't get to do anything in that kind of dive. Two big beefy boys under the tower.
And that first blood rate going up on my screen as we speak.
Yeah, 18%, not so bad anymore. As UCal now trading against Gory in the mid lane as well. Not going to go any further. You know, after game number 1, the second I see UCal walk forward slightly, I'm thinking it's going to be a solo kill.
And as I said, it does happen that you can have a 3-camp gank, but Clid not satisfied with Nani.
Yeah, Southwind in trouble on the bottom side. That's a good play, but Southwind underneath the tower still goes down. LWX gets one more auto in. Hung will survive as Puff tries to get some return damage out, but can't quite make it happen. Nice play from FPX to answer what happened on the top side.
Clid gonna look for a redive here potentially as the cannon whip comes in.
Puff, you've got to play this perfectly. Gravitum in place right now. Who's going to tank the tower is the question. Clid is the one, and he jumps out to safety with that safeguard. Very nicely done by FPX.
I think even if Puff played that perfectly, the cards were definitely not on his side. Pretty straightforward, getting that wave in and securing the kill. Doesn't even bother to burn summoners. Wants to keep those for the lane phase.
Very nicely done indeed. Both bottom laners of TT end up falling in the exchange. And it means that there's a little bit more pressure on this top side from TT. Cheaton and Nuke getting that early dive, getting themselves an advantage on the top half of the map. But it's been more than counted, and it is FPX now with the gold lead. And I'm looking towards these two Korean mid laners, the budget telecom war once again, on who can get out onto this map quickest, because they're both going to be hitting level 6, I believe, on the next wave. That'll be the opportunity to start to try and influence these side lanes.
And both the supports kind of leaning a bit mid here, knowing that this is their time to shine, to secure priority for their respective mid laners. But looks like TT are going to err on the side of getting the wave in, instead of moving in for that skirmish.
Indeed, trying to just crash that wave. It's a decent job in this top lane so far. The Gnar matchup against Renekton can be a bit of a challenge when Gnar's getting all of those autos in, getting the harass down, but Nu doing a good job to stay even on the top side for now. Obviously the kill helping, the fact that he's already got his ninja tabbies, definitely going to be a boon for him. Up on the top side, we can see Chieftain and Southwind returning to their jungle. A million pings coming out from FPX on the bottom side of the map. Drake up, neither team willing to force the issue just yet.
And Thundertalk moving up mid to make sure that UCal will get the wave in first. Just guaranteeing that there's not going to be a level 6 Galio play on that particular wave. Then map state returns to normal.
Certainly does. So Chieftain will be able to get this top Scuttle Crab and continues a relatively impressive performance so far on this Sejuani. But one of the things about that Sejuani is you feel like you do need to see him being proactive. I wasn't sure if the crab was going to go down there. I thought it might just not quite go down to the burn, but Clid getting chased down. And Chieftain is not afraid to be aggressive on the pig lady. UCal moving over as well. Realm Warp is available if they want to chase this one further as Nu moves over too. Clid has vision of the situation, but has to back away for himself. Chieftain not level 6 just yet. Nu is, so Dominus would be up if they want the scrap. 50 seconds until the Herald comes onto the map as well. And I feel like the tension is building here, Kelsey. I feel like we're leading towards a fight eventually. TT are itchy.
Yeah, and I think that they could have taken that fight there. Like you said, Renekton having the level 6. Sejuani with Renekton would have probably been able to do quite a bit, but rushing into the ranged Gnar, also taking into account Galio being able to get the wave and follow up, not the most guaranteed, and you want to save some of your time, make sure that you're getting your recalls in and setting up for the Rift Herald that's going to be prime contest coming up here as it spawns in April.
Certainly will be. Herald onto the map here, and you can see the resets from the bottom lane of TT. And we'll take a look at our minimap, see if they're going to move up towards that top side of the map, or if they're going to commit to the bottom lane once more, because that will be the decision maker. But Clid starts this Herald off. Looks like Puff will return to the bottom lane. Eldervic still down there currently. We're not going to see a full fight for the Herald. To be honest, I'm not sure we're going to see any contest on the Herald whatsoever.
Doesn't look like it's going to happen, despite the fact that UCal got back out on the map well in advance, and the Renekton is pretty strong, just compared to the Gnar. Not overwhelmingly strong, but definitely something could have happened there if TT wanted it to. Instead, they're just going to calmly keep playing. One thing to note is that TT, once again, will have advantage in side lanes, with Ryze getting to a point where he can pressure and push out the map. So I think that that's something that maybe they have in mind when they're playing this one a bit more conservatively.
Definitely a slow and steady game out from TT so far, as an attempt on the bottom side towards LWX. Hung, drop a ward over, spots what's going on here. Southwind will be able to clear the waterway here by TT to at least maintain control of vision, sorry, as the Drake will be started off. This will be the first Drake of the game. 9 minutes, quite a late way to start this one off, but Clid is here, and immediately the engage onto Gory. Southwind over the wall as well, with Dark Passage from Gory to get himself out to safety. Not going to commit any further, but that was a big ult out from Chieftain, and suddenly it doesn't feel as impressive from TT to be able to start this Drake.
And I think they started the Drake more to just see if they could get a pick off, get the stun on an unsuspecting target and take him down. Not quite panning out. Good landed from Hung to keep the game relatively even.
Hung, and this is what you expect on Hung's Thresh as well. He has been a pretty prolific Thresh player. FPX with a minor gold lead so far, and a lot of that in the pocket of LPX, right? When you look at the difference between these AD carries right now, the 2 kills that he got, he's got a tower plate as well. It's 1,000 gold up. You can see it with a cull stacking too. That's one of the biggest things, is that LPX already with a gold lead and a cull going his way, makes it very difficult for Puff. Puff is not going to exist in this game for a long time comparatively to LWX. Jinx is one of these champions that when she starts to get a lead, it's very difficult to stop her snowballing. It's very difficult to get into that backline, and realistically, not that much of a way to shut LWX down unless they can get that knock up from Southwind. Well done, sir. Puff whiffs the Moonlight Vigil though. Oh, it's a disaster from TT.
Yeah, as you were saying right before that engage, or that disaster, as you called it, Jinx is pretty much the winning condition for FPX here. There's not a lot of easy ways to get on top of her, especially with the Thresh. She outranges their entire composition more or less, so you're looking at Renekton to save the Flash as they get into these team fights and kind of be the hero in that case, getting a really proper flank angle, getting on top of her. Here we go. Moonlight Vigil missing. Nice flash from Hung. I mean, so at least
if you just
they have that going for it.
If you just autoed 2 more times instead of pressing R, it's just a kill.
Yeah, probably.
Unfortunately, that is not what occurred. We don't get to see that kill, and we don't get to see LWX shut down, because that would have been bounty gold as well. LWX is a 200 gold bounty right now. Now finish the Kraken Slayer, though. Not going for the Gale Force that we so often see on the Jinx these days. Going for pure damage here. Southwind rejoins in the bottom side, but another turret plate taken by LWX, who is just sitting pretty in this bottom lane. Clid going to move over with the Rift Herald as well. They are just determined to funnel every single bit of gold that they have into LWX. The cull now procced as well. LWX is skyrocketing into the lead down in this bottom side. Not going to go for the dive here with Chieftain in the wings, but man, 2,000 gold lead individually between the AD carries. That is monstrous.
It's not the most comfortable. This composition is almost entirely set up for LWX to be the hero, with Xiaolu acting as the front line, Gory creating space with Kant. So seeing LWX have this big of an advantage is just very difficult for Thunder Talk. Their best option is to try to use Ryze to get priority inside, set up neutral objectives in advance, see if you can get Jinx to walk in and nullify that range advantage with Renekton in place to flash on top of her. Anything that can happen like that, just CC her to death, but considering she has the threshold positioning, considering she will have such a beefy front line, a lot of options for FPX in this game. Things not looking as favorable or as one-sided for our Thunder Talk overlords going into this one.
Yeah, we'll have to see what Thunder Talk have up their sleeves. It's certainly not over. They're about 2,000 gold down at this point in the game. But Hung tries to make the play onto Nu. He'll be able to slice out of that one. But Herald coming up shortly, just over a minute until that one is onto the board. And FPX, so far, every single neutral objective has gone their way. It's a great little pair of Qs onto new. It's a nice little rhyme as well. A little bit of a bonus for FPX as LWX with 10 seconds to spare will get one plate. Not going to stick around for the second. I think he maybe could have got a second one there, but we'll decide to back away and play it safe.
We're not seeing the Sejuani. Right, the Wreck could still be in position.
LWX actually stopping New's recall there with the rocket to deny a lot of the minions on the bottom lane.
Yeah, and he will lose a full wave for that one, rotating back over. But,
Newcal's been found, but here comes Chieftains trying to save the day. And Xiaolahu gets hit by the Glacial Prison. So we'll just end up with nothing happening in the end. But FPX consistently bullying out in these situations. Back onto the Herald once more. And Drake coming up in 40 seconds as well. It feels like FPX, they could go for this Herald and then just mosey on down to the bottom side and take the Drake as well. Just take every single objective that they want.
And it seems like this would be a situation that would be very comfortable for FPX to take this Ripped Herald, get the recall in, drop it since they'll be a bit behind on the play, getting to the Dragon. Then they can set that up if they want, or they can just save it, keep rotating around the Jinx, make sure she gets the T1 in the top lane, see if you can drop it on mid to knock the mid down. Oh, Chieftain.
Speaking of the Jinx, LWX might be caught here. Chieftain trying to make the play on the top side as Puff comes in. And it will be Chieftain to pick up the kill. Would have loved to see that go onto the Aphelios, but importantly, LWX walked away. Hung right now, he's playing Protect the President, right? He's happy to sacrifice himself if it means that LWX gets away with that bounty in tow. Gory stunned on the bottom side, though, is FPX trying to start this Drake off. And New doesn't want it to happen, but New doesn't have a choice because the rest of his team not even on the right side of the map.
And then in a way, TT not too concerned with the second Dragon. LWX is definitely the most important objective for them to secure if they can. Not quite working out yet, but getting a nice T1 for that. I'd almost always rather have the T1 gold onto the Aphelios compared to the second Dragon, so I think TT are going to be quite happy with that one.
Yeah, definitely, and kind of interesting to see TT prioritizing the T1 when UCal was on KT, not T1. So, you know, a little bit of a change of colors here for UCal on the top side, but yeah, nice little pick onto Hung. Good effort on stopping. If they could have got the kill on LWX, it would have been nice, but even still, it's going to be a pickup that they're more than happy to go for. And Puff looking straight towards the late game, right? None of this collector nonsense, going straight towards LDR as his second item here on the affiliate.
Yep, and there is going to be quite a bunch of tanky champions on the opposing team, so going for the Gale Force into the LDR is a lot more comfortable than going, for example, Kraken Slayer into LDR, so very nice itemization coming out for Puff to be able to deal with the BP FPX profile.
Will be, but the question remains on how far ahead FPX will be later on into the game. But the gold lead that they had somewhat stymied a little bit here, as it's only 1,000, they were 2,000 gold ahead before. Xiaolahu should be able to finish this tower, or perhaps not. As New arrives at the last second, it will mean that TT are keeping things relatively even. With Clid having that Herald in pocket, you'd expect at least one more tower to go down in favor of FPX shortly. That should regain them the lead that they had before. Not up for another 3 minutes, but FPX have been positioning very aggressively, trying to grab this tower for themselves. The Herald will get the charge. They haven't finished the tower just yet. That Kraken Slayer Jinx is wailing on Chieftain. Difficult to defend from the side of TT.
And despite the fact that Ryze will have a lot of that lane priority, Jinx at this point just shreds towers. They managed to get the gold there. They're going to keep mid-prio in general. Renekton's not doing so hot in his respective side lane matchup either. So at that point, you're basically just Ryze against the world, trying to get early waves, kind of cheat them, look for a flank angle perhaps behind the Jinx on mid-wave to see if you can help Puff contest while Galio's in the side, but you only have very brief time to do that since Galio just has to clear a wave pretty quickly and can join with that ultimate. I always get the Galio and the Rakan ultimate names confused, so I'm just
Grand
not going to say
entrance
it.
and heroic entrance. Just think about
Exactly.
it as Rakan is very, very sort of show-offy and flamboyant, right? That's the grand entrance.
Exactly.
Galio is the hero of Demacia, so it's the hero's entrance. That's the hero. Well, that's the way I remember it anyway.
Yeah, I mean, you clearly are remembering it better than I am, so I'm open to any suggestions at this point.
It is. Not many people have to remember these things. There's an attempted engage from Chieftain once again. Not going to work out in Chieftain. While his scoreline looks good, not really having that much impact on the Sejuani so far. We're hoping for a little bit more out of him in a game. Kind of close to level 11. He does have the chem tank, but FPX is doing a really good job of respecting what he can do in the Sejuani and avoiding him at all costs.
Very true. Jinx, again, going to collect this mid wave for free. I feel like we're waiting a bit to get into the Dragon and set it up. And honestly, FPX's timings for this Drake are very nice. They're pushing in this wave so that it should crash around like the 45 to 50 minute mark. Ryze forced to answer, Ryze being one of the scariest members of Thunder Talk right now. And that just allows FPX to get priority on this Dragon first before it spawns.
Does FPX in control of the bottom side, as you say, having that priority to be able to saw Shallow, who forced to flash out the back of Baron Pit. Not entirely sure how he's ended up caught there and having already used his hop as well, but Chieftain is all might be available by the time that Drake comes up. 20 seconds, and you can see it just ticking away on the left of your screen there. It'll be up hopefully soon. 2,000 is the gold lead for FPX. Certainly not insurmountable for the side of TT, who are trying to contest into this river. What has to go right here? How do TT win this fight if they're able to find an engage?
And I did kind of like Chieftain's response to the Gnar hover, right? Just going in, trying to force the flash, force him out, and then they could have just kind of rotated and engaged on the midsection. So a little bit of hesitation there, but understandable when you have a Thresh.
And Nude goes into the back of the pit there, but not going to commit to this one. Drake just taken down by FPX. And feels like TT wanted to stop that. It feels like they, everyone moved over on the map. Everyone came here to try and contest, but not finding a way in. A great hook as well out from Hung, right? Stopping Chieftain being able to advance.
Yeah, and they could have also just completely gone in before the Gnar. They knew exactly where he was. Could have been 5 men on mid, the way that we often like to do here in the LPL.
Okay.
Should be able to get out of that one. Yeah.
Yeah, so toughy so far for the side of TT. They are now getting towards 3,000 go down, but 3 Drakes importantly as well. And the Ocean Soul, very valuable, but here we go. Yukal, time to make a play around the map. Xiaolao, who has no flash available. There's the Rune Prism. The Everfrost comes on through. Where on earth is New? New man, why are you farming the wave right now? I feel like that was a guaranteed play.
I don't know. It's not my problem. Ryze can kill Gnar, right? That's how it works. Solo.
Yeah. Well, living up to his name at least, because he's certainly playing like a new player.
Wow. Okay, but we do have. Oh, okay.
It's in trouble on the bottom side. Shield comes out. Here we go. Puff getting some damage on in. Galio about to arrive on the play. Cleaning things up on the backside though, and down goes Puff. Suddenly everything going the way of FPX once more, and LWX with huge damage on this Jinx, just cleaning house. Baron being pinged, and FPX back in control of the game.
And Jinx with full vision of that melee team composition from Thunder Talk means that very difficult to get on top of her. Exactly what we saw there. Narrow way to approach her. No one was behind her in that situation. Just hit 3 hits the front line, and both Puff and Puff and going down.
And they are, and that will be Baron for FPX. Very nicely done here from the Phoenix squad. And on a 3-loss streak, currently 1-0 down against TT as well. This feels good to see FPX playing a controlled game here against TT, knowing their win conditions, and great pick on Southwind here, but it looked bad to start things off, but with Galio coming in, they managed to make it work.
Yeah, and I think every day of the week, Hong is happy to die there. Right? Manages to intercept the Sejuani ultimate manages to take a lot of the damage while Jinx just free hits the Thunder Talk. And right now, I feel like FPX, much like the Phoenix, they're finding their resurrection a bit in this series. It's very important, as you mentioned, for them to win because TT, right now, they're kind of in a position where their objective probably still trying to eke out a way to playoffs, but also just a scary team in the sense that they can play spoiler, right? A scary team in the sense that they can ruin dreams for a team like FPX.
Yeah, but FPX certainly not looking like they're going to have their dreams ruined right now as they are
playing
real aggressive towards this bottom side. They want to go for a dive. Good little hook over the wall. Hung, and he goes underneath the tower. Tower about to fall. LWX getting excited here as they charge on forwards, but they need to be a little cautious. LWX on a dark passage and does get out to safety. No one on the road wall, but new in the back line. Maybe this is the chance as UCal gets onto LWX, turns golden, but nobody can follow up. LWX survives, and now the resets come on in. It's one apiece for all of the FPX members as Puff and Southwind are left wondering what went wrong. Oh wait, Puff goes in, but he can't get the kill. Good effort, mate, but it doesn't work out. And I think that might actually be game with those two dropping.
This is the end of the game.
Yeah, they've got fire behind
FPX
him.
making a huge statement here, going for the close, tying up the series, and definitely saying, you know, you said that we're an aggressive team in the intro, Southwind. We're bringing it back, bringing the aggression back to you. Wow, holy, my God, I can talk.
Yeah.
Bringing the aggression back to you to close out the second game.
Beautiful stuff here from FPX as they push us to 3 games to that first series of the day. And TT being shown that they can't just draft these aggressive comps for free. They will be answered throughout the series. So FPX doing a good job of coming back from that loss in game number 1 as well, because I think the first game was such a brutal loss that could do a lot to tilt the momentum in favor of TT. So FPX showing a bit of mental fortitude here to have such a good game in game 2.
And we talked about this, right, Munchables, at the end of the first game. FPX had a good draft going into game 1, and they very clearly understood in the second game their win condition and how they were going to make the magic happen, so to speak, how they were going to make the comeback happen. If Jinx was ahead, so much could happen for FPX, and Jinx did get ahead very early on. That nice double kill from the start of the game, making it so that just no one could get on top of her. They kept trying to run at her. You know, as we can see from the first game, Thunder Talk are very proficient at the run at you strategy, but with a Jinx having a Thresh, having a very strong front line, not able to get on top of her, and she just kind of took over the game. I'm expecting another MVP for LWX coming out here.
Yep, very likely. I do want to give a shout out to Hung as well, though. Hung had a great game on this Thresh. So many of those lanterns doing absolute wonders, always in the right position, and also just landed pretty much every single hook we saw. He was just always in the right spot, always landing that CC, and it meant LWX could have the game of his life right there. 20k damage done, and it's almost more than double than anyone else in the game. Puff only just ruining that statistic, but really nice game from FPX, and it has to be said as well, clean game from FPX, right? Only 11-4 when it comes to the kills on the scoreboard, but just great macro play out from FPX.
And I do want to say, I criticized the Galio pick into the Rise, but definitely feeling way more of an impact from Gory this game as well. Just even as a frontline, as someone who can create space with that taunt and zone for LWX. Overall, looking better from FPX across the board in general. The one level 3 gank that Cheetah managed to get top lane not really panning out. I don't necessarily think his Sejuani performance in the mid game was as strong, which is when Sejuani is supposed to be very powerful. Missing a few of those ultimates, not syncing up with the Renekton very much at all. So we'll see. We'll see what the adaptation is going into the next game. Diana is down. Let's just go through the slew of jungle champions that pair well with Renekton and see how it goes.
Well, Nidalee is going to be up next then, it has to be said, because that's the classic. That is the combo. We'll see if that's going to be how it goes down. We're going to 3 games, though, but first, we'll head into a break.
prime here, you can see what they're thinking. Hey, we still have a lot of follow-up damage. Sure, our Leon does need to back off, but again,
Elk is flying! Elk is flying in this replay!
Oh, wait. Oh, wait, Elk is flying.
It's Harry Potter! Oh my god! Oh my god! Alright, forget the replay. Elk is a wizard. Like, that's
You're a wizard.
I don't know how.
Got the Shy on your roster. Guess they can move towards this bottom lane. The inhib is open. There's a mini.
Nice.
Man, my team is very good. My team is very good. Very good.
Nice.
My team is very good. Very good.
Nice.
Man.
Stepping forward with another point. Short onto the board. They're 1-0.
And now they can just look to take that wave in mid. The TP's already coming through the Shy. The masked man standing. Can he get Doggo?
How is Doggo on this side of the tower?
Oh my
What happened for Doggo to be there?
He's so far from home. He's not. He doesn't even have a collar. Nobody
He's
knows.
got Battlestar, but still gets the kill. And now the chase down is on. Invincible has to block for his team as the curtain call sends V5 away. The team. I mean, let's be honest. If you want a team with Mojo, this is your team. They know what's up.
Oh, the ulti comes in. Cole's now going to be the target, but that's just the support. Southwind has been left behind. Wait, did Cole think the Jinx was on the enemy team, I wonder?
And WE find a consolation prize at the end.
V5 need to stop this. Dragon is in 20 seconds. V5
Wait,
are
what
trying
are
to
these
stop
wards?
them from
How are you
resetting.
missing?
And wow! Super Mega Death Rocket with an absolute big one. Strive on the chase, the needlework. It's just a little tip. Tarzan the what? Strive is a madman! That target selection lyric, that was insane.
That wave out, and it feels like they're trying to get pressure on that bottom side while they can. 2.5 minutes until that Baron comes up, so they don't need to worry about getting caught on the wrong side of the map. This is 9. He's found us.
It was at this moment he knew. He f***ed up.
He must have gone past that control. Once again, there goes for the slice of Maelstrom anyway, but Viper flashes away, and 369, you know, it was a good attempt. I like the gumption there. You're down on death row at this point. You might as well try and make something happen, but it just cannot come to fruition.
Try and use their map pressure, use their mobility, look for picks, and see if they can kind of catch out Ultra Prime. Oh, they're going again.
Oh, they're doing it again! They just have no chill. EDG, these guys have families. Come on.
Very curious about that. So no TP available for ZDZ. Let's have a look at the inside. Oh, no! Or sorry, in the base, I should say, is that just spin saying, look, I don't care about the 1v1. So where are we going, observers? We're looking at one the other. RNG take the next. No, he didn't the inhibitor. No, wait, did he? Wait, no, the inhibitor respawn. We haven't finished. Go back to the game. Go back to the game. Go back to the game. Observers, please. Go back. Thank you.
Okay, they're gonna end it. They're gonna end it. They got it. They got it. They got it. They got it.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
All right. I won with Fiesta. that was some. Okay. RNG do close it out. They do manage to. They managed to. I mean, the rest of the team would join them. Put it back.
Staring out at an April snow and your taxi in the street, I imagine time has slowed. In sympathy, of packing up my heart to walk away. Still, it's all I want to say, 'cause I learned to love for you. I don't want somebody new. Impossible for me to let it go, let it go. So if it's goodbye, if you're running free, you ought to know, ought to know. You're the reason I learned to love. that we would have left. To see us now, you're packing up my heart to walk away. Still, it's all I want to say. 'Cause I learned to love for you. I don't want somebody new. Impossible for me to let it go. So if it's goodbye, if you're running free, you ought to know. You're the reason I learned to love. Learn to love. 'Cause I learned to love for you. I don't want somebody new. Impossible for me to let it go. So if it's goodbye, if you're running free, you ought to know. You're the reason I learned to love. Learn to
The moment I throw my backpack in the trunk of your rusty car, not knowing where we going, I'm hoping that it's gonna be far. Oh, I'm hoping that it's gonna be far. And all I see is a white view, light through soft clouds, the sun, the moon, and
TT 新来的2个选手，可能就会让他们的中野比之前更厉害一点嘛。然后我觉得我们只要正常打，然后不要着急，应该是挺好赢的。
I love that quoting Treebeard. Don't be hasty. It's always a good way to look at League of Legends. I'm much more joined by Kelsey Moser as we head towards game number 3 here between TT and FPX. And FPX coming back strong in game number 2. A clean, coordinated, safe game from them to round out that second game. And LWX is going to be able to grab himself the MVP on this Jinx. He was getting LW excited, if you will, consistently finding all of the kills in the fights and a flawless KDA to finish things out.
I missed the poses where he had his cat. Those were definitely some of my favorite LPL poses. But regardless, great performance from him. Just taking advantage of the fact that he outranges every member of the Thunder Talk squad. And FPX knowing that he was their win condition from the start. Basically the only one who's consistently going to be able to shred through some of the tanky members like Sejuani. So good positioning from him during the game, but also having a lot of help. So shout out to his teammates for helping him get fed and helping him stay safe in these fights.
Yeah, well played on that one as well to be able to flash away from some of the damage out of UCal. That fight, I thought that was the moment TT were going to get back into the game, but really well played from FPX to find that fight. And, you know, fair play to Puff on that final play. Tried to shut them down, tried to make the hero play, but it was too little and it was too late. And it means TT have to go back to the drawing board and figure things out as we head towards game number 3. TT on that red side once more. FPX starting off with a Corki ban and then banning that Renekton that we've seen new have such a good series on.
And I am excited because I feel like both of these teams have kind of demonstrated what they want out of the drafts. So we'll be able to figure out a little bit who's going to come out ahead, not just in terms of how the champions and the team composition should play out, but generally speaking, in terms of what has given them the most success so far, not too much surprising about the bans, except for the Tahm Kench being taken away. TT no longer going to be able to pull that one out in the first pick.
And we are going to see the Tahm Kench removed. So a lot of this from FPX feels like they're trying to gut this style that TT have been bringing to the table so far. Tahm Kench locked in both games, Renekton locked in both games. FPX saying, hey, we need you to change things up here. The Lee Sin banned away from Clid, but it does mean that Zeri is open if LWX wants to go in that direction.
And we've seen a lot of teams pick the Tristana Nautilus combination into the Zeri to make that happen, to try to get her with burst damage in the early lane phase. She is quite a squishy champ. I do think her wave clear is decent so far, or relatively decent, to allow her to cut back and allow her to avoid fights and just make dives difficult. However, if we know anything about TT so far, is they don't need a creep wave to make a dive happen, so I don't know if that will necessarily deter them.
Yeah, we'll have to see. It's going to be this Jinx locked in for Puff once again. See where FPX are going to go. Junglers available, things like the Hecarim still very, very strong, but the Rise already gone. I feel like TT have kind of picked up the two optimal carries that they could get, and FPX going for a much more short-range composition with this Galio locked in for Gory as well. Feels like trying to protect LWX. It worked well in game number 2, and it looks like a classic combo for the top side as well with this Galio Camille.
And the Galio Camille, with the Renekton down, you normally can kind of expect to see the Camille coming out in those situations. One of the only things that really makes her life miserable in the early game. But LPL teams in general just way more willing to pick this Galio Camille combination blind or in unfavorable situations, because you can almost always catch someone out with it, right? It's very powerful, very oppressive. When you see this Jinx, unless you grab a Thresh or something in those situations, no Tahm Kench available either. Definitely feels like she's not going to have a lot of ability to get out of that combination.
It's going to be you, Cal, though. I don't know. This Diana, like you're saying, feels difficult potentially into this Galio that is so good at playing that anti-dive style. But, I mean, Chieftain did such a good job in game number 1.
Oh,
I
yeah.
trust in Chieftain, you know? I trust in the ability to make this work. But the Rakan, the Viego banned by TT, Gangplank banned by FPX here. Not a ban I was necessarily expecting coming into today. Not even a pick I would be expecting coming into today. But new, relatively prolific Gangplank player. We saw it plenty of times last year from him. So we'll see if it's going to be just another ban towards this top lane. They banned the Renekton, banned the Gangplank, now banning a Jax as well.
And I'm kind of interested to see what kind of supports we'll see picked up, because Tahm Kench taken off the table, Rakan, the Thresh is still available. I'd be a little bit surprised to see, oh, they are just going to pick the Tryndamere into the Camille right away and then leave the support for counter pick for Thundertalk.
I kind of like this, though, from Thundertalk, because they're just saying, look, we dived Xiaolahu a bunch in game number 1. It worked pretty nicely. Let's just draft a composition where we can dive Xiaolahu again. Tryndamere and Diana certainly going to be able to do a good job of that one. It's going to be down to Clid and Gory to try and protect their top laners. And Zhao, certainly good in those early game duels.
And I think going for the Rise Tryndamere, you're very pick focused, you're very side lane focused. They're sort of acknowledging that this area is going to be really, really difficult to deal with in an open lane state. So they're incentivized to take T1s early, they're incentivized to spread out the map and to create picks that work so well for them in game 1.
Oh, Hung actually goes for an Alistar. It's a little while since we've seen an Alistar down in that bottom lane. Occasionally does get locked in, but still a strong, hard engaged support there, but also can play that sort of bouncer role. Surprised to see it locked in over things like the Leona, the Nautilus, a lot of other higher priority supports available.
Interesting to me that they're going for that, but you do have the commit from the Diana, so that works pretty well. You have a lot of... Oh, I did not expect a Terror to come out. But
yeah, me
think
either.
about the combination of the Tryndamere and the Tark. They don't have a lot of hard engage, so it should be pretty easy for Zeri to just create a lot of space, to kite a lot. But if you have that much longevity from your Tryndamere plus Tark combination, with the old combo, eventually maybe you can get on top of her and run her down. So that seems to be the logic that TT are coming with, and we asked for creativity in their draft specials. This definitely is a bit out there.
We asked for creativity and they have delivered in spades. TT, a totally different look at how they want to play the game here. Chieftain and UCal, a lot of roaming potential. Southwind bringing a Taric out. And as you're saying, that combination between the Tryndamere and Taric when it comes to those ultis, man. The entire goal of this composition, it seems, is just keep New alive at all costs. Just keep him completely invincible for the entire fight. We'll see if this Tryndamere pick is going to be able to carry, but also Puff on the Jinx. When it comes to team fights, you can bring out a lot of damage, especially when you're invincible.
And also, you pointed out the Alistar. Alistar's not going to have the greatest lane phase against the combination of the Taric and the Jinx. Probably going to get chunked frequently in the lane, so in that situation when you're thinking about, okay, if we have a low Alistar, suddenly maybe the bot dives are a bit more tenable, a bit more realistic to execute. So gotta keep my eye out for that Linkon to happen, to come through from the side of Thundertalk. And meanwhile, for FPX, the name of the game is keep Zeri alive, create a lot of options for her to have space in fights, and then lock down targets, perhaps like the Jinx, with the Galio Camille. It's not going to work out for you if you commit onto New, most likely, and the Tark has a lot of options to deal with the Galio Camille. Really, more and more, I feel like this is one of the most impactful last picks that TT could have had, but let's see how they can make it work.
King Tryndamere up in this top side from New. It's not a pretty skin, but it sends a message, you know? It's one of those skins that you lock in, not because you think it looks good, but because you believe in yourself. And New certainly even having a pretty decent series for himself so far. But I'm really looking at this jungle matchup. We've been talking about this mid lane matchup as well, but not much will happen there until that level 6 mark. But I feel like Clid has an advantage in this early game on the Zins out against the Diana, right? You'd expect him to be able to win out the duels and perhaps could go for something a little aggressive as New wants to spot out the enemy jungler. Did see him there, did see it start off. So Clid has been spotted by TT.
When you think of the Galios and Zhao combo, they have a fair amount of tankiness and longevity in these fights as well. So if they can get the ball rolling, Xin Zhao coming to the Galio lane, they have a bit of a 2v2, then they can start exerting that pressure. Then they can start making sure TT side lanes can't play up, despite the fact that you have a Tryndamere who's going to have a pretty happy time versus the Camille or Leon in the game.
Yeah, we're rolling the dice. New gets 1 out of 3 crits so far, which, you know, he'll be happy with. That's exactly on odds. Now going for it again, waits for the shield to go down. Another crit coming up through. And this is Tryndamere Gaming, ladies and gentlemen. This is how you make it happen. The level 2 finish. He'll have his Q now as well, so it becomes even more difficult for Shalahu to trade.
And already, typically you don't think of Camille's being diveable this early on in the lane phase, but not having a good time, just getting run up for daring to contest the wave level 1 against the Tryndamere, and I was going to have to play a little bit safer under tower.
Chieftain on a ward here as Clid moves in, hasn't been spotted just yet. He wants to contest on the red buff. New moving over though. Looks like New had an idea what is going on. New has been in Clid's head all game long. Everywhere Clid goes, New is next to him in the jungle watching.
New having a pretty good read on what Clid wants to do. I think Clid, as you pointed out, incentivized to try to deny Chieftain, to make some kind of early skirmish happen. Showing on this mid-wave, like we said, maybe they can provide a bit of relief for Shalahu, since he did lose his pots, did lose his HP early on.
Ooh. Done by Hung. Not going to lead to much, but yeah, it looked good.
Yeah, considering how this matchup should typically go, I feel like Hung and LWX have been performing very well on the bot side. Getting the wave in, not necessarily seeing Southwind threaten as much with brush control with the level 1 that Taric has available.
Yeah.
Partly
like,
because I believe they reached.
Yeah, Puff and Southwind went for the ledge to start this one off. There's Clid now going to go for an invade once again. This is what we're talking about with the Diana versus Xin Zhao. Xin Zhao can be quite aggressive in this kind of matchup, but so far not finding the opportunities thanks to the the vigilance that Nu has been bringing to the top side of the map. It means that actually it's just a small CS lead in favor of Chieftains so far, but wave crashing on this top side, it means Nu will be able to just stay here, start to sweep that wave up, try and even up the CS deficit that's actually started to build up at this top side.
And it's not really a big deficit. He has been trading more in the lane. Oh, so short Xiaolahu should win this short trade, but when he doesn't have his passive or his combo available, and Nu can still chase him down.
Yeah, and remember,
Should even out. Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to mention, Nu has Ghost, right? So that's where the CS deficit has come from, or Shallow, who hasn't actually TP'd yet, but that's where it can come from. Gory having to flash away in the mid lane, but he's taken down anyway. UCal and Chieftain once again exposing this FPX mid lane.
Chieftain just really enjoying this Diana pick. I think overall, good call from FPX in the previous game to ban it out, because not looking as comfortable on the Sejuani, but Chieftain didn't get the memo. Most people like to say Diana doesn't really start having an impact until level 6. This guy is not afraid things to have things happen level 3, level 5. Any old time someone's out of position in their lane or threatening to get their wave in, Chieftain is there.
Oh yeah, Hung, another double knock-up in this bottom side. Hung is loving this Alistar, and honestly, it perfectly fits with how I view Hung as a player, right? This is the guy that we always talk about having flash as a basic ability. Well, he is more than happy to go forward and make things happen. The stun comes out to answer, though. Exhaust onto this area as well as Chieftain comes into the play. Puff is surely going to find an advantage, but Chieftain the one to get the kill in the end. And it's TT 2-0 on the board.
And Hung, even as we were praising his engage there, he was engaging with LWX, farming the wave merrily, so just getting a little bit of Alistar on the headbutt pulverize, damage from Alistar on the headbutt pulverize, which meant that he was having to walk back to his AD carry, maybe getting autoed a bit, so the fact that Chieftain was just laying in wait there, not really thinking about when the jungle should be on the bot side, really nice capitalization from Thunderdog.
Great stuff, Chieftain on this Diana pick. I mean, you were talking about how he's enjoying playing this Diana pick. I'm enjoying watching him play this Diana pick as the level 6s are hitting the top side. Nu has Ghost available, has the ultimate available. Is he going to make the play? Is he going to commit to this one? Looks like it. Ghost pops Shala, who trying to get under the tower. The flash forward from Nu. One more auto will do the trick. The slow comes in as well. The spinning slash is not going to be dodged because it's not even going to be needed. Shala, who's solo killed by Nu.
Yeah, and I think Xiaolahu making a little bit of a mistake there, going for the Q trade, which pretty much just gave Nu permission to run him down at that point with no passive available, and the ultimate Ghost up. Pretty easy to secure that kill. Chieftain was there in case something happened, so I felt like there was almost no way at that point that Xiaolahu was going to live in that situation. Let's take a look here.
Yeah, we got a preview of the play.
Yep, no bone plating. No passive, no W. Just at this point, you have no defensive ability, you're just gonna get run down. Oh no.
It's a tough one. And that W kind of seals the deal, right? The ultimate has to come out from Xiaolahu to try and dodge a spinning slash, but Nu didn't even need the spinning slash. He's got the ghost proccing, right? So he could just keep chasing that one forevermore. Now TT with a small gold lead, but it is still only small, right? Ultimately, it's FPX on the bottom side do still have somewhat of an advantage in terms of being able to control things, get the Drake for themselves. And we keep on seeing Clid trying to find these invades, trying to find an individual advantage, but so far it's not really led to much.
Yeah. Talked about these junglers having definite comfort picks, and the Lee Sin not being available for Clid. He looks like a very different player so far in this game. But of course, we did mention that Nu able to spot him out on level 1 and to deter his initial invade. So praise to Thunder Talk there, and also praise to FPX for at least looking for that and understanding that he has to make something happen early.
Bottom side clearing some vision as LWX has been found.
Oh,
Great
nice
flash
one.
from Southwind, the zap and the rocket from Puff. And TT, that is an easy pickup for them, and an uncharacteristic mistake here from LWX. FPX now with Herald on the map. Surely they can't contest this one. As UCal, he's moved towards the bottom side, but he has that realm warp. But FPX are just going to go in on Chieftain. And TT, I mean, oh, what a fumble. Man advantage and everything, and I don't know why they're not grouped.
Yeah, so it looks like they had stopped, pushed the wave, and Chieftain just starting the Rift Herald there. But if Southland had been in position, going up from the bot side and had ult available, there's no way that really FPX should be able to get a flank or a surprise onto TT. So just a bit of weird gap in communication there, but Thundertalk overall still ahead. I'm eyeing the Camille as potentially a comeback angle. The Zeri also scaling up, so FPX aren't out of this by any means.
Yeah, the Blastco, meaning Southwind can close this gap, then UCal pushes down. Nicely done here by TT to find that pick. Now, again, a minor gold lead for TT, but honestly, the fact that there is any gold lead for TT. Remember the two teams that are coming into this series, right? Remember where these two teams are on the standings. TT should be a massive underdog in just about any series they play in the LPL right now. And that's why, because UCal can't even hit a Q on a cannon minion, apparently. No, but in all seriousness, FPX should be a heavy favorite coming into this series. So the fact that TT winning game number 1 of the series, now game number 3, doing a really good job in the early game as well, this is a great sign for TT. This is a hopeful look for TT.
Yeah, it's pretty exciting, and I'm not counting chickens before they're hatched by any means. Camille will have an opportunity to potentially do some damage in some of these fights, but I think that Thundertalk's composition does well into what FPX has available, and the star once again is going to be LWX as
LWX has been having a great game for himself as well, or has been having a great day for himself, sorry. Especially game number 2 on the Jinx. Zeri, definitely a very mechanically intensive champion, which LWX is proven over the years. Mechanics are certainly top tier. Crash a huge wave from that top side. Not decided to go for a dive there, despite Chieftain being around in the area. Just to go for a reset. LWX, I believe, got that fight down in the bottom side as well. And again, very slow pace of game, right? We saw game number 2 definitely slow things down in this series. TT felt more comfortable in that faster pace, but as you're saying, Drake up in 30 seconds, perhaps an opportunity for TT to kick things off again.
Yeah, and I think, honestly, at this point, Thundertalk are not necessarily really incentivized to take fights. The Camille TP is about to be back up, and Nu's heading top lane again, so there'll be a window here where Camille TP will be up, FPX setting up the dragon. You still have Xin Zhao in a pretty comfortable position, so I think PT making the correct decision to not contest.
Okay, so FPX going to be the ones on the objective. This will be their second Drake of the game as well, so really nice start for them in terms of those objectives, but also that Herald's still in pocket for Clid. So we need to look at where he's going to drop that one, which laner he wants to inject gold in. But as you said before, realistically, LWX is the big carry in this composition. You'd love to see Clid move towards his bottom side with Puff and Southwind trying to just contest with Tri-Brush. They're trying to not lose control of this bot side jungle because they will be dived if they do.
Yeah, but I don't necessarily know how easy the dive will be, considering you have the Jinx rockets. Pretty easy to clear the wave overall. Also, you don't really necessarily want to dive a Taric with ulta. Doesn't go exceptionally for you, so Thundertalk should also feel like they're pretty safe. It's just more the idea of accelerating the lead for LWX with play golds when available that I'm looking for here, and then seeing if Xiaolao, who can make impactful short trades, can lock down a target on Thundertalk's side.
Not happened though, as Clid actually just drops the Herald in that mid lane instead. But I guess it was just a matter of, look, Herald's going to time out eventually. Let's just use it when we have an opportunity to use it, get a couple of plates for ourselves. And even if Gory gets the plates, I mean, Galio these days you do build AP, so it's not like Gory isn't a damage threat at all. So still valuable to get the plates on the side of FPX, and it is going to mean that they've closed the goal gap ever so slightly. Still about 1,000 in favor of TT. That'll extend ever so slightly Is Puff going to be able to get some solo time on this bot lane tower? That's 2 plates taken with really nothing else happening on the map. That's not something that should be occurring. And actually, it's going to be an entire tower taken as the plates fall as we hit the 14-minute mark. Puff gets the first tower of the game. I'm kind of gobsmacked.
What I liked about this little exchange here was Thunder Talk. We're aware that FPX were on the top side, right? That most of the members were there. Then they just walked in aggressively into the bot side, took advantage of the basically tempo lead that they had just from that map movement, and got the tower for free. Quite only Jinx alone in a lane versus plates on a tower.
Yeah, turns out Jinx pretty good at taking tower plates. Who could have known this?
Shocking information. You know,
I know.
This is why.
I know.
This is why people need analysis to interpret the game, so that they can get these kinds of insights.
Exactly. Well, Puff certainly, I think, already knew the situation is cleared now, taking a bit of damage from UCal, who's trying to defend, and will be able to do so. Chieftain there, as well as Southward to help him out, but you can see Puff moving towards that mid lane, or in fact, perhaps changing his mind. Perhaps we'll have to stick towards the bottom side of the map. I'm not sure as New grabs himself a Scuttle Crab. And I do want to quickly mention the fact that New has fallen a bit behind in that top side, despite that early kill that he got for himself. In terms of CS, having a bit of a struggle. Oh, that's a bit of a pick, Gory. Can't follow too much onto Puff there.
Realistically, shouldn't fall there, but what I am looking forward to is, I feel like we're about overdue for a fight. This Rift Herald is up.
I agree.
FPX moving into the top side. We have mythics completed for both ADs here, and I think the scary thing is that FPX in a team fight is still pretty powerful, so you want Southwind to almost preemptively pop that.
Lids in, here we go. Tarakulti coming across as well, but it's only on to 2 members. New in the back line right now. He's 1v3, and in the meantime, Puff just attacking away. The health bar's dropping for FPX. Gory will fall, and it's 4 men strong for TT. It's looking good for the bottom tier squad once again. They want to change that reputation. Puff aggressed upon, but Xiaolahu to fall. Puff with the reset, but LWX turning it around. Finds his opponent in the AD carry, but will be the last man standing.
And this is exactly what we were looking for in these fights. You have the Taric ulti to keep your backline safe, while Tryndamere pops his ultimate and goes really, really ham onto the enemy backline. Clit getting a bit excited, initiating there, but overall, just note one thing about FPX's composition. They're looking for that all-in wombo combo using their ultimates. Meanwhile, TT can outlast almost any of these combos, right? They just last it out with the Taric ultimate, with the Tryndamere ultimate. Oh my gosh, New is a monster in this fight here. Takes one down 1v3. Meanwhile, Jinx able to stand back, just calmly auto attack, and to carry the rest of the game.
Yeah. I mean, a little greedy at the end. It has to be said. Jinx got excited, Puff got excited as well. And unfortunately, LWX knows how to press Q, so gets a nice, easy little shutdown at the end of the fight. But either way, still a great situation for TT, because now almost 3,000 gold ahead, a charge in the mid lane, and apparently we were overdue on these fights, because we get another. Puff grabbing that kill to start this one off. Clint trying to escape. Puff basically out of mana. TT do have to be cautious on this one, but it should open up the Drake.
I can see the angle that FPX were going for there, right? The ultimate on Southwind was still down. Pretty long cooldown on that, so they saw that opportunity where New was split off. Maybe they could make an engage happen, but his positioning from Puff overall, and basically, even though Southwind had no ultimate, was able to buy a lot of space in that fight.
Done. 3-9 now on the scoreboard. TT once again looking good. 4,000 gold leader. Xiaolahu moves up to this top side. I have to say, Xiaolahu has had a good game for himself, but I don't know if it's going to be enough to be able to come back in this one. I feel like LWX is the man that has to step up to the plate. He's down in CS, but does have the 2 kills. Gory trying to get a taunt in that bottom side, but it's not going to happen for him. As Clit moves up to this top lane as well. UCal in the area, but with Hung moving over, I'm not sure UCal can contest. This should be the tier 1, now taken by FPX.
And one thing that might be a little bit underrated when you think about these two compositions is how much having these open map states, even if they're giving turrets over to the Camille in these really, really long, elongated lanes without structures or vision, actually favors Thundertalk's composition. They have a lot of sustained damage on their side laners who are pretty safe, really enjoy chasing opponents down in those long lanes, and I think they're happy to have a map that's open this early on.
Yeah, they're happy to be able to just roam around, you know, have that space and that freedom to play how they want to play. It's you know, it's like cows in the field. They always want to have the open range, you know, they don't want to be stuck in the cages. That's a weird metaphor to make, but you know, we're rolling with it.
Yeah,
we're a vegan stream here today. I actually had a vegan pizza last night. I'm not gonna lie, they are getting so much better. I'm not vegan, but I like experimenting with the cool vegan foods that are coming out these days. It's so much better than it used to be. Some of them are actually really tasty now. Vegan pepperoni, pretty up there.
Yeah,
I give it an 8 out of 10.
I don't know what vegan pepperoni is made of, but I do know that
Not me.
the flip side of an open map state is that you can get a lot of these picks for FPX. So that's really the goal here for them, is just to find someone without the Terra ulti available, without Tryndamere nearby, and to take someone down and set up to try to take a 4v5 around a neutral.
Yeah, we'll see if they're gonna find that opportunity. Puff gets excited, but not gonna push for anything more there. Just gonna be a tower in the mid lane for TT. That is now 2 of the 3 tier 1s knocked down across the map for TT, whereas FPX only have that tower up in the top side. Xiaolahu, the only one with any real pressure from the side of FPX across the course of this game when we're talking about the laning phase here. And we'll be able to chase New away on the bottom side. I'm surprised that New isn't feeling a little more aggressive in this bottom lane matchup, honestly, considering he does have that Gale Force, has the Executioners as well. I feel like maybe he would win the 1v1 if he went a bit more aggressive.
So we don't really have vision of FPX, right? They did take their resets there, but there's always a chance that they're leaning to the bot side, looking to flank on an over-aggressive New. So once New stops showing, gets the wave, now we have permission and ability for GT to walk into top side, get some division down, which will allow them to kind of really get a better sense of where FPX is on the map so that their sideliners can take these more aggressive 1v1s.
So New opting out of the 1v1 now as he rejoins the rest of his team. Yukon just going to push this top wave out. But it looks like New will have to make the long journey back down. And remember, this is the point in the game where New having that ghost instead of teleport is going to start to hurt the side of TT. If he plays towards the bottom side, and Xiaolau who plays towards the top side, that teleport can mean that New can't really get any side pressure, but also can't participate in any Baron.
And this is where communication is going to be really essential between New and UCal. They're going to have to be able to call very clearly who is strong side of this play. So when someone is their turn to show in a side lane on the map, the other one has to be willing to stand in vision and fog. And they have to get the timings very well and very down correctly, because New doesn't have the TP, like you mentioned. So he's better off just kind of hovering between the mid lane and his side of the map so that, 1, he doesn't lose a wave, and 2, there's always the threat that he could be there in 10 seconds, 15 seconds.
He's always lurking. He's always somewhere in the shadows. Drake coming up in 20 seconds, though, and that's where my eyes are drifting right now. Yukal still on the top side, but New, we mentioned his lack of TP. Doesn't matter too much when he's already stood at the objective, but they're looking for a play in the mid lane by the looks of things. Flank onto LWX, perhaps, but LWX on this Zeri, pretty sure can just skip over a wall and will be perfectly safe, but denying a wave, at least in that mid lane, and giving themselves entrance into this river once more, where they will be able to take this Drake uncontested.
Yeah, and it looks like FPX being ahead on the top side, able to threaten this 2-2. Probably not necessarily thinking that they want this Drake. They're sitting on 2 Drakes themselves, giving one over to ThunderTalk. Not the end of the world, so they're just going to set up Vision top side. Maybe see if they can rotate the Jinx, or the Zeri up on the next wave and thread the T2. Oh, not rotation though.
Bit of a toughie, but they'll be okay. They get themselves the Drake, and it's 2-piece on Drakes now. As once again, I feel like we had a quite slow early game. We reached our quota, and TT were like, "Look, you need some kills, you need some action. let us sort you out. And we had a couple of back-to-back fights. It was all very exciting. And then we're like, okay, that's enough of that. Let's settle down again. Let's just play it slow for the next 10 minutes because we've returned to normalcy. And, you know, it does make a lot of sense when you've got Clid, Chieftain, Yukao, Gory, all players over from the LCK. So it makes a lot of sense that we would have teams with a bit of a slower mindset coming into this year. Xiaolo, who getting aggressed upon. This is what we were talking about. New being aggressive while he can't see the whole squad from FPX. Gory here to punish, gets the taunt. The CC chain is there, but New actually gets out with his life.
Yeah.
I can't believe that.
Just managing to buy a lot of time, pulling them all down to the bot side. So, I mean, if you're Thunder Talk, you might consider having the TP, going to the top side instead. It's like, we pulled all of this pressure, now we can get a T1 turret on the top side. Now we can get something else on the other side. So not quite getting anything out from it, so it just looks like New is carelessly and heedlessly engaging on bots, but it's out for it at least. Now, Thunder Talk has a very low cooldown on that ultimate, so maybe can cause some more chaos on the opposite side of the map as they set up for this Baron.
Yeah, Xiaolo who finishes that tower in the bottom side. TT not actually going to start the Baron off, just going to go for some vision. I wasn't sure. I was like, you know, they do have a Jinx, and they're aware that people are on the bottom side right now. But Gory and Xiaolo who both had TP up, so I think it perhaps would have been a little overzealous to try and start that Baron off. They decide that's too much for them for the time being. New just going to crash another wave. Wave might actually just finish that tower by itself if nobody shows up. New really wants that local gold, toying with it. He's just out of range. There we go. Gets himself an extra little bit of cash. We'll be able to head back to base and grab some items. But he's on 2 items already at this point, so this Tryndamere starts to become real scary if you step too far forward.
And that is the FPX's reward, the T1 for burning New's ultimate and forcing him to recall at low HP. But the nice thing is that they were in position to get some vision. It looked like Southwind just didn't have a lot of wards available. So they didn't lay down a lot of vision, but the thought was there, you know? Yeah, they had an idea.
As long as you're thinking about vision, that's all that really matters, you know?
Yes.
Like, it's not about actually playing well, guys. It's about thinking about playing well. That's why I always, whenever I'm playing, I'll have a Twitch streamer on my other monitor. And that way I can think about playing well, like watch someone else play well, have the vibe of playing well while I run it down in my silver promos. New gonna go very aggressive here on towards Hung as he slices his way back out of the play. And Puff immediately just gonna start the Baron. Xiaolo who pushing on the bottom side, and TT pulled the trigger. This is a team that are decisive. 5k on the Baron. Clid can't even get close to contest this one. The Baron goes down before the fight ever begins, and now Clid is alone in the middle of everyone. Galio about to arrive, but Clid's already fallen. LWX chased away by Chieftain, and now it's Gory alone. Realm Warp to the rest of the players. Puff just cuts through them. LWX fell as well. It's a disaster for FPX, and this is the decisive TT we've all been waiting for.
Yeah, I'm just really enjoying the fact that getting Hung low enough, knowing that he's going to have to recall, was enough for them to commit to this Baron. And they want, TT wants FPX to commit to them. Their entire composition is drafted around that. They have the Taric in place. They know that if they ult into us, we're going to be ready. And they grab the Baron, take it.
They've got a Tryndamere and a
I
Jinx.
think so.
I think they're just going to end the
could
game right
definitely
here. The 2 towers are already down. Taric trying to play Peel. Puff getting through Hung, looking for Clid next. He's got the resets. Everybody's going to die. TT have done it. They just needed Kelsey on the cast, the biggest fan available. 2-1 to TT, and they end their losing streak.
Thunder Talk came today at the top of the hour. We said, we want creativity. We want some of that creativity back from 2021. We got creative drafts. We've got some exciting concepts coming out from Thunder Talk's side, and it gives them that second win. We talked about them making playoffs being a distant dream, but if they keep pulling these performances, I'm not going to say it's going to happen, but, you know, Thunder Talk, 2022 World Champions, Munchables. It's inevitable. It's written on the wall.
Yeah, I mean, I can't see it going any other way at this point, unless the fact that they already have 9 losses stops them getting into playoffs. We'll have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and see.
It's all about summer playoffs, because that's how you win worlds. I don't know if you're aware of that one, but yeah. Exactly.
That's true. That's true. This is the beginning. This is the beginning. The rest of this split is going to be like the Rocky warm-up montage, you know, bit of Eye of the Tiger in the background. Oh, that's adorable. Puff getting a big old hug there. As they are over the moon. They got themselves a win off the back of a 4-loss streak here. Their second win of the split. And I'm just happy for the players, you know. They brought in these new players. They brought in Chieftain and Yukal, and we were all a little skeptical of the first couple of series, but it's working out. Feels like they figured themselves out.
Yeah, and I think they're obviously have to temper excitement a little bit, because there is the Diana pick that worked very well in games 1 and 3. No Diana in the second game. The teams looked way more lost. I also don't want to be too down on FPX, who are feeling a little bit down on themselves already. They not only did they lose this series, but they lost recently to Rare Adam. Definitely on a loss streak at the moment. Looking to decide on an identity, looking for junglers that pair well with them, and not feeling the same impact from their bot lane that we started to feel, even starting from the Demacia Cup.
Yeah, FPX right now, that's their 4th loss in a row at this point. And looking towards playoffs, I mean, this is a team with 7 losses now. They need to start to get some wins on the board. But when you look at the remaining schedule, they've still got to face against BLG. They've still got to take on IG, B5, WA, OMG. Like, there are some tough matchups in there. So FPX, they will need to get this figured out, and figured out soon if they want to make it to playoffs. But really nice game here from TT. You can see, obviously, Puff the vast majority of the damage, and really supportive, honestly. A good 134 damage in favor of Southwind. I think that tells the story of the game.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
But do we have their vision scores? That's their CS differential.
Vision. You certainly didn't care about vision.
We need the CS differential. That's the key important part here. The thing that I really just want to see more of, though, is this Tryndamere Taric combination. Tryndamere could dive the backline, not care, and then his own backline is still safe. So really enjoying seeing that happen. I think it was really only enabled by the fact that FPX decided to blind Alistar, because otherwise I don't know how easy it is to pick the Taric there, but worked out very well for them in that game.
It certainly did, and the team fights, it felt like FPX trying to go for that all-in, right, with the Xin Zhao, the Galio, the Camille, and Zeri trying to just clean everything up, but really not able to have the damage. And, you know, they were quite far behind by the time we got to that Baron fight. But I just loved that TT was so willing to pull the trigger on that Baron, right? They see Xiaolahu in the bottom side, and yes, he has TP up, but that doesn't matter because FPX are already 5 men strong, and they burn through the Baron so fast. Like, the speed at which that they just cut through the worm. Really, really impressive stuff from TT to see that decision-making, and we have Puff standing by for an interview. I cannot wait to hear from him. He looked over the moon on the end of that game. Let's see what he has to say for himself.
Hello everyone, welcome to interview, and now we have invited Puff from Thunder Talk Gaming. Congratulations on today's win. So tell us more about how do you feel at this moment, and maybe is there any changes or adjustments made by the team before today's best of 3? 那首先恭喜泡芙，恭喜 TT 获得了本场比赛的胜利。第一个问题想问到的是，再次的斩获一胜，现在感觉怎么样？同时在这场 BO 赛开始之前，有没有进行哪些特别的一些准备或者改变呢？
就是每次打比赛之前，我们都会就是特别教练还有选手都会对对面就所有的比赛视频都看一遍，然后了解他们的情况，然后今天能赢下来真的非常开心，比上一次赢得更开心。
To be honest, before every single matchup, all the players and all the coaching staffs inside our team, we have watched all their matchup games for our opponent's team. We really made a full preparations. So I'm super happy about getting the win for today's game, even happier than we were able to get the previous win. Yeah, definitely we can see this. And let's talk a bit more about today's game, because we feels like FPX is a team that really play around the bowling a lot. And we can see this from game 2 as well. So I'm very curious, before entering into game 3, is there any feedbacks made by the team, or is there any strategy you guys would like to have in Game 3, especially targeted towards the ball lane. 那其实我们觉得 FunPlus 这支队伍，他们好像很多时候也会围绕着下路去打，这一点从第2局也能够感觉出来。所以说也比较好奇，可能来到最后的决胜局之前，你们可能对比如说下路的一些布局啊，或者说怎么样来限制对方的这方面，有没有进行哪些的一些反馈或者调整呢？
第3局我们下路做出特别明显的就是我们下路一直在控线，然后我们打野需要发育，然后就是南风一开始就提议我们下路需要控线，然后不要被抓，然后只需要防他们越塔就好了。我觉得这一点做得特别好，然后就他们也没有抓到下路。
So before entering into Game 3, Mass support player Southwind, he mentioned that we should control the wave, we should avoid the opponent's team to tend to get some tower dive. We really should avoid this. We just control the bot lane wave and to guarantee more time for our jungler to just scale up to do more farmings. And we think like for our body, we really did so well in Game 3. I want to say this, and definitely the body in Game 3, you guys really performed gorgeously. And my next question is about this pick Taric, because in Game 3, although there are so many hot pick in the support position has been open, but you guys were able to just choose this champion Taric. Definitely is not a common pick. So what's the background of picking this champion Taric? 那其实来到第3局的时候，你们是很果断的选出了宝石的一个辅助。当时有很多的可能版本比较热门的辅助英雄都 open 在外的情况下，你们还是很果敢的拿出了宝石。能问一下，当时宝石登场的一个背景是什么样的吗？
就打野提了一嘴，因为刚开始的时候就看到对面阵容有点好像我有点活不了，然后打野提了一嘴宝石，然后我跟辅助瞬间就认同了，然后也觉得宝石特别好，然后搭配我们这阵容，而且可以防止对面来开我们，是一个非常好的 pick， 然后瞬间让我们这个5v5打团胜率很高很高。
This is during the ban pick phase. To be honest, our jungler player mentioned like maybe Taric can be a very good option. And after he said that, both Southwind and I, the two of us, thought like Taric can be a very good option because we really feel for me as a marksman, the opponent's team can really make the hard engage on me. So I really need more protection in the actual team fight. So at this time, Taric can be the optimal option. And also we feels like after we have picked Taric into our draft, he can really fits into our draft, fits into our composition, and also in the 5v5 team fights, he can really make a super good protection to avoid the opponent's team to make the hard engage. So that's the reason for us to just lock down that Taric. And I want to talk a bit more about the last team fight in Game 3 because you guys were able to seek a super good opportunity to make the engage and also cleanly just win the game. So tell us more about the details of the last team fight in Game 3. 那接下来还想听一下我们的泡芙选手分享一下关于第3局最后一波团战的一些小小的细节，因为当时你们也是很好的抓住一波机会，直接就是一局直接就是终结了比赛，所以说能问一下当时是发生了一些什么呢？
因为打牛头，最好的办法就是让他没有大嘛，然后牛头没有大的话，我觉得我们打团好像就随便赢，而且正好也是我们准备在我有无尽的时候，我们就去跟他们正面打团了，然后正好也是打野抓住了一个牛头，然后把他大招打没了，配合上单，然后我们就果断开龙，因为我们知道他们来接的话一定会输，然后就复活时间也很久，然后我们就一波了。
I really think like facing against Alistar, this champion, if Alistar is without ultimate, we can super easy to win every single team fight. And also around that time, I've already got my core item. I have a very good item build. And also our jungler and also the top laner, the two of them have already forced the opponent's Alistar to use their ultimate. So we feel like this can be a very good opportunity for us to just rush the Baron and force the opponent's team to have the team fight around the Baron pit. We feels like if we just make the hard engage, definitely we can win this. And also because it's a very late game, the opponent's team, they really cannot like because opponent's team they really need a few time to do the recall to just respawn. So we feels like this can be a very good opportunity for us to just end up the game after that team fight. And definitely you guys just perfectly did this. And congratulations again. Thank you for the sharing. And 再次的恭喜你们，也希望你们接下来比赛也能越打越好。And back to you guys.
谢谢。
拜拜。
拜拜。
Thanks very much, Wendy. And of course, Puff as well. Good to hear how much they were thinking about Alistair's ult, right? I'd not really considered Ali ult being a big part of the equation for the whole game, but clearly the team coordinating very well. And we said that communication was going to be key for this team. Apparently, communication is looking fantastic for TT right now, based on what Puff has been saying in this interview. He is going to be the MVP coming out of that game as well. A fantastic performance from him on that Jinx and from the whole TT squad. Honestly, I'm just over the moon that they've got this win. I'm over the moon about all of this, and I'm over the moon that we got to see them so happy on the stage at the end of that one.
Oh yeah, they looked very excited, running up to hug Heart. You know, I feel like sometimes Heart's criticisms on stage gets in their face a little bit rough, but obviously very happy to see them win. They're very happy at the conclusion of that, so excited to see more from this version of Thunder Talk, because it feels like finally Chieftain and UCal have settled into the team. Puff making off with the MVP there, but so many shots were firing for TT in this series. Southwoods, Tark, really huge, new, managing to aggressively move on to people. Chieftain really looking strong on this Diana, so this is definitely a Thunder Talk squad that's united and ready to make more damage in the LPL standings.
Yeah, absolutely. Thunder Talk managing to get themselves a win, and crucially as well, FPX getting a loss at a point in the standings where they really can't afford many more losses. If they want to make playoffs, they need to be getting 8 or 9 wins, and they're getting to the point now where that's starting to become more difficult. They basically can't afford any more losses across the course of this split. Maybe they could afford one, depends how standings pan out. We'll have to dig into that on one of the shows at some point soon, but yeah, it's a toughie for FPX now. They've got to figure themselves out quickly. But that is going to be our first series of the day done and dusted with, which means it's time to move over towards BLG versus JDG as our next matchup. Now, this one is crucial. 2 teams in the middle of the standings fighting for their right to get that playoff seeding. We'll see how it's all going to go down in a few minutes' time.
To the fallen, leave me to be with the broken one last time before I go. Hold the last burning ember, let us never surrender. May we rise up to the call for the glory and the broken, for the lost and forsaken.
So when you want to reach the stars, I lift my head up and hit resume. Get me away from the waiting room, 'cause we were born to achieve our dreams. So just fire away, fire away. Well, do you feel it getting closer? I know each day we're growing stronger. Well, do you feel it getting closer? My eyes on the goal, the game is on. 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 I feel I'm on the edge, testing my own limits. It's taking me to the top. I'm taking action. Okay, here we go. Well, do you feel it getting closer? I know each day we're growing stronger. Well, do you feel it getting closer? My eyes on the goal. The game is on. 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 The game is on.
Why do you speak on my name? Why do you treat me so bad? 'Cause I never made you feel like this. Why do you leave me into? Do you love you for real? Do you love you for real? No, 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 no.
see. ZS is a level disadvantage for now, but the barrel toss throws him down low again. He should have sustain as he W flashes in as well, slicing guys. 1 versus 2, the Shy is a Gragas, but how much can he do as ZS runs back into the fray? The barrel toss, first blood body slam, and Hacker can't follow it up. He don't have the flash.
Watch the Orianna ball. That shockwave could be huge. And now you can see Wei going in. He's not going to get the steal. He's going to have to try and use his ultimate. We can now get Blumau going way too deep. Has to go in. The Moonlight Vigil goes completely wide. And now Ala can wreak havoc. He's got himself resets. 1, 2, 3 kills there for the Akali before they get taken down. But the Gwen not to be outdone. The top laners triple. But it's still the Gwen alive. Finn trying to make this one work. The shockwave finally comes out, but it hits nothing. We talked about the mid laners, but this game is all about the top.
IG are still barreling forward. Uzi is now up. Chris up as well. Never lockout.
They're going to try and go for it. There's a solar flare out. Uzi trying to pepper down the damage. Lucas is dead, but Breed is first to follow. They get the reset. There's on. As he's going down. It's a double kill for Uzi. It might be a triple kill for Uzi as he steps them in the game. Uzi has stood up and told IG to step out.
Have Shadow over the wings. There's grasping boots. They're forcing into Shadow's hands here. And this is all set up from LGD beautifully. The J engage on the back line. You've got iBoy still alive on the side. He's doing work on this Vayne. You've got to get the Vayne. You've got to get the Vayne. He's still going. He's still going. 2 kills, 3 kills. Can it be a quadra? Can it be a penta? Oh my God! Ori smashed a team fight and a penta kill for iBoy.
They have no idea. RNG are moving out of the base. This is Karsa at the top side. Bane is still in the base. They have at least some people back, but if V5 can just stop the resets, they're in good spots. Rich now, he's moving away.
He's going.
They're looking
He's going.
for it. Karsa's running.
Cast is making the play, needs to drop the control ward. Immediately the TP's coming through. Bin desperately trying to stop what he can. The rest of the team TPing back. It's going to be onto the Nexus though. And V5, the Cast hero play makes it happen.
牙膏选手的话，我感觉他就是特别会支援打野类型的中单吧。应对他的话，就好好的把他压在线上，不要去支援打野吧。我们队伍的话，就是最近对版本理解更好了，然后执行力也更果断了。其实对于打出什么成绩，我倒是没有想过，但就是每一把都能配合得更加好吧，就感受会更好。
It's kind of interesting to hear Fofo talking about coordination and saying his team has the best read on the meta and things, with BLG recently been struggling a fair bit, I would say. It doesn't feel like his read on BLG and my read on BLG are that similar right now. So curious to see how they play today. I'm cautiously excited. I'm much more. I'm joined by Kelsey as we head towards our second series of the day. It's BLG versus JDG. And if you don't know, this is a big one when it comes to standings. BLG currently in 6th place with 6 wins and 3 losses. JDG in 8th with 5 wins and 4 losses. Just a singular win separates these two teams right now. And we're getting close to playoffs. Standings is everything. So definitely a lot on the line for the two teams. And I want to... We've got Kelsey Moser on the show, right? An absolute League of Legends expert. And so we're going to do a bit of a different segment here where we're digging a little bit into some macro stuff. So in a moment, we're going to show you some clips of JDG using top lane as a tool. But in these clips, you're not going to see any fighting because we're going to be talking about the map movements. We're going to be looking at the minimap and kind of explaining how JDG are one of the smartest teams in the LPL. So Kelsey, over to you. Let's do some learning.
Yeah, so make sure that you're looking at the top part of the minimap here. Yagao gets the wave in, which forces Forge to respond, which means that he cannot be here. So as soon as they show, JDG move aggressively in to clear out these wards and make sure that they're the first ones onto the dragon just 40 seconds before response. In this next clip, it's a little bit different. Let's look at the bot side, take a look at Hope, making sure they get this wave in. And then Kanavi and 369 on the top side, threatening to die the T2 and deny the waves from CDC.
It's really intelligent the way that they're playing around these sidelines, pushing these minions in so that they can then play on the other side of the map. It's all about trying to do that balance between the two sides of the map and trying to do it effectively. JDG, one of the best teams in the league at pulling that off right now. We'll see if they're going to be able to do it against BLG, though, because BLG are an intelligent team. But one of the issues BLG have had is on these kind of map rotations, quite often they feel a little bit sluggish. And a lot of that comes down to Fofo being a bit on the slow, because Fofo very regularly at the minute being quite greedy with his recalls. You know, his CSD, best in the league. When it comes to laning, this guy's still on top. When it comes to kill participation, the coordination with the team, when it comes to recalls and things, he's a little bit slower. It means the BLG average game time is really long as well at 33 minutes.
And it isn't so much that their game time is so long, but it's that their games feel long because they're often delayed from starting fights and the enemy team just isn't in a position where they can contest, so the games really stall out. In this particular clip, we're going to see LeBlanc basically kind of greeting for Krugs there, had already gotten the wave in, gets this extra wave and then recalls. Meanwhile, the rest of her team has already recalled on the map and are unable to contest the top side when the enemy team invades. Meanwhile, this one, the Zoe and the Jinx in the minimap, so Doggo and Fofo, both a bit late on this recall, which means that anyone's legend gets this mid wave very easily, gets set up on the Baron, which late on these rotations, even if you're ahead, means that you're going to stall out your mid games, create opportunities for a team like JDG to come back in map play. So this series on paper might not seem that close when you look at the talent lineups, but in practice, just understanding this idea of the map movement gives JDG an opportunity to play it out.
Yeah, and JDG winning the most recent series as well. They're certainly looking pretty good right now. So I definitely wouldn't be underestimating JDG coming into this one. You can get away with these little mistakes against teams like anyone's legend, but you've got to be on best behavior here today. And again, an important matchup when it comes to those standings. But we do need to look at this top lane as well, because we have two of the most volatile top laners, I dare say, up in that top side. Breathe versus 369. Two players that have a relatively similar history.
Yeah, I mean, I think that what's really interesting is they both debuted around the 2019 season. So 2018 Demacia Cup for 369, 2019 for Breathe, then Curse on OMG. Both very explosive debuts where they looked very strong in laning phase. But I think over time, something that's become clear is that they diverged a bit. Breathe, not necessarily playing as much for lane, whereas I think 369, he likes to call the jungle. He likes to play the Jays. He likes to get the huge advantage, which panned out for JDG in their previous series. So even though I'm a known Zoom enjoyer, I really enjoy Zoom, I thought 369 was a good choice for JDG because they just need a focal point on the map, not someone who's going to carry from weak side picks. But overall, I think both of these players have a very strong function within their team compositions, and they work really well in the context of the team. So this one, JDG's Zoom got a huge lead in the top lane, very effective in this fight. Just look at the T1 gone on the minimap, manages to get a lot of these shock blasts and do very well for his team. On the other hand, you know, this is a little old clip from OMG's Curse, his debut season, getting
Look at this
a really nice outplay. It's so nice. Yeah.
Absolutely.
This guy.
I mean,
oh wow, nice. Play this lane matchup very well, right? But meanwhile, instead of being known for laning now, we're about to see him play Gnar. And with that 16th in the league on jungle proximity, oh, nice Mega Gnar ult right there. 16th in the league on jungle proximity, his real impact is being felt in these team fights.
Yeah, feels like Breathe has to step up when it comes to those team fights. And he's not really getting any resources from his team to do so either, right? So it's impressive that he's consistently able to perform when it comes to those fights. And again, 369 managing to do sometimes a similar job for JDG, but 369 has been kind of a weird player this split, where we're seeing things like the Gragas, the Kennen have been pretty comfortably his two top-picked top laners, which is not really a shared pool with many other top laners in the league. So definitely feels like JDG figuring out their strategies for the time being, and we'll see if it can continue to improve. But one thing I will say, when it comes to jungle proximity, I mean, 369, whether or not it's a lot of proximity in the grand scheme of the league, he definitely gets at least one gank every game. Right at the start of the game, it feels like Kanavi he makes a beeline to that top lane.
Yeah, and again, the ranged top lane picks means your spacing is very crucial, means that you're very easily able to manipulate the wave, right? You can stand in the top lane brushes at the top side there, right? And then walk past the wave, auto for free against a lot of these melee top lane champions. You can look for these 4-wave crashes, which means that it gives your jungle extra time to farm and extra time to set up that gank and that really, really impactful crash where you can deny a lot of creeps. So That's the way that JDG have been looking to play, looking to command those types of lane matchups on the top side and play very, very aggressively there. Whereas I feel like Breathe is just sitting back, not necessarily playing the lane phase always optimally, but then having a huge impact on team fights, creating a lot of space for his bot lane to really succeed. And I think that's an interesting difference in dynamic that I'm really excited to see in this matchup.
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, you mentioned the bot lane there. I think that's a lane that's worth having a deeper discussion on as well, because Hope and Missing actually been pretty good in the 2v2. I think surprisingly good. Hope has been an exceptional AD carry across the course of this split, but they're up against Doggo and Crisp, which I would argue are one of the better bot lanes in the whole league. But again, sometimes I feel like bot lanes have been very volatile this year. You come in hyping up a bottom lane and then they end up losing the 2v2. Like 2v2 seem to be really, really coin flip across the course of this year. So I am curious to see how that one pans out in the bottom lane, but BLG going to be stepping onto your stage. It will be Doggo starting today for this roster. As per usual, Doggo has been the mainstay across the roster.
And of course, with a lineup like BLG, Doggo and is also playing extremely well. They have 2 top-tier AD carries in LPL on the roster. Very little attention, I feel like, goes to Crisp, who, in my opinion, is the strongest player on this team. Very excited to watch and going to command most of this 2v2 and most of the agency that BLG is going to have in this game, either through mid or through the bot lane.
Yeah, definitely Crisp. I mean, last year as well had an amazing, so many times in summer. I was just mind blown by what Crisp was able to do on the map. So excited when they picked him up. But over to the other side as well, we've got to talk about JDG, who will be stepping onto the stage next. And this is a roster that I think, to be honest, I was not that excited about JDG coming into the year, especially after last year. They had a pretty big slump. But now, Yagao feels like he's on fire. Yagao, I think, is one of the most exciting players on this roster. Him and Kanavi both have had some really, really great games. But the problem is, Yagao also seems to have these games where he's just completely invisible. It seems to be completely feast or famine in them.
I always feel like when I watch Yagao that every season he's got like 2 or 3 champions that he just plays all the time in solo queue and practices. I think it's really, really good at, and those are the champions that he will pop off on throughout the season. So any other champion, it's kind of hit or miss. Right now I feel like he's feeling really strong on the Vigar, really strong on the LeBlanc. His Victor's been pretty tasty as well, so doing well in the current meta considering these picks.
He's been doing all right. He's up against Fofo today. So when it comes to the laning, that will be a real challenge because Fofo, as we said before, in terms of just the actual 1v1 laning, he's one of the best in the league. Like, still exceptional. But he's not really been able to influence games that well. And that's one thing that Yagao does do pretty well is get out of that lane and try and influence the rest of the map, try and get involved in these skirmishes, which I think a lot of people have been wanting to see more of.
You don't always credit toothpaste for making your smile magical, but it has to come through. Yagao, obviously, toothpaste in Mandarin, so a very apt name for him in this particular case. But a big part of JDG's macro that we highlighted at the top of this, and the big part of making those side lanes function well, and I think that that's going to be the key because BLG's team fighting is just really incredible, really difficult to match, regardless of what AD carry they're playing. Their support creates so much space. Breathe performing really well in all of these team fighting picks. So even when Fofo sometimes shows up late because of a back, you know, he does a really great job in those scenarios as well.
Yeah, certainly does, finding those opportunities. But Kanavi, I feel like Kanavi's been having a good year. You know, I feel Kanavi is one of these players that. I don't know, it seems like when he's on, he's like one of the best junglers in the world, and then he'll just randomly have a split or a few games, a few weeks, or whatever it is, where he just doesn't seem to be able to get it working at all. Recently, though, I think he's been on fire. Like, I've been enjoying watching Kanavi so much.
So Kanavi's a really interesting one, because I think he got a lot of credit in the 2020 season for being a smart jungler, just because he was full clearing and other junglers were doing a lot of hope ganks after like 3 camps when jungle XP was so impactful. So people gave him credit for being an insane pather, and then other junglers also just started full clearing, and it was kind of clear that JDG sort of had one gimmick But I feel like this season, we've seen him play things like Rek'Sai. We've seen him have these very creative gank angles and just play really well mechanically off of this and exert a ton of pressure, particularly around top end. So he feels like he's adapted or changed the way he's playing, and that's really made him stand out.
Yeah, it's exciting to see as well, because I feel like Kanavi is one of these players that at times it's felt like, okay, we need to see something different, and especially last year, we did not see that. So it's good to see him evolving with the team now, and we'll see if that's going to continue across the course of today. But we're into Champ Select here. Our second series is underway. JDG on our blue side, banning away the Gwen, banning Orianna as well, which does lend towards a couple of available mid picks, like something like the Rise. Orianna can be a good answer into that one. But BLG banning the Corki and banning Zeri as well.
Yeah, I think BLG have not had particularly exceptional performances on the Corki. And then the Zeri, I think they got punished quite a bit for not banning it. They didn't quite have a strategy that panned out for them when they left it open previously. So taking that off the board, Gwen also off the board. So either they're going to open the Caitlyn or take that away on the side. Okay, they are going to open the Caitlyn. So what I like about when Caitlyn is left on the table is when it's first pick, you kind of have a lot of options to counter it. You know what Caitlyn wants to do. She wants to push towers, so you can counter it with a good jungle matchup. You have red side, so you can counter pick that. You can counter it with a strong mid matchup. You have red side, you can counter pick that. So Caitlyn, it sometimes feels almost like a trap pick, whereas you can pick a lot of things into it that have good wave clear, prevent it from doing damage, and they're just gonna let it go through. JDG thought about it, they hovered it, but they're going with Viego instead.
And I can understand why, because Kanavi has been tearing games up on Viego, right?
Oh, yeah.
83% win rate this split. He has a 16.8 KDA on the pick. That is mental, and that's over 6 games as well. So Kanavi leaning towards a very comfortable pick for himself, but it means that Caitlyn has made it through once more. BLG not going to opt into it, though. They agree with you, going for the Jinx instead.
Yeah, I think that both teams collectively deciding the Caitlyn is a bait pick, but you know, JDG can still pick it up here. There is a really strong Zeds out that's going to have a lot of early pressure, so that might make them feel like if they're picking the Caitlyn, they're going to get chain ganked bot. BLG will save support counter pick and make their lives miserable. So they're just going to opt into the Jinx Aphelios handshake, is what it looks like here.
Yeah, which is, you know, not that surprising. This has been pretty much the handshake that we see almost every game of the split. Yeah, there's the victor for Yagao. This is all relatively stock and standard. Aside from maybe first picking the Viego, not necessarily standard, but aside from that, we're pretty much seeing the usual draft coming on through. And it does mean that BLG have options here. Could go for a support here to try and set up with the Jinx, or maybe go for a mid laner themselves.
But what I do like about the Aphelios Victor combo is that they're basically picking anti-dive with Zinzao available and Fofo picking the Akali into it. So tools to deal with these kind of shorter range all-in champions already on the JDG side. So I don't mind the Aphelios Victor. It feels a bit different than the standard, oh, we're just handshaking this stuff. But definitely the Akali is going to create a lot of excitement. Isn't going to necessarily have pressure in the lane like Fofo usually does, but going to be looking for this pick inside lanes or to get really nice flank angles behind the Aphelios, behind the Viego in later phases of the game.
And it's something Fofo has played plenty of. He's got 20 career games on this with a 65% win rate. But crucially, as you're saying, not a pick that has lane pressure. We've been saying we want to see more from Fofo getting out on the map, being a part of these skirmishes, being a part of team-based plays. Well, Akali will definitely lean towards that style. So positive to see that locked in. The Kennen banned away here by BLG. If they ban Gragas, 369 might actually have to play a meta top laner. That would be crazy.
369 also has the Jays, right? So I think Ken and Jays are the bans that make the most sense to me because those are the picks that he's going to exert the most pressure with top lane that I think they've had the most success with. But instead, opting for the Rakan ban here. I think JDG, they can ban Thresh, right? They can make Jinx more vulnerable to all-ins. Definitely an immobile pick who will not have the most fun time if Viego is like flashing at you. So maybe looking for those angles. We've also seen the Aphelios kind of Gale Force ult at Jinxes, even though Jinx outranges Aphelios in most situations and play more like a burst champ. interesting with the Malphite ban. So JDG definitely targeting the Jace, as we mentioned before. They played it in their series on Friday to great effect. So looking for that to come out here if BLG don't pick it up as a denial pick.
Yeah, crucially leaving the Thresh open as well, so they can set up for that bottom lane with the Aphelios Thresh. They could also set up for the top side, but BLG not interested in the Jace or the Thresh, instead going with a Leona down in this bottom lane. Does mean both of those picks would be available if JDG wanted to lean in that direction, would lean to a fairly long-range composition with the Victor and the Jace at least, although Aphelios not necessarily tying into that style.
I wonder if they're looking for one of these tankier picks to create more appeal or more space if an Akali is going to be flying at you compared to the Thresh, who might just get one-tapped. I don't think the Nautilus is that tanky though. Actually lost quite a bit of stats in recent years, so even with W, he kind of turned to the paper later on in the game. Will provide knockdown, so this is really interesting. I like this. Breathe.
Yeah.
We showed the Curse OMG clip, picking the Aurelia here. It's almost as if we knew. Into the Jace, letting it go through. Really expecting this matchup, probably because of JDG's recent drafts. I think it's going to be a big highlight in this game, especially since BLG chose to save the last pick. So maybe their adaptation going into this Munchables is that they're going to play to top side. Going to increase that 16th rank for jungle proximity and try to match the skirmishes that JDG want to bring to table on top side.
I would love to see it. Breathe on the Aurelia. It's a classic pick for him. As you said, we showed a classic clip of him on this Aurelia. Not long after the rework, actually, that clip. And it's been a prolific pick for him ever since. And up against this Jace, it's one of those matchups that is to some extent at least a skill matchup because both champions are very mechanically intensive. It does matter how you play that one out. But Aurelia, so much of a window to go for a big all-in if 369 oversteps. So eyes on that top lane. And as you say, lots of opportunity for Weiwei and Fofo to try and make plays up towards the top side of the map. And when you think of Crisp as a player historically, he is one of these supports that's always been more than happy to get out onto the map himself and try and influence the other side of the map.
Yeah, and early on, right, you have the Nautilus, so they're going to get a little bit of prio there, but after that, the Leona Jinx, they're going to win out on the matchups. So should provide windows for Crisp to get good recalls. Very long backs and roams to the top side to fight the Jace, right?
Yeah.
So I think that could easily turn into a 3v2 with map priority. So definitely a lot of attention also paid to the bot side to see how Crisp is going to affect the map overall, especially considering the mid prio coming out with the Victor pick. I think that they're going to have to do something because in that case, you could easily change your approach. You can go for 3-mans and top side, right? You can try to get the Jace to poke the Aurelia down really, really early on because you have to play this matchup in space like almost perfectly as Jace to avoid getting all in after you crash the third wave and having Aurelia just kind of commit onto you in that situation after stacking up her passive on with Qs and low HP creeps. So looking to see, like, I'm just hoping the camera's panning top lane this entire game because I feel like that's the pivotal matchup that we're gonna see here.
I mean, when you look at these rosters, you see 369 versus Breathe. You already know that it's going to be a banger of a laning phase. And I'm fully expecting Breathe to be looking for those opportunities. Both top laners running with the flash and TP as you would expect. So none of the shenanigans with summoners that we sometimes see up in the top lane. That's usually reserved for things like the Camille and the Gwen. But Fofo as well, just running the flash and TP in that mid lane on the Akali. As you mentioned, will not be able to get priority early on against the Victor. In fact, I'm not sure you ever get priority against the Victor as a Kali, but Kanavi already trying to make something happen down in this bottom side. Missing's going to look for the engage onto Doggo. Flash to spawn. The stun, though, blocked by Crisp. That was gorgeous from the BLG support. The thumbs up comes out from him. He read Kanavi like a book.
Yeah, and I'm just very surprised. This is a different Kanavi to the one we described. Right? Going for the level 2 gank on bot side, you would think that that's not necessarily something that's going to pan out. It's very much what I would call a flip. So a risk there, committing in, Crisp making sure that he blocks the engage, and I don't know, it doesn't work out, sends him a bit behind, and Weiwei's going to be heading top first unless Kanavi is willing to skip more camps here.
Yeah, it's gonna be a tough one, but hey, on the flip on the bot side, at least they managed to get themselves some summoners, right? 3 summoner spells burned from the side of BLG, so potential re-attempts available there. Weiwei wants to make some impact himself, though, as he goes towards this top lane. 369 did not respect this even slightly. Not a great flash either. The knock-up should come through, although the acceleration gate, no, will be slowed, will be finished off here. W to do the job and breathe with first blood.
This is really scary. Now the Aurelia has first blood, able to basically get these groups pretty quickly, and this matchup swings very, very drastically when Aurelia is able to snowball. Definitely not a situation that I want to be in as 369 now, but really good on Weiwei, and he should have predicted that happening and coming through there, considering Kanavi showed bot, as since I was always going to take advantage of that.
Certainly will. If you give Xin Zhao an opportunity to just go for a gank, 369 way overextended there, and then the flash kind of suboptimal as well. So getting caught out, and Weiwei more than happy to punish that one. But already we're seeing these junglers being really proactive. Kanavi with the attempt on the bottom side, Weiwei answering on the top side. Kanavi almost made it in time to answer. But as such, Kanavi has been running around this map the entire time. You can see he's 2 camps down currently.
Yeah, and he's falling a bit behind the Xin Zhao, which you don't typically expect that much. Xin Zhao has a nice recall already set up, all of his camps clear, and going to be able to take the level 2 Grump just as his bot lane's pushing in, so they're feeling very comfortable to do this. This could give Crisp one of those roam timers that we talked about, and him going mid gives Fofo a bit of a breathing room in the lane, allows him to recall and be ready to set up a big play, right? Like a very big play if this bot lane crash goes through. And it looks like they might just turn it into a game.
Might do, or might be denied on that one, as looks like BLG will be able to crash the wave. Missing, trying to hold it, trying to freeze this one, and be able to do so with the caster minions at very least. Interesting to see as well, Doggo actually starting with a cull in this lane, and I respect that. You know that it's not going to be a big, impactful lane. You know it's not going to be that action-packed. So, foregoing the combat stats in order for a little bit of extra gold. Slightly greedy, but you can get away with it.
And I do agree with BLG's decision not to make that gank happen. It was full health Aphelios, full health Nautilus, but this is LPL Lunchables, so I always have to kind of expect the volatility. I always have to expect them to go for it. But looking at this Crisp roam, he is going to the top side. They are going to try to make another one of these ganks happen. Both flashes burned top.
Well, Kanavi's moving up to the top side as well. Will be spotted on the control ward. Crisp in tri-brush. They don't know he's here just yet. The Scry's Bloom was popped. They don't necessarily know who popped it. So as far as they're concerned, that could have been Weiwei. Crisp moving in. Spotted just yet. He knows he's not spotted either, as Breathe potentially an option for the all-in here. Ult comes on through. The slow is there. 369 lockdown doesn't have his flash, and it's easy pickings for BLG. But now Kanavi here to answer. Only level 4, and it's a 2v3, but JDG are happy to try and make this one work for themselves. They won't find anything, though.
Yeah, Yagao having to burn the teleport to try to look for something, but 369 already died, right? So this is a huge win for BLG. We almost entirely read this play from draft come through. So very exciting to see it come to fruition. Love the adaptation that BLG are making. They saw the recent JDG series. They know these guys are going to pick Jace. They're going to play around top. This is how we're going to come to the series to adapt. We're going to give Breathe so much more resources. We're going to make this happen. Get this early roam from Crisp to the top side to continue the top step.
And it's so exciting to see Breathe given all of these resources, right? On an Aurelia, he is set up for success. 2 kills already. He's not far off the Blade of the Ring King at this point, which is very scary to say at 7 minutes into the game. The price that BLG have paid is Doggo in the bottom side, right? You can see he's 10 CS down. You saw him waving the white flag down there. He knew he could never step into the wave. He knows that he's zoned away for a while, but that is a small price to pay. Just 10 CS for getting 2 kills onto Breathe. I think BLG will take that any day of the week.
And the other flip side of that is that let's see what happens mid lane. You know, Gao forced to burn that DP. Fofo, pretty even as CS. Almost no punish at all occurred, and then just giving a free breathing room, free back timer. Hitting level 6 and ready to cause some havoc.
Yeah. Wait. Spotted on a ward. He was, again, trying to make his way into one of these lanes. Again, able to make that happen. Just the 1 assist so far. And considering how active both of these junglers have been, it's kind of amazing that between them both, just 1 assist exists. Like, they have been everywhere on the map, and now Kanavi continues that in bottom side, but again, nothing quite able to happen. Both teams playing quite respectfully aside from 369.
Yeah, and I think part of the hesitation a bit comes from the fact that Fofo was shadowing in fog. So not a hard commit from JDG, just want to get the wave in and make sure that they can get position on river here.
Be able to do so, starting to break off. Red and white weapons available for Hope as well, so even if they were in position, I'm not sure. Was that an intentional reset? Let's say that was an intentional reset since the rocket came through. We'll give them the benefit of the doubt. Knock puts Doggo here, and the fight already looking good for JDG. Resets for Kanavi, and that's scary for the likes of BLG, but Doggo's going pretty strong right now, and Weiwei actually surviving. Doggo chasing down onto missing a couple more autos to do the trick, but Hope is here. Drops the turret, deters the play, but 4-1 now in favor of BLG.
And Fofo being able to get the reset on the Akali, being in this position after level 6, looking for fogs, means that even though JDG get the wave in, they get priority on the dragon, BLG don't care. They just want the fight. They just want the snowball. And that's exactly what we see coming through here.
Get attempt on the steal there.
Poking
But it's, I mean, we've got to keep our eyes on Fofo, right?
Oh yes. Here we go. We see him basically commit in. Doesn't really matter. He gets knocked away, ends up using the W, but he's zoning Hope out of the fight. So even though it doesn't look like he's doing that much during that fight, the fact that Hope just can't auto anyone, can't do anything, has chakrams up, and those chakrams drop, means that Doggo just does so much. So that was almost like a zoning W from the Akali overall. Fofo playing that fight pretty intelligently.
Yeah, great to see from Fofo here, and great to see him getting out of the mid lane, right? We keep on saying every single game that we cast BLG, we're like, Fofo last year was so active, so good, making things happen. This year, he's just been sat in lane. Well, this Akali lock-in changes things. Fofo getting involved in the fight. And as you say, the difference was his existence meant Hope couldn't do anything, whereas Doggo was just wailing away that entire time. I'm sure he doesn't have much in the way of items just yet. He's still a Jinx. And when those resets come through, when you get excited, you'll still take over a team fight. So really great stuff from BLG, and it's led them to a 1,500 gold lead right now, and they can continue to extend that. Now that they've got the Rift Herald for themselves as well. Weiwei having that in pocket. I'd be surprised to see that go towards Doggo, but honestly, with how strong Breathe is, maybe you just continue piling everything into the top lane.
And the answer to Breathe is really going to be, what kind of CC do JDG have to lock him down? How can we snowball Yagao so that when Breathe enters the fight, the Chaos Storm is so threatening that he can't just run around the fight for free, right? He has to have the zoning of the gravity field. Nautilus has to constantly be saving his ult and his hook to get Breathe. But if that happens, all consider, Doggo has so much space to do damage. We've already seen that Fofo is willing to use his W to create space there. So let's see how this pans out and see if JDG come up with an answer that we haven't thought of.
I love the way that Breathe is playing that lane currently as well. He knows he's got the lifesteal on the Blade of the Root King, actually tanking Shock Blast just to deny CS at this point. And you can expect Breathe to start to build a bit of a lead for himself up in that top lane now in terms of those CS numbers. Already having the gold lead, but just trying to threaten 369 as much as possible while allowing this lane to push in towards his side of the map. It just makes it so much harder for 369 anything, but got a little bit of harass, but at the end of the day, it's Aurelia. That lifesteal will keep on happening. Missing, stepping too far forward, trying to get vision of the rest of the team. Moving on over. Missing has to stop, watch and wait. Playing front line right now with Crisp alongside him. But Doggo's still going. Oh, but the resets for Kanavi. Maybe this is enough as Hope gets one kill for himself. Crisp over the wall, Gravitum available, but Kanavi flashes to finish the kill. And it's 2 for JDG on the bottom side.
So JDG We asked for an answer. It is, let's see what Kanavi can do, right? Let's see if Kanavi can get to a point where he's so threatening, gets a reset onto some of these squishy members, and that might be some way that JDG can use to get back in the game. As topside happens. Oh my god.
That is a thing that happens. That is definitely a thing that happens. Rocket across the map isn't going to land. They've seen it. And 369 dodges it. Okay.
Well, just disaster in both side lanes there happening. Unfortunate time, unfortunate cage from Crisp on the bottom. I do think this Aurelia will still be a big threat, but good to see 369 use his flash on Judicity and outplay that. So we're gonna get the first replay on bot side first. Crisp getting the engage. Sits out crucially, just trying to create space. Doggo being able to auto here, but really incredible Moonlight Vigil coming out from Hope. Guaranteeing the reset for Kanavi, and then Kanavi managing to get that second kill. So here's the E. Looks good for Bree so far, but knocks him into the tower range. Oh, the ult doesn't.
Oh, and the flash. Oh, Breathe kind of messed it up at the end there. Now BLG, another opportunity on the bottom side. Missing flashes out, though. And Hope there to protect his support in the meantime. Doggo sweeping up some tower plays. So BLG still in control, despite things going a little bit sideways for Breathe in the top lane, despite the play on the bottom side not really working out for them. Herald is a bit late. Just hit 14 minutes, so those plates won't go into the pocket of Doggo. A little bit unfortunate for BLG, but still the advantage. Still just over 2,000 gold ahead.
Still the advantage, still first turret blood, right? Still a lot of gold for Doggo, so he's not going to be too disappointed about that. And they are going to pick up their first dragon. There's not much JDG can do about it at this point. So eyes on the Akali, eyes on the Aurelia to see what they can do. But I think worst case scenario, Doggo's Jinx is going to be a huge threat in these fights, considering how much range he has. And we really want 369's Shock Blast to be able to reach him and wipe him off the map.
That would be the goal. 369 has finished that Eclipse now as well, so will be a little bit more threatening towards Breathe, but Breathe has so much lifesteal. He's happy to just tank these Shock Blasts at this point. Like I said before, kind of protecting the CS, making sure that JDG can't keep up in terms of the numbers. Breathe will only get scarier as well. That's the thing. He's finished his Ninja Stabbies at this point, and when he heads towards that next item, it'll start to get to the point where we've all been there, right? We've all been in those games with a team fight Aurelia that just destroys everyone. Breathe is poised and in position to set that kind of game up for himself.
And yeah, we did talk about the misplays, but it does, as you said, still feel very BLG decisive. So let's start to watch a little bit of how they're going to play around these side lanes, right? The new Ritheld about to spawn. Fofo getting the spot side wave and going to start roaming all the way. So actually maintaining the advantage, staying ahead on the map here. So good on BLG.
I mean, we literally did a segment to start this off talking about how Fofo was getting greedy for waves, staying too long, not joining up with his team. This Akali pick, though, meaning that perhaps that changes. He returns down to that bottom side as Yagao going for a full reset. BLG having control of the top side of the map. It's like Fofo will once again clear that wave, start to move on up. He does have his TP available if needed as well, but I don't think they're going to need it. As BLG, really good control here. They'll be rewarded with it.
So in this case, him going back and taking that extra wave when he sees Yagao, really fine considering Yagao, no TP, he does. So if both of them are showing in this bot side lane, definitely he's the more relevant character there.
Yeah, and like you say, the TP advantage, meaning JDG know if they start things off on the top side, they will be at a deficit. They will not be able to win that 4v5. So smart play from BLG. And, you know, more respectful play, I think. Like, not being as greedy, not trying to go for the extra waves, not being as sluggish on the map. That's what we've been waiting for all split along. Honestly, that's been the biggest weakness for BLG. So it's positive to see them changing things up a little bit, improving across the course of the split. But we'll have to see. And also, I just want to go back to, we saw the mini interview with Fofo before the game started. And he was saying, their read on the meta is really good. The way that they're playing as a team is really good. Which, that second statement sounded weird to me with how BLG is playing. But looking at them now today, feels like things have improved.
Definitely more coordination on their plays. Even the plays that went wrong, right? The one where Crisp invaded, they had the members in place to try to make that happen, and it just didn't come through. But I don't want to count JDG out just yet. They have the Aphelios, they have the Victor, right? So you have a lot of short-range champions committing into those carries. Even though we feel like Jinx and Breathe are so far ahead, it's not like Aphelios and Victor have been choked out of this game, right? They're very relevant, completing their mythics, kind of probably significant threats in the next fight.
Missing a step way too far forward. He knew they were there. I'm surprised he committed to that one, honestly. A TP from Fofo used that, honestly, perhaps wasn't necessary, but does deny the follow-up from JDG, so still valuable there. BLG get themselves a pick that, realistically, I'm not sure should have gone down there for JDG, and now a window of opportunity. BLG slammed that Herald in the mid lane. They'll get themselves at least one tower, and Drake coming up in a minute as well.
Yeah, Drake coming up in a minute. They can just walk into topside because Victor was actually the one behind in tempo there. You got behind on the play, right? Fofo had so much time to just use CP, doesn't even lose a full wave bot, and they get the pick. Plus 2 towers for what feels like for free. No trade play available for JDG.
Beautiful stuff from BLG, and it feels like maybe the stars are starting to align for the squad. As you said, though, JDG certainly not out of the game, right? They're 4,000 gold down at 19 minutes. It's not pretty. It's definitely not a good thing for them. But they do have plenty of scaling on their side and quite a good amount of long-range poke, right? Like you said before, 369 can land a few really good shock blasts before a fight were to kick off, especially if he's able to hit targets like Fofo and Doggo. That can certainly change things up for JDG. It is certainly going to be a challenge. They're up against it on this one. BLG, better to say, would be the favorite coming into this one anyway. But JDG, so far, a little disappointing to see them fall behind in this manner because their early game has been so good of late.
Yeah, and the nice thing here, I really like this decision to just give over the dragon to BLG and to get a little bit more gold onto 369 because 369 shock blasts, as you just said, are going to be so impactful. They're going to be their way of dealing with this Fed Jinx.
I just want to point out that rocket from Doggo. I don't want to like criticize the guy. I just want to say I love the way Doggo uses the ult on Jinx. Like, he's the only player that I've seen in LPL that just uses it on cooldown. And the thing is, he's on the same team as Uzi. And I remember being just a fan of League of Legends many years ago, seeing Uzi at Worlds playing Ezreal, right? And the way that Uzi would use Ezreal ult is every single time it was off cooldown, he would be ulting one of the other lanes to get a minion wave. His teammates would even set up minion waves for him to be able to ult. And the way Doggo uses the Jinx ult to try and steal red buffs every time, to try and steal absolutely anything he can with that rocket, it's very reminiscent to me of the way that Uzi used Ezreal all those years ago.
Speaking of Uzi, I know that this is a big conversation for you and the other regular LPL casters, is just generally speaking, like the Doggo versus Uzi conversation. I feel like BLG's game plan going into this isn't necessarily possible with Uzi, or just what we think of typically of how Uzi plays, because even when he was playing last time, I felt like he actually was getting 2 lanes of farm, and Breathe was kind of just still in the occasional Krugs, you know, just seeing what he can get there. So a big part of this strategy being able to function is Doggo just willing to wave the right flag, pick up some waves with his rockets, and still feel very relevant. Know that there's going to be a trade-off for him to eventually get the Riptail, get plates. Just let Crisp take that early rotation.
Yeah, it does feel like, you know, Uzi usually demands a lot of the attention on the team. When we saw Uzi playing, it was like way just doing that. Hang on, 369's a short flash forward from Breathe. Can he find the stun is the big question, but by lots of things it might be on cooldown. 369 able to answer now. Breathe in a 1 vs 3, 1 vs 4. He's gone too far, he's gone too deep. The Gore Drinker does nothing, and it's just a kill for Hope.
But look at the top side. Fofo getting the wave in top, so I don't necessarily think they can threaten turret. You don't really think of Akali as a really big turret shredder. but at least
I don't know. We saw a
they're going
Heartbreaker Akali
to.
the other day.
At least they're going to pull pressure, get an answer, and make sure that JDG is not going to get a whole lot for Breathe getting, put it mildly, a little bit frisky munchables.
Yeah, just a little bit. And crucially, we've been talking about quite literally the hope for JDG. We make that pun literally every game, and I love it. I'm never going to stop. I don't care. 2-0-2 now, but crucially got a bounty off of Breathe as well. I believe it was 200 gold bounty. I'm not 100% sure there, but will be closing that 80 carry gold gap a little bit. 2 items on the Aphelios. And remember, this Aphelios, no matter how far behind you are, we all saw the big ulti from Viper yesterday against Top Esports, where he literally one-shot the entire team with the Infernum. That's what an Aphelios can do in the late game. So you can never quite count this pick out.
And we saw in the earlier fight, Fofo using W to create space for the 80 carry. Yagao has a similar opportunity with the gravity field. So definitely a situation that we can see play out just in terms of like how these mid laners are creating space for their 80 carries to be able to out DPS each other.
Moving into the mid lane. It feels like JDG wanted to try and make an attempt on the tier 1 there, but won't find the opportunity as they're just throwing the waves. And once again, we have this pressure in the side lane. The tower will just about survive. But oh, Yagao's been found, and Fofo finds a solo kill. But he is alone, and he will be taken out for his trouble. Kanavi getting himself a kill, so, you know, does get a solo kill, but also gives up a bounty.
Yeah, I feel like BLG are subscribing to the, you know, the Huni philosophy of sidelining, which is, if I create as much chaos and pull 4 people to my lane, it doesn't matter if I die. It's my team's fault for not being in position to do something on the opposite side of that. In this case, at least, Fofo trades 1 for 1, and his team's coming out of base, so this should be free dragon setup just before dragon spawns. And oh, looks like we've got some action happening.
Oh yeah, it's all kicking
map.
off again. Wei used the Crescent Guard to try and keep himself alive, but Doggo is just chilling behind all of this. The rocket comes through, and Hope falls as well. Hope is gone for JDG in more ways than one. It's 10-7, and Baron is up on the map. Dragon is up on the map. BLG can go where they like, but I think Baron is the call.
Yep. Looks like the call to me.
So
got the jinx in position. I don't know if I'm disappointed. I'm just I'm hitting the punctuation. You know, it's when you have to decide between a dragon and a baron. If soul is not on the table, you should always go for the baron.
Yagao missing one to contest, but Fofo is behind enemy lines, goes for the flank here, and Yagao falls. It's going to be missing to go down as well. And the Baron wasn't even stopped. Wei has to smite early just to keep himself alive, but there's no chance of a contest unless 369. Oh, okay. Can't walk up. And that'll be Baron now. That'll be everything BLG could have ever wanted. And Drake is up still. Kanavi making his way on over. I don't know if he can go for that, though.
We are going to get a replay of the bot T2 dive, right? So they know that there are 4 people on the map. Breathe identifies 369. This time, they at least trade 1 for 1, right? And then in this particular situation, BLG's team collapses in time. They're able to clean up this fight, or at least get another 2 more kills, and then get in position for the Baron. I'm a little bit confused as to what the 2 members of JDG thought they were going to achieve walking into the Baron with no vision, but
I feel like it was one of those moments where it's like, look, we just have to outplay them now. We're so far behind, we're just going to make it happen. Yagao's on that Victor, which he has been having such a good year on. I can understand the logic at least, because scaling looks pretty good for BLG as well. It's not like this team is going to slow down anytime soon. Anyway, hitting over the wall, Breathe off on the sidelines. And remember, if Breathe can get a big flank, he's only getting scarier at this point.
Said he's going to do what we talked about a little bit before, which is just, if you've got pressure on one side, if one side laner showing one side, and the other one wants to fog, he's just going to pick up some Krugs, while Fofo uses his turn to kind of play the strong side game to threaten the tower.
And look at this, Fofo just playing it so safe, staying near enough to the minions that the cannons are empowered. There'll be tier 2 in both mid and top lane simultaneously. BLG doing such a good job of just pressuring every single lane here with the Baron buff. We can see Breathe returning to that bottom lane once again, pushing a wave in. JDG committing 4 people to the mid lane, 1 to the top lane to try and defend. Means Breathe can pressure in the bottom side, and it's just suffocating. BLG layering so much pressure onto Hope, taking a huge chunk there. That's almost half of his health from 1 auto out of Doggo.
And look, bot lane, right? Like they're actually coordinating these waves pretty well. They're spreading JDG on the map.
Oh!
So you
Fofo
have Yagao
does not
isolated,
care about
and
your
Fofo just
toothpaste.
deletes him, then. Yeah.
Yeah, beautiful stuff. I think we've got a little bit of delay going on between us here, Kelsey. We'll try and fix up the sync at the end of this one. But BLG trying to finish things off here. Inhib down in the mid lane. Now moving up to this top side where Fofo has already prepped a wave. It's a bit of a blue Peter. Here's one I made earlier from Fofo as they take another inhib. Breathe now pushing in the bottom side. And it's just a macro masterpiece from BLG as they slowly but surely inch this one out.
And it's been a pretty long time since I've seen... Goodbye.
Okay, they're actually just gonna end the game. That's 2 kills from Doggo out of nowhere. Hope's gone as well. This is brutal actually. Kanavi will fall. Fofo with another one. That's 5-1 and 3 on the Akali. That's the last inhib, and that's surely gonna be game.
And crucially, you know, this is a very good adaptation from BLG. Going into the season, we talked about as they chase Yagao to his death. Talking about how BLG, they're not exactly a super team, right? They didn't get all of the pieces that they allegedly discussed wanting, but definitely star-studded names based on last season's performance. This is a team where, in a perfect world, they can play to any of their 3 lanes. So them actually being able to execute on that, them actually playing to their 16th in LPL for jungle proximity top laner and setting up a situation where, okay, we know JDG, they're going to play Jace. We're going to pick the Aurelia counterpick, something that Breathe is known for, give the fans the highlight matchup that they want, and then make sure that we play around that win condition. We play around our side laners. We match what JDG have been bringing to the table and demonstrate that we can do this better, that we belong at the top of the table. And I think that that's definitely them making a statement that maybe will shape the rest of the spring split.
And it's an exciting precedent, this game, right, for what will happen when we come to best of 5s. If this BLG can be flexible in the way that you're describing, can be this team that we all thought it might become by the time playoffs comes around, well, it's going to be a totally different beast, and we could have yet another team vying for that first place spot. Very exciting stuff to see BLG showing up in this way, and also just exciting to see Breathe being able to breathe up in that top side, right? Usually he's forgotten and abandoned by his team, but BLG recognizing, hey, look, JDG, this is how you play. We're going to match
it. I like to use the pun on OMG. He was cursed, but now he can breathe. You know, it's absolutely terrible. But the good thing is that it's not over yet. We get another game of this, another game of JDG to show us what else they have in the tank. How else BLG can adapt, and I think that's going to be a really big test before we just say, okay, this is definitively a better look from them.
Yeah, still need to prove that they can do this consistently, right? This is just the one game that they've played towards topside pretty much the entire year so far. So we need to see this again. We need to see that they can be flexible in these drafts and be flexible in the way that they play the game. But so far, so good this series, at least for BLG, as they go 1-0 up against JDG. And we'll see if the quote-unquote smartest team in the LPL can find something in their textbooks.
On the back, Allah's going ham right now. Lightning get in there to do some damage. Can he get the free fires off? He's excited. He goes cleanse from the death sentence, and Light is starting to pop off. It's starting to look like an MVP performance from this AD carry of LNG. In this new season, LNG and V5 have come roaring back to life.
It's beautiful to witness, and now Photic can clean house. That's 3 for him. He'll go for Bin. That's 4. The rest of the team surely gift over the killer Shao, who tries to survive, but the cleave through the chickens. It's a pentakill for Photic.
LNG has been the biggest surprise. Week in and week out, they have slaughtered the competition. And although the mighty may bleed, they are still currently tied for first under the leadership of the former world champion Doinby.
其实我觉得我这个人找机会就打输出能力，我觉得团战不管是团战还是什么都挺厉害的。这方面我觉得是 LPL 前3吧。不管是玩什么英雄，我觉得找机会能力都特别好。但我只能说，今年 LPL 真的是没有弱队，大家都很强。
Golden with minuscule levels of health. They've killed off Light, but Doomby's now the AD carry. Tarzan jumps straight on in. Double kill, triple kill, quadra kill for Doomby. And the man in the mid lane strikes back.
现在的目标的话，只有冠军吧，因为去年拿了2个亚军，感觉亚军现在对我来说没什么意义，我不想再拿亚军，我想拿冠军。
And just like Doinby for LNG, Rookie's arrival was an integral part to the V5 plan this year. The duel between these two legends will take center stage in this clash.
最近打训练赛，配位蛮不错的，然后我们的配置也算是我个人觉得也是蛮好的。 总体来说还是蛮不错嘛，就是在节奏这方面，我们也会做得蛮不错的。
Blast themselves into this game. Yu in the middle of everyone. Rookie looking for more in the backline. Jumps forward and finishes today. The double kill. And I sure hope so he would win. And boy, is she triple for Rookie.
Both of these teams have taken the spring split by storm. V5 ended RNG's win streak. The rookie Photic has unlimited possibilities, and Rich himself has played solidly in the top lane. But now, Rich must face Ala, who has been core to LNG's dominance. It seems that this series shall truly be the strongest against the strongest.
Rich could actually be the one in trouble, but it depends. Never mind. Rich survives with one more auto to seal the deal.
Just solo kills the Shy in such a manner.
Wow. But Oliver Shallow, who there's no matter on him to flash forward. Solo Molo this time from Arla in the top side.
No matter which way you look at it for both of these teams, this series will be monumental. If either side has any hope at a chance of reviving themselves in the playoffs, they will need to prove it here, as confidence reigns king in the LPL. Our match of the week, V5 versus LNG.
I can't take it, my heart is breaking, but I know it's for the best. See, we've been taking much too long.
일단 BLG는 약간 잘하는 선수들이 많이 모여가지고 다들 잘하는 것 같고 개개인이 다. 그래서 다들 열심히 해야 될 것 같아요. 일단은 저희가 초반 운영을 잘하면 웬만하면 이기기 때문에 초반에 잘하면 될 것 같아요.
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL. I'm Munchables, joined by Kelsey Moser once again as we head towards game number 2 in our series between BLG and JDG, who, let's be honest, struggling to show up in game number 1 because BLG had their strategy on lock. Playing towards the top side, and the man of the hour is actually not going to be breathing the top lane, not the guy that was receiving the attention, the guy giving the attention. It's Crisp roaming all the way up from that bottom lane, making sure he's everywhere the team needs him to be.
I feel like there's just an underrepresentation of supports getting credit for making strategies like this work, and Crisp definitely doing a lot of the heavy lifting in the top lane snowball here, and just in general making sure that he's shifting to one side or the other after one of his side laners decide to get super hyphy and give up a kill to make sure that they're at least trading vision. So just small little pluses from Crisp coming out on top of his kill participation and his ability to help the top lane strategy execute.
I mean, yeah, like a level 4 roam. This is 6 minutes into the game, and Crisp makes his way all the way up to that top side. Doggo alone there, and you can see missing nowhere near on the same play. Just fantastic presence of mind to go for these plays.
Yeah, and the engage on this dragon fight was also pretty pivotal. We talked a lot in game about Fofo's role in this, but Crisp making it happen with the initial engage.
Really good stuff coming out from Crisp, and this is what we expect to see from Crisp at this point. Like, he is so consistently great, but it's fantastic to see it working. And again, fantastic to see BLG going for this alternate strategy that Crisp really was one of the driving forces of making it work. But also, I think the biggest takeaway for me is not necessarily on a specific player, it's on BLG being so much more proactive and not necessarily being as greedy on side waves, not being as sluggish in their movements, and closing the game out pretty actively. Like, I'm used to BLG really taking their time. Like, they'll have a lead, they'll have a small lead, and they slowly but surely, incrementally win the game. On this one, it felt like, okay, we've got the lead, we've got control, we'll play it correctly still. They're not exactly flipping the game, but being way more, I guess, confident to make proactive plays.
I will say, where I can levy some criticism is, instead of greeting for waves and creeps inside, they're kind of greeting for kills a bit. You know, you've got the trade-off between Breathe and Fofo both going for the apparently isolated member getting collapsed on while the rest of their team, and I think that's fine to do that most of the time, but your team kind of has to be in position to make a strong or impactful side trade, and that only really panned out for them once. So looking for that to be a little bit ironed out going to the next game, and seeing if they can execute that in a situation where they aren't as snowballed or as ahead on the map.
Yeah, we'll see if BLG can pull it off again back to back. But JDG know the plan now, right? They know the strategy, and it's basically a counter to their strategy. A counter to Kanavi always going to the top lane right at the start of the game. So Weiwei versus Kanavi is now the matchup that I'm starting to look at, right? Because can Kanavi read Weiwei? Can he figure out what Weiwei is going to do game number 2? And also, can Weiwei pull it off again? We'll have to find out as we head into picks and bans for game number 2 here. We'll see if JDG have anything up their sleeves. Over on the red side now they go. There's Corki and Rise banned by BLG. 2 picks that we've seen first picked quite a lot across the split.
Yeah, and again, these types of picks that are allowing Yagao to have some more side lane agency, letting him just pick the victor early on and then stay in the lane phase probably benefits the way that they want to play, right? Not seeing him on the TF, but JDG adapting, banning the Akali is that one thing that I think is very interesting is just to see how JDG react. If they still prioritize the Jace, that has been successful for them in other series, or if they're a little bit scared or a little bit skittish after seeing BLG's answer. BLG actually just taking the Jace off the table straight up, saying, you know what, we've already shown you we can beat you with this. Now we're really getting serious, right? We want to close this out decisively and just take your strongest picks away from you and make sure that we go home early today.
Yeah, notice they're leaving the Gragas on the table for 369. Saying, you know what, 369?
You keep
Take the
bringing that
Gragas.
up.
We'd like you to have the Gragas. And look,
Please.
I
choose
love
the Gragas.
369. He's one of my favorite players. I'm a huge top esports guy. We all know this, right? But let's be real here. His Gragas has not been that great this split, and he just loves it. Doggo going to go with the Jinx to start this draft off. Tom Kench, Thresh, both available alongside an Aphelios if JDG do want to just match, but could prioritize some other lane instead.
I think also, correct me if I'm wrong, Jinx's 100% win rate so far tonight, touchables. So for following trends, not necessarily the biggest fan of the Aphelios handshake here, because Jinx, the most impactful pick so far of today, goes over to the hands of BLG.
Yeah. One thing I'll mention as well, I kind of wanted to talk about this if the situation came up, but I'll just mention it as an interesting fact. For Doggo, both Aphelios and Jinx have a 75% win rate with 8 games played on each of them across the course of this split. When not on those two champions, though, the win rate plummets dramatically. It feels like BLG are really reliant on having one of these two hyper-scaling AD carries available for them. But over on the side of JDG, they are going to have that Victor in their pocket. Yagao going with what worked in the past and kind of sticking to the draft from game number 1 so far. And Weiwei says, look, if you guys are going to do that, well, we'll just do the same thing again too.
I'm talking about Weiwei, right? As this draft starts to play out, and if something interesting comes up, we'll address it. But
yeah,
I think he was the member of BLG that people looked at and thought, okay, he's probably the least super on this super team. But I think he's quietly been having a bit of a moment this split. I think last game he did pretty well. He did very well. I recall in some games he's been willing to bring out a lot of different picks, the Poppy into some all-in comps. Just been very impressed with him so far this season relative to my expectations going in, and I feel like he's a key member in seeing BLG get a lot of these leads.
I mean, he was one of the first players to bring out the Hecarim as well. I remember him getting an MVP on Hecarim, and it was like, wow, Hecarim pick, that's so wacky. And like, you know, a couple of weeks later, it's now incredibly meta. But at the time, it was pretty much a fringe pick. It was one of the picks that nobody was going for. So I definitely agree that Weiwei has been having an impact and, you know, being willing to bring out things like the Talon as well, which we're not seeing very much Talon across the LPL right now. So exciting stuff to see. But the cannon being banned away here, away from 369. That has been comfortably his best top laner of the split. So I like the decision there from BLG. JDG trying to get rid of some of these engaged supports from Chris.
Yeah, I think when you have a very strong support, Rakan just does so much, right? It allows you to get vision very aggressively because you have so many tools for disengaging or getting out of situations. It creates so much space in teamfights, and also dropping the Tom Kench, which is going to be a good protection. I think they're setting up to pick a Thresh on 4 or force BLG to ban it.
Have to see what the ban is going to be on that top side. Sion actually taking off board, trying to remove some of the safety from the top lane if 369 feels like he'll be playing weak side, but JDG should be able to get counter pick up there if they just want to go for their support now.
I said they might hover the Leona, which I don't mind whatsoever, because Leona was very impactful last game. When Tom Kench is off the table, it feels like Leona can basically just all in a lot of different scenarios. They've also taken the Aphelios, the Victor, which are 2 picks that are very difficult for Leona to commit to as well. So this is a situation where, okay, maybe we're a bit scared of the Orianna Shockwave or something along those lines. But if Leona is running at an immobile Jinx, an immobile Leona with the Solar Flare, then that's a good way to close that gap overall.
Yeah, it's crisp. The Nautilus, and now Breathe going to go with the Gnar. It has been one of the safer line picks available. Irelia is available for 369 if he wanted to give Breathe a bit of that treatment back.
Yeah, that's always a throwback. But again, a little bit scary, the Nautilus in this situation potentially, but I would really like to see the Gauntlet thrown here on the Lucian. That would be a very fun matchup. Generally speaking, any type of range matchup or aggressive pick like this, and he does lock it in, you can set up a dive on the Gnar. Gnar doesn't have a lot of tools for clearing out the wave when it crashes into him. So this forces the junglers to kind of have very awkward pathing sometimes, because you either path up and try to protect your top laner from dives, and that makes you vulnerable to invade on top lane prio, or you path down and hope for the best, right? So definitely some situations there. There is a brief window where Gnar can fight back. Once he hits level 2, if he's able to touch the wave, he's about to get mega on that second wave that comes in. So he can fight back on that window and should use his combos to clear the waves. That's the one tool that he has available, but otherwise he's getting dove, right? It denied a big amount of XP and gold.
Yeah, and I just love that we are consistently seeing 369 sticking to these ranged top laners. Like, he is just not interested in playing tanks. He's not interested in playing melee. Like, Kennen comfortably is most played. Then you've got Jace, which most of the time a ranged top laner, right? Gragas, which is arguably pseudo ranged, like a lot of his damage is ranged. Like, absolutely adoring these kinds of picks, and that is the vast majority of his games already covered in just those 3 picks. So now bringing out a Lucian in a good matchup for that Lucian as well. We'll see how he's gonna do, because, you know, solo lane Lucian was nerfed a while ago. Like, this is not the same strength of Lucian solo lane that we saw last year.
Yeah, but it does kind of make me feel a bit like, okay, this is the spirit of Xiaohu, who's now swapped back to mid, playing some of these ranged tops, but this is the type of play that LPL teams in a region, when someone is the best, you kind of study them. You try to figure out what makes those plays work, and range versus melee top lane picks are just very easy to control the wave generally, like walk, pass, do a lot of damage, so you can really time these types of set top lane plays, and I think that that's what JDG is really trying to execute to give them an edge.
Yeah, I'm trying to give 369 that advantage, especially after last game, right, where BLG did play towards that top side, played towards Breathe, and 369 really didn't stand a chance in the 2v1. Feels like this time around, JDG, instead of changing their strategy, they've just doubled down even harder, right? They've gone, okay, we'll give you the counter pick. Kenavi very likely to make his way up towards that top side early on, and we'll see if Breathe can actually outlast that one, and whether Wei gets involved on the top side once again. But this time, BLG, plenty of scaling on their side, right? Fofo going back to what's very comfortable for him with this Orianna. Doggo on the Jinx once again. Feels like if nothing happens in the early game, BLG will be perfectly okay with that.
And they have the 5-man to go top. And I think part of that is, if you notice, 369 still has the trinket in his inventory. So that was dropped instead by his jungle, or his support didn't quite see on the level 1. So now he can save his trinket for the lane brush, right? And that's really, really important, because that means that he can get brush control, really threaten the Gnar, and make it impossible for the Gnar to basically get any sort of respite from his harass.
Yeah, and already straight off of the bat, like, Breathe tried to come in from the river, but it was warded, as you say. It wasn't even 369's ward, who now gets a massive chunk out of Breathe as well. Completely zoned. Still 0 CS against 6 at this point, and 369. I mean, he's having a whale of a time, isn't he? He is loving every second of this game. A bit of revenge for what happened in game number 1.
Yep, and we'll see if it continues to work out for them. But it looks like what is going to happen is Wei has pathed top to try to prevent a dive scenario, and Kanavi didn't try to invade off of clear, or off of the wave crash. So he also, I like that he skipped the wolves, because it's a little bit harder for Kanavi to invade those. He's just prioritizing his camps closest to the top lane. But this does mean that he's not necessarily going to be in position to protect Breathe in this case. Oh, here we are. Here's the potential.
Just going to start chasing down Wei here. Breathe level 2, flash available. This is a bit greedy for JDG if they were to commit to this one. It would be dangerous in the 2v2.
Yep.
Looks like they are going to back away in the end, but 369 does get to crash this wave, does get to put pressure onto Breathe. Breathe not Mega Gnar, so no significant threat able to be thrown back towards 369.
I also want to point out, look at Breeze's inventory. He started with Klosh and Pots, right? So it will take a while.
That's old school. I've not seen that in a lot of years. That used to be the old Garen starters. Wei and Kanavi just duking it out. And Yagao And Fofo do the exact same thing. Stun coming on through, but won't be even targeted at Fofo. Kanavi realizing this isn't a fight that they can keep on going for and will eventually back away. But it's been a tense topside so far, Kelsey. I feel like we haven't had any kills, but there's been a lot of pressure, a lot of presence. And now Weiwei wants to keep that going. Breathe close to turning Mega as well, but 369 knows what's up. Weiwei, I think, should have seen that ward dying underneath him, but could have been looking elsewhere on the map at the time. Either way, he's going to have to back off.
Yep. And it is worth noting, he went cloth with pot start, right? But this means he is now running out of pots. So he will turn Mega and be able to use the spells to clear this way, so no threat. But he has to be still a little scared to think maybe Kanabi is actually just around every corner. So, yeah, he's making sure he wars that, feeling nervous.
I'd be feeling nervous if I was him too, honestly. Yeah, as you say, out of pots, doesn't have the regen from a Doran's shield. And 369, honestly, the way he's been playing in this lane so far, it wouldn't surprise me if he went aggressive without Kanavi there. Kanavi now sweeping his way into this jungle. But we'll just be clearing some vision and looking for a Gromp. I don't think this is diveable anymore.
Yeah, and he did have the Mega just as the wave crashed, which allowed him to clear it and nullify a lot of that dive potential. But a tense few moments for the Gnar there. Has completed his steel-toed boots. Is that what we call them? Plated steel caps. There we go.
I mean, they are steel-toe boots. You're not wrong. It's just not the name, that's all. I still call them ninja tabbies a lot of the time, honestly.
Yeah, same.
Give me back
most
my
of the
dodge
time.
boots.
Yep. So now that he's got those, he's able to survive a little bit more of the harassment 369, but notably down like 20 CS. Okay.
Oh, the calling at the topside breathe. Just cannot get a second in this top lane. He's going to have to recall. No TP available. And that's a huge chance now for 369 to crash a big old wave under that tower, deny a ton of CS, and has exploded the lead in this top lane. Already up almost 20 CS at this point in the game. And it's only getting worse for Breathe. Like, this is brutal. This is absolutely brutal.
Yeah. So we've mostly just been watching like top lane 1v1 simulator, right, during the course of this game. But let's talk about practically what this lead is going to secure for JDG. Right? It's going to secure, generally speaking, big side lane advantage. They should win both sides, Victor and Lucian. This is the type of gameplay that they like. This is the type of gameplay that they'll want to be able to execute. And this will allow them to get priority on neutrals before BLG can, and we'll see if they can carry through on this lead and turn that into meaningful advantages that let them win the game.
I love how the entire game we've just been looking at top lane, right? We've got
Yeah,
the scaling
pretty
AD carries in the bottom lane. We got the control mages in the mid lane. It's like nothing is happening in either of those. The CS almost exactly even there. As I say that though, Fofo goes for Shockwave. Weiwei moving in. Gravity Field is there as the stun. Just going to be cancelled by Kanavi. He's there to protect them from the play. And we return to the status quo of nothing happening in the mid lane and the bottom lane.
Yeah, and like I said, this is pretty much what every top laner thinks League of Legends is. You know, just everyone paying attention to top lane. The rest of the lanes don't exist.
JDG making a play the bottom side here. Hope stepping on up, grabbing some onto Crisp. It's not the ideal target, but they're going to flash out anyway. And now Doggo walking back into the fray here. We'll get stunned up by missing. Feed throws up a little bit there. It's going to be another flash out from the BLG bottom lane. Missing. Doing a lot of work in this trade.
Yeah, but as this is happening, JDG looking for an invade on the top side as Rift Herald is spawned. So this bot side play will actually keep BLG from rotating to this. So since JDG are so far ahead on the top, if they wanted to take the Rift Herald, they could. Here.
Oh, they're going to go for a dive at the bottom lane, though. Chris managing to stop Hope in his tracks for now, but the Moonlight Vigil Doggo falls. Can they get the second one? The tower shot gets him, but it does not matter. Hope with a double kill under the tower.
Yeah, I think the big thing there is that they hit level 6 with the enemy bot lane being as low as they were.
Oh my god. Weiwei just
Oh,
getting
gosh.
bodied by 369. That was 2v1, and 369 has no fear in his heart whatsoever. 369 has not had the greatest split of his career, but he is making up for all of it in this game.
Oh, absolutely. I think the last few series we've seen 369 in, he's looked very strong. He's created a lot of pressure for JDG, and the jungle comes to his lane. Kanavi consistently coming to his lane because he knows that these games will pay off, right? He knows that there will be a lot to be gained from that. Showing here, but I think what's really crucial and important is I was talking about the impact of JDG looking for bot lane and making sure they can't rotate to Rift Herald, but capitalizing, knowing their damage, and taking them out as well. So just things going very well for JDG in a short amount of time. Going to grab that Rift Herald and continue the snowball and drag it to mid lane as well.
I just think, like, when's the last time you thought about JD Gaming and thought, yeah, this is a team that just wins through lane diff, you know? That has never been a sentence that people have said. JDG today, showing up, almost a 2,000 gold lead at this point, and both sides of the map just straight up lane diffing their opponents.
And the adaptation too, right? I think you see BLG having the advantage in the first game of knowing what JDG are going to come to the table with. And coming into this one, I think maybe even taking the Jace off the table was a mistake from them, because now JDG, who knows what they have when they dig deep. Apparently it's illusion, so there's that. But them adapting their strategy, changing that, and I'm just generally not a fan of Blind Nar. So they had a very good answer to it coming in here.
Yeah, I mean, the only blind champion that's really acceptable is Lee Sin, right? Like, anyone else that's blind, that's just distasteful. Crisp stepping forwards. The gravitum goes in. It's not quite enough, but man, the long-range damage that you can do with Aphelios when Calibrum's in play is kind of insane. We're going to see a dive at this bottom side as JDG setting this wave up. Crisp knows he's in all kinds of trouble. No stopwatch available. It's almost up, but will not be there yet. And actually, really nicely played by Crisp. Finds an opportunity onto Missing, and now it's being turned around with Fofo here. Missing forced to flash. JDG denied. Rocky is so close. Oh, the flash from Weiwei. That was beautiful. And now chasing on for more. Hope's in trouble in this bottom side. The slow surely going to come through in a second. The knockup will be there from Weiwei, and Hope will go down. Fofo gets one. BLG back on the ball.
This was a very necessary turn on the dive that BLG needed, and Fofo actually giving waves mid to make sure that happens, that big turnaround. They're going to get the dragon here, but look at what Yagao is picking up mid. So this is a situation where Fofo probably needs to head... Oh, I don't know what Kanavi
Okay, another shockwave out from Fofo here. Kanavi, has he bitten off more than he can chew? Rocket not available for Doggo as Yagao behind enemy lines. Mana is not there for Fofo right now, and Yagao could stop him escaping. That'll be a kill for Yagao. Anything more, though, is the question. Doesn't look like it.
Yeah, I'm questioning a bit what Kanavi was doing there, but apparently he was buying a bit of time for Fofo to pass down to the bot lane and see if they can get something a bit back for JDG overstaying to pick up that dragon. Does end up panning out for them.
Okay, Crisp was MVP in game number 1, and now rotating to that top side once again to try and get pressure onto 369, but 369 goes for a reset. Has that TP available for himself. Hope getting plates in the bottom side. Kanavi actually going to go for a Herald in the mid lane as well. That's huge for the side of JDG. Once we get to that 14-minute mark, that tower will be just a stiff breeze away from going down. Doggo Flame Chomper's underneath his feet here. It's going to stop Missing in his tracks, but it won't save you. Missing won't go down because the heal comes out from Hope at the last second. And with red and white weapons, you know this tower's going to fall.
And it just looks like JDG are willing to capitalize on advantages in all three of their lanes, right? They have pressure pretty much everywhere at this point. As we're going to get another replay of basically the bot where Fofo TP's down bot. Like.
Yeah, so this is the original play where Chris got hammered, but then pulls Missing before the wave is in. I actually really like this from Chris. Really heads up play.
Yeah, and then baiting the TP from Fofo, able to get the extra shields. Missing has to flash over the wall. Nice rockets, and then Weiwei flashes forward to secure.
Gorgeous flash from Weiwei, right? Like, just, it's not often that you see a flash that's kind of almost on the spot that's actually good, but managing to use it to get the pinpoint accuracy with the W. Breathe in trouble here. Almost mega, but not almost enough. And Weiwei now the target as Culling comes on through. Kanavi turning into that mini-Gnar to try and chase them down. And with the reset on his ult, he grabs one for himself. And that's going to be 6-3. JDG firing on all cylinders. Now 4K up in this game as Yagao trying to force Fofo out in the mid lane. Has used this Chaos Storm. I'm not entirely sure how that all came to pass in the mid lane. But either way, 369 continues to blow this ridiculous lead up from the top side.
Yeah, what I'm enjoying from JDG is just wherever the enemy jungle is, they seem to know, and then they just play the other two lanes at the same time, make sure they're getting advantages in both. So they've just been chipping away at these towers, which is why they've been able to take down 2 T1s and almost a third already. Getting a lot of gold on all 3 of their members, not just the solo lanes, right? We saw this Lucian play, and for the early parts of this game, it felt like a Lucian-only game. But the other lanes just winning out on their own.
So far, so good. JDG, it's so good to see them coming back in game 2. Because after game 1, it really did feel like BLG had just downloaded them and figured out exactly how to play against this team. And that was very concerning for me because I've been a little bit hot on JDG recently. They've been on having some nice wins for themselves, but also playing aggressively, playing proactively. It's the kind of game that I like to watch. So I like to see teams playing that style succeeding. And BLG shutting it down so effectively game number 1 gave me a little bit of concern for the team, but showing that that wasn't everything from them. Breathe just gets stunned, turns into Mega Gnar, gets 2 of them with it, but answers with his life. The rest of BLG are here though. Kanavi can't get the resets. Missing, turns golden, in with 369. He's got so much gold, so much damage to work with. Can they turn the fight around though? Because Fofo about to arrive, Weiwei will fall, and JDG have already got it.
And I think what is also relevant to note is just how strong JDG were already. BLG trying to make something happen, almost managed to execute something, right? Kanavi did go down, but JDG continuing to snowball their lead, had the numbers in place and managed to take it away.
Good stuff coming out from JDG, managing to hold their cool. And this felt a little when Breathe went in there.
From Leona, right?
Like, it felt like, okay, maybe this is doable for BLG, but really nice fight in the end.
Yeah, and I think that the stopwatch coming out from missing, buying time, the fact that Breathe was sort of face checking a little bit there, they got kind of interested in doing it because missing dropped the ult, right? So they managed to take that fight away.
Fofo's in all kinds of trouble on the bottom side of the map. This gets absolutely railed. Didn't have Shockwave available either. That's all 3 tier 1s now taken in favor of JDG. And if it's one thing that this team has been real good at across the course of this year, it is closing games out when they've got a lead. And boy, do they have a lead. 6,000 up in their favor at 17 minutes into the game. And now slamming a Herald in this bottom lane as well.
Yeah, I mean, just they're ahead on the map. They're grabbing T2. There's not really a whole lot that BLG can do from this position to stall out their push. So they're just going to take a top T1 for their troubles. At least get a little bit of something back. But this gold lead from JDG is starting to feel really, really insurmountable at this point. Not exactly sure what the straightforward thing is for BLG to do. I think if they can get JDG to funnel into a choke, have Mega Gnar get a perfect like 5-man Gnar ult, and then follow it up with Orianna Shockwave and a Jinx Rocket. Maybe it'll get them low enough to clean up the fight, right? That's kind of the plan. It's just a big wombo combo team fight with JDG mispositioning. But considering how spread out on the map JDG have been playing, it feels like they're just going to continue playing multiple lanes and not allow for BLG to have that opportunity.
Yeah, it feels like if that fight happens, if that situation occurs, it will be like Doggo cleaning up kills, getting excited, getting the resets, charging forwards. And, you know, that's a story that we've told many times across the course of the split in BLG's wins. But BLG, when they're behind, they have managed to have some comeback wins, but it's not usually that they're this far behind, right? It's usually that they play it super safe in the early game, they get 2,000 or 3,000 gold down. And then around the Baron and around the Drakes, they're able to pull off miracle team fights. But not usually 7,000 gold down. That might be a little bit too much, but Crisp doesn't think so. Goes for the engage. Fofo just forced out by the culling from 369, though. And in the meantime, Hope wailing onto Breathe. I mean, this is not getting any easier for BLG.
Yeah. They're basically, and then the fact that BLG responds, they're just going to keep rotating along. I like this TP flank here, though. Maybe they have something
Double
Breathe. Almost
TP.
has
Mega Gnar is there. Stuns against the wall. This is huge from BLG. A big pick onto Yagao. Maybe an opportunity as well. Baron up on the map in 30 seconds. I think that's a little overzealous, but maybe a further fight as Fofo. Three-man
nice.
Shockwave. Wei trying to make his way in, but the rest of the team wasn't on board. Doggo doesn't have the damage just yet. And now the resets from Kanavi, but Doggo survives and gets one. Gets excited. Looking for Hope now, who has to flash over the wall. 369 stepping too far forward. Dodges the zap, though. Keeps himself safe.
And we highlighted the wombo combo that has to happen there. Beautiful shockwave from Fofo. Nice double TP. I was all prepared to say they had to invest 2 TPs for just one play, but really, really good follow-up, making sure that play continued and taking away even more kills.
Yeah, really good stuff coming out from BLG. They're not going down without a fight. Finding an opportunity there. Wei just getting on out of dodge. Was trying to chase down the kill onto 369. And this is one of the issues that you do have when you run one of these ranged top laners, right? Not as tanky in the team fights, not as good in the 5v5.
And also worth noting, like, look at how much Crisp zones off of that. So once JDG make the initial mistake and walk into that choke point, you have the instant trigger pull from the solo laners on the TPs, but Crisp walks forward so they can't rejoin their teammate to make that routing overall possible and that fight executed well.
Yeah, but I will say, that combo that we were just talking about, the kind of classic wombo combo, which, first off, I'm so glad that we're seeing a classic wombo combo with, like, the Orianna. It's, like, so vintage League of Legends here. But with that working out like that, it does mean that BLG have bought themselves a bit more time, and that combo only gets better with time. And now potentially a pick on the bottom side as 369 has to flash and Gale Force just to keep himself safe. And I don't know, JDG, they're kind of playing this a little too fast and loose.
Yeah, I think just the fact that they're not necessarily waiting for Yagao to get the window, because Yagao's pushing in the top wave now, right? So he's showing there, but BLG have a window from bot, so they're able to just capitalize instantly, loving the trigger pull coming out from them and say, you know what, you're 4v5, we can take this.
And Yagao, though, up in the top side, trying to get some pressure onto this tower. Drake coming up in 35 seconds, and realistically, it's BLG the ones that are significantly threatening it. Doggo just trying to get priority here, as Yagao is just being completely ignored on the top side tower, and 369 and Kanavi are two-manning Baron right now. And BLG don't have a clue, but in the meantime, they're making a play in the mid lane. Find a pick onto Hope, but at what cost? They're going to be able to get themselves the mid-tier one. Yagao still pushing. The Baron still being taken here. Culling coming on through here. 3k on the Baron, as BLG need to make some decisions here. No rocket available for Doggo, and that will be the Baron taken in trade of a Drake and a tier 1. I'm hard... I don't know, BLG, they get some bounties. I don't think it's worth it, though.
Yeah, I honestly have to feel like they just don't even know, like, that Baron was happening that entire time. Which is very interesting, because they don't see the jungle at all, right? They didn't see anyone on mid, but really like the decision-making coming from JDG. They know that BLG hasn't been there before. BLG basically ignored the top wave, and we talked about at the top of the series, the fact that JDG are pushing in those waves with very, very good, precise timings, so they get control on top side. They decide, you know what, we're not going to go for the dragon. We're just going to hard trade. And when BLG all show mid, they know there's no vision top side for BLG. They start the Baron, they get the Baron. Very smart map play coming out for JDG so far.
Blue team's turret has been destroyed.
Stuff here. JDG still maintaining control, and incredibly smart, incredibly heads-up play, because it felt like they were starting to lose control of this game, right? It felt like BLG was starting to scrabble something back in their favor, but with this Baron play, and with the extra tier 2 in the top side as well, the dreams for BLG feel further away than ever. It's a 7,500 or 7,000 gold lead in favor of JDG. They have the kill advantage. They have 3 towers more than what BLG have for themselves. And with that Baron in pocket, it's a matter of just trying to crack this base open. It is a little bit difficult with an Aphelios to get a siege going. They would have loved to have the Jinx on their side for this one, but 369 can put plenty of pressure in other lanes.
Right, and with the composition that they have, they can just have the Baroned up cannon hit the tower. Not quite taking the waves as well as BLG did in the previous game, so BLG just rotating and picking those up.
And actually, looks like JDG sort of backing away a little bit here. And only a minute left on this Baron. They might not get much more with it, as I'm not sure JDG can stick around in this bottom lane with BLG moving over. And as you say, waves really not synced up here from JDG. They're not pushing in the two lanes simultaneously, and it means that BLG can clear these waves up. They will protect their inhibitors. 40 seconds on that Baron, and JDG look a little undecided, but missing. Perhaps wants to just force a fight. Breathe about to turn Mega. I'm not sure you want to fight BLG in the jungle right now.
Yeah, even though they are about 6k gold down, you have Jinx about to complete her third item. Only 2 dragons taken for both teams. So this game is feeling far from over because the inhib turrets are up. There's still definitely a window where BLG win this, especially if JDG are not coordinating their Baron waves very well.
Comes in, but that was just great engage there from Weiwei. Great follow-up from Crisp as well. Max range on the hook, I'm pretty sure. But obviously, that was all in trade of a Baron. They did get themselves that second Drake, but, you know, Baron went down in favor of JDG. I will say, though, even though JDG are massively ahead in this one, and I definitely think JDG is still a favorite to win this game, ultimately, BLG feel like the ones that are doing a bit of a better job on the shot calling right now in terms of how they're playing this game. I feel like BLG are in a really good spot in terms of, you know, the game didn't start well for them, but they still feel coordinated. They still feel like they've got a game plan. They feel like they're all on the same page. And that's exciting to see.
Yeah, and they shifted from playing the bruiser style side laning to this front to back comp, but the adaptation is that they're relying a lot more on Crisp and Weiwei to get these types of engages, to have good follow-up from their carries who are standing in the back line.
Missing might have to flash. No, dodges the hook. Good little sidestep from Missing, and a crucial one, because a pick there could be disastrous with Drake up in a minute. Control of the map needs to remain in favor of JDG if they want to try and threaten Soul Point. Remember, the next team to get a Drake will be on Soul Point, and suddenly the tensions increase 5 minutes from there. But so far, it's just going to be even Stevens on those Drakes. 1 minute until this one comes up. So Kelsey, talk me through the two teams here. How do each of them make things happen to secure this next Drake?
Well, so once again, BLG has not really addressed the top wave in time, where JDG just kind of pushed that out, ready to rotate as a full 5-man squad into this dragon, which means that BLG don't really have much of a chance to answer this. And neither team really want to give up the soul point. So in this case, normally you'd say JDG can TP top, just trade away from it. But I think in this particular case, the fact that JDG just have good Drake setup, the fact that BLG are not answering the wave and they're going to pull some mid here. Oh.
Chris just flashes in. We're going to see a team fight, but Crisp is already gone. He's already out. He doesn't have the damage to follow up. Kanavi having to all out of the play, though. Weiwei following up on this one. Rocket comes in onto Kanavi. Has to turn golden. Doggo doing pretty well in this fight as Breathe is forced out on the top side. 369 flashing for the kill, but he won't quite get it. Breathe escaping. Weiwei hit by the Moonlight Vigil. Hope trying to chase it on up with the Gravitum, but over the wall goes Weiwei down as the resets come through for Kanavi. Can't follow up onto Fofo, though. Shockwave still available. You got to keep your eyes on Fofo's Orianna right here. Doggo trying to keep his mid laner safe, trying to get damage onto Kanavi. Flame Chomper's down, though, and Doggo's in all kinds of trouble. Yagao over the wall, flashes forward to finish off the AD carry. Missing, chased away by Fofo, but there's a kill for 369. Now Fofo, he's the one that's got to leg it. He's the one that's got to get out of there. Staying in the brush. This is greedy from Fofo, but confident nonetheless. Chunks out Kanavi. Now a TP coming in as well from, I'm not sure even who. It's Yagao that re-enters the fray, but Crisp is here. And Breathe is going to look for a kill onto Kanavi. He's about to turn Mega, gets this slam into the wall, gets a kill onto the enemy jungler, sacrifices his life, but maybe gives Weiwei a smite advantage onto a Drake, onto a Baron.
I don't know if they can pick up this Baron just here. They might just go for the dragon, because there are members of BLG respawning. But Yeah, I kind of want to see the start of that fight again because I want to see the vision or the overall kind of understanding of the map that BLG had a little bit more closely because Crisp's engage seemed a little bit risky considering JDG were either all in that line brush. Yep, there they are. Okay, so he has to have some idea that, okay. Yep, it's very possible that he just had no vision of that, right? And didn't have the expectation that they were in that position, which is surprising. Since the last time you reasonably saw a JDG member was when they were pushing out the top wave, which hasn't been addressed, which means that they have no reason to have answered this. And,
yeah, a bit of a weird one. And then this was so chaotic for the rest of the fight, right? JDG desperately trying to chase down. And fair play to the BLG members, a few mechanical outplays across the course of it, but not enough. JDG wrestle control back once again. 8,000 is the gold lead as they start this Baron off. BLG wanting to contest. Chris trying to get in, but it's already gone. It's already Baron in favor of JDG, and now fight as well as Moonlight Vigil goes in, and everybody just charges on to breathe. BLG couldn't get there in time. They go for a half contest, and now they've left themselves at a numbers disadvantage against the Baron, and JDG surely could just push into the base.
Yeah, definitely should be able to at least get a couple inhibitors for this, right? Once again, I'm not quite sure what BLG's options were in that position, considering they knew they were on Baron. They had to contest. They had to look for something, because otherwise they're just giving another Baron away for free, and JDG slowly are going to choke them out.
Ofo has the shockwave. Hope had a stopwatch though. Nicely played by the AD carry. Flashes out to safety, and Weiwei might be sacrificed by his team on this one. Hope low on HP, but doesn't go down. Fofo will get knocked up. Has the Sonya's of his own. His Doggo is still going strong in this fight, but Kanavi has a GA. Like, nobody from JDG's even gone down yet, as they dominate the team fight. They dominate this game. It's 20-8 as Kanavi is diving the Nexus towers in this one. Doggo falls to a Gale Force. In goes Breathe, but it's too little and it's too late. Hope is dead, but Hope is alive for JDG in the series. It'll go to 1-1 as we push it to 3 games.
We asked, how does JDG respond? Can BLG close out and execute on more styles just as definitively? And here we go. We have JDG coming back, showing a lot of the signs that we praised them for at the start of the series. Really good timing on the top wave in terms of setting up for neutrals. Really strong ability to execute across all 3 lanes. I think what's very key here is how crucial that top lane counterpick has been in both of these games.
Yeah.
Both of these teams showing that they're really willing to give their top laner support to basically control that matchup and have that cascade throughout the game. And it isn't just counterpick top that's coming through. That red side pick in general really coming out for JDG because they had priority in multiple lanes.
Yeah, they really do. I mean, the fact that they win the 2v2 bottom lane while playing through the top side as well. Like, at that point, the early game for BLG felt completely doomed, right? You've got snowball happening on the bottom side, massive snowball happening on the top side. 369, putting so much pressure on Breed this entire time. Felt almost unwinnable for BLG until the kind of mid and late game, where there was some semblances of control coming back. BLG did a good job of grouping up to try to fight, but then it all fell apart again at the end.
And I am kind of wondering what the some of these opportunities that JDG, or I should say BLG, had to counterpick, like the support, the Nautilus not coming through, Nautilus having to commit into Victor and Aphelios in these fights, not as tanky as one might think. Like his shield doesn't negate that much damage, especially compared to the Leona W. So doesn't feel like as strong of a pick as you can get, especially since Leona Aphelios will start winning that lane typically after level 3. Not quite sure what they intended to achieve with that counterpick, but looking to see if blue side could get some more priority lanes going into game 3, regardless of who's going to be on blue side.
Yeah, we'll have to see. It will be BLG making that decision, I believe, or it might just be swapping. I'm not entirely sure. We're going to go into a break. We're going to find out what happens in game number 3 right after.
着我们 LPL 的发展，我们 LPL 的用户越来越多，影响力越来越大那我们其实也去有一个品牌上面的策略的转变，就是我们希望能够更加体育化和专业化。
因为在目前可能从整个英雄电子竞技去发展的状态上来看，我们不再是去向 S 赛学习，不再是可能持续的大面积的去向传统的体育的转播进行学习的这样一个状态，而更多的是我们需要不断的去突破自己。
With the LPL, we knew that we were going to have to dig really deep and find what made this league really different. And so to do that, we started immersing ourselves really deeply from a distance into their world, into their community, their culture, spending a lot of time with different team members, players, fans, shoutcasters, both present and past.
Something that we found out is that the LPL's approach to the game is crazy. It's almost next level madness. But to the LPL, it's almost genius. And this unpredictable, intense, fierce, wild, and being always one step ahead was something that we wanted to tap into. Together, we defined crazy as our game. It's a proud statement that really speaks to this bold mentality of the LPL players and the LPL community.
那么在整个品牌刷新的过程当中，我们也和 DS 团队保持紧密的沟通协作。每一个设计元素都经过我们仔细的考量和精心的设计，希望能够将更好的体验带给玩家。
在设计风格方面，把 LPL 打造成为建立在专业和竞技的基础之上，融入新颖的视觉创意，给我们的玩家带来新鲜的体验。同时呢，也融入了中国的传统文化元素，创造属于 LPL 的全新视觉风格。
We then began to think LPL's crazy energy as this dragon mode. But this dragon mode had two key behaviors, tension and eruption, an ability to flex between calm and controlled to hyper-energetic and loud.
Every one of our elements is designed to supercharge our visual system. They become expressions of the crazy energy that the LPL unleashes on the Rift. And this gives us this great opportunity with our colours. They're both inspired by fire and water. We created a custom headline typeface in both English and Mandarin, with every detail designed to reflect the veracity of how the LPL moves on the Rift.
我们这次品牌刷新也以中国古典哲学当中的五行概念和 LPL 赛场上不同的战况进行了结合，去体现 LPL 竞技为上、无畏拼搏的精神。
Each of these elements were a dynamic manifestation of the crazy energy that exists from within the LPL. Flow, frenzy, focus, explode, and regenerate.
Every element of the brand had to be designed taking motion into account. We needed a system that allowed us to dial up and down the amount of movement. So when the fans need to read the stats or they're waiting for the match to start, for example, the gradients can function as a living hold. But on the other hand, when something extraordinary happens during the game, the visuals can explode and take over the screen in the most powerful way possible.
所以我们还是希望通过这样品牌刷新以后，给我们更大的压力和动力，去给行业和用户创造更好的一个价值，去传递具有中国传统文化特色的 LPL 的体育竞技精神和品牌形象。
而到今天，我们在制定我们今天的整个从我们的品牌的核心理念到我们最后呈现出来的视觉风格和我们的 slogan， 其实体现到了我们现在整体的一个新的风格，也就是 Crazy is our game， 无畏进巅峰。
Where's the rooftop of our
我和卡纳米的风格感觉差不多吧，然后面对他的话就小心他的一些套路吧。接下来的赛程的话就比较紧嘛，然后就得打好每一把，然后尽力赢下每一把吧。
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL. My name is Mutuals. I'm joined by Kelsey as we head towards our 6th game of the day. And it's a 3-series day as well, so we're in for a long one on this one. But it's JDG versus BLG, and we're going to be rounding out the series. But before we start talking about game number 3, let's finish it off with 369, who's going to be our MVP for the second game of the series. And, I mean, he just body breathed in the top lane. This Lucian performance was just destructive.
Yeah, I mean, before the break, we talked about how crucial red side top lane counter pick is in the series so far, and he's definitely making more of an argument for it than the previous one, right? I would say that Breathe did a really good job, but he didn't snowball his lead. He didn't play the matchup as extensively to just almost solo zone his opponent out of the lane as much as possible. Though, this is another one of those cases where I don't even necessarily think 369 on his own was the only MVP of the series, because we also talked about how basically Hope and Missing solo won their lane in the 2v2. This feels very much like a situation where every lane was just popping off and kind of outdoing their opponents, making a huge deal of the advantage that they were getting in their individual matchups.
And that's real scary. Because JDG is not a team that's known for win lane, win game, right? This is not the style that we're used to seeing from JDG. So if they can do this to BLG, a team with incredibly strong laners as well, like, that makes JDG a very scary team when it comes towards playoffs and when it comes to looking at those standings. So JDG doing a good job in game number 2, but BLG certainly no slouch, right? Still dominated game number 1 and also had somewhat of a comeback in game number 2, right? There was a couple of times during the mid game where BLG, their shot calling was actually still relatively decent and found a couple of opportunities for themselves. Fofo, especially on this Orianna, looking really good in those fights. So definitely, I wouldn't be giving up on either of these teams. As far as I'm concerned, going into game number 3, I'm seeing this is an even matchup, which is really exciting.
Yeah, and the even more exciting thing, right, is this is almost the dream League of Legends series, because we look at the lineups and we say the highlight matchup is the top lane, and the teams are just making it about the top lane, right? They're saying our top lane is better than your top laner, and they're picking and designing compositions and strategies according to that, which is just so much fun to watch for people who are individual fans of players, right? For Breathe fans, for 369 fans, both of these players having had incredibly high highs, and so this is just the matchup to watch, and that's what the story of the series has been so far.
Certainly has. And it's really exciting for Breathe, especially because, like, 369, if you're a fan of 369, you've already seen him at the World Championship. You've seen him showing off internationally. Whereas Breathe hasn't necessarily had those same opportunities. And now on this BLG squad, if they can continue to look good like they did in game number 1, like they did for parts of game number 2, like, there's a very real chance that we get to see Breathe on the international stage with this roster. But we need to see them we need to see them close things out, as I believe picks and bans are ready. We're going to head towards the 3rd game of the series. Akali, Gwen, banned away by JDG. Zerion Rise by BLG, who are on that red side once more. That counter pick for top lane, crucial. BLG will have it.
Yeah, and this is, if the series goes the same way, we're going to see a counter pick on 5 that might be a little bit unexpected. I think probably in the first game, JDG didn't expect the Aurelia to come out, right? They banned the Malphite. They banned these types of advantage mitigation picks that BLG typically have played when they played around bot side instead. And then meanwhile, I don't know, JDG decided to take the Lucian into the Gnar after the Jace was banned. This is something that we typically don't see a lot of top laners play. We've seen the Shy pick it, if you Shy who played these really high skill intensive champions. So seeing 369 bring it to Breathe was very exciting, and we'll see if we can get a 3rd unique pick in this game.
See, for the bottom lane, it's very likely that we just return to the status quo once more. The Jinx, the first pick, it's been incredibly standard at this stage. I feel like the Jinx is the priority over Aphelios these days. That does seem to be the one everyone wants to go for. And the Aphelios is kind of the answer, right? The Aphelios is the one that people go as the second fiddle to Jinx.
And the exciting thing is that at the start of the season, we saw these long-range escalation comps, the Corkis and the Jinx, play out because teams weren't coordinated enough to do anything except front to back in the midsection, and then so Jinx Corki comps would always win. But now we're seeing teams have a lot of success with bruisers, with heavy side laning. We're seeing better coordination, better map play coming out, and so Jinx doesn't always win. We actually saw Jinx lose the first game of the night last game. So doesn't spell the nail in the coffin for BLG just because JDG have selected that pick.
Certainly doesn't. Poppy being locked right now, which would be very early on in the draft to lock in a Poppy with only one champion on the enemy team that has any kind of movement. Definitely would be an interesting lock-in, but it's going to be the Victor. And I wouldn't be surprised to see something like a support, but maybe you need to go for a jungle pick here just because BLG already have theirs. You don't want to get everything banned away.
Yagao has looked very impressive on the Victor in general, right? That's one of the picks that he's really gravitated towards this season and plays pretty well in side lanes. So instead they're just going to prioritize the Leona because the Leona, on the other hand, has been the one to win every game of the series so far.
Yes, and missing Leona definitely, I would say it's probably his most played champion off the top of my head, but certainly a highlight champion for him. Let's see him locking that one in, having a bit of support for Hope. But again, the jungle are not locked in there for JDG, so an opportunity now for BLG to try and pinch that jungle pool a little bit. They already got the Viego for themselves, and now they can guarantee that they have a good matchup for Weiwei in the jungle, if they so wish, but might want to focus bans on the solo lanes as well, because remember, it's all about that top lane. They do have counter pick for BLG, so perhaps not a concern.
The BLG, I mean, typically they've been wanting to ban top lines on 4-5, save their top lane pick for the last counter. So just comfortable picks that aren't going to be too easy to counter overall. Also picks that maybe the enemy team is known for. So Lee Sin taken off the table. Lee Sin has some good ability to answer the Viego in the early skirmishes. So not necessarily a pick that you want to go through if you're optimizing for your jungle matchup.
And I was going to say, you know, Kanavi known for his Lee Sin to an extent, but every jungler in the LPL is kind of known for their Lee Sin. It's just an LPL champion, which is kind of a weird thing to say because there are some insane Lee Sins elsewhere in the world as well. I'm not trying to take away from other regions, but it's like, it's a requirement to be a jungler in the LPL. You have to be insane on Lee Sin. The Zin's out going to be banned away as well. That's Zoe being respect banned from Fofo, which, you know, I can understand that because Yagao, he's a good Zoe himself, playing on that Victor, doesn't want to deal with the matchup. The LeBlanc as well banned off the board.
And I don't necessarily like these LeBlanc, especially in Victor, but it's a matchup that Fofo has already had particularly good games with this season, and the Zoe as well, just providing that long range into your Victor composition, the poke out, the catch out. So he's just gonna go back to the Orianna Victor matchup. Not the most exciting, but are we gonna get another Sejuani? That's the question. And this is the first time in the 4-5 that 369's Kennen, I think over 60% win rate this season, is unbanned, but instead he opts for the Scion.
It feels like 369 has changed his style coming into this series, right? Moving away from, like, Gragas has been open every game, the Kennen has been open in this draft, but 369 not going towards just those comfort picks, going towards something that's going to help the team, playing a tank this time, a Scion for the big front line here, and this is the most standard, I would say, draft that we've had in the series, where we do have just front to back on both sides. But with that said, Breathe, bringing out his Fiora. This is an absolute classic for Breathe. This is one of the picks that really Breathe made his name on. So exciting to see him lock that one in, especially in a matchup that is really brutal for the Scion, right? This Fiora is going to be able to have a whale of a time up in that top side. And Breathe, an exceptional pilot to be able to bring that matchup out.
And if you're paying attention to the narrative of the series, we came in talking about 369 being the guy who's going to bring the range top laner, who's going to bring the counter pick. He's the one who blinded the Scion this game, and Breathe is the one who's taking the Fiora. So this is a little bit of a reversal of roles that's coming out over the course of the series, and maybe we'll see Breathe be the one who gets a lot of top lane attention here, where they try to leave 369 on the island and snowball bot lane instead.
Yeah, we've got to look towards that bottom lane as well, because even without jungle attention, we saw a 2v2 in that bottom side last game. Whether or not that can happen again, we'll have to wait and see. BLG falling behind in their lanes last time around, but now they're on the red side. The advantage in that top lane. Fofo with the comfort of the Orianna. Let's see if the bottom lane can do as good of a job as they've done previously, because game number 2, it was all about JDG in that bottom lane. Hope and Missing making it happen.
And the post level 3 agency of the Leona in this matchup, starting to win lane at this point. It would make a lot of sense if JDG suddenly changed their approach and focus way more around the bottom side of the map. But we're still seeing some attention from the supports to go around top lane, trying to give 369 an easier laning phase by dropping a laning ward. So making it more difficult for Breathe to get advance in that brush and flank Sion behind with a cheeky Vital proc.
Yeah, it does make it ever so slightly harder for Breathe, although in the grand scheme of things, still a very comfortable matchup for him. We'll see how we'll see whether the ward is going to be able to influence that too much, but I'm definitely leaning the way of Breathe up in that top side. But once again, we do have to return to talking about these junglers, right? Kanavi, first off, on an absolute comfort pick. When you think back to 2020, Kanavi, this guy that everyone was heralding as one of the best junglers in the world, well, it was Kindred, Graves. These were two of the big picks that we saw from him all the time. I mean, Graves was just exceptionally strong at the time anyway, but Kanavi, incredibly good on these power-clearing junglers. And Weiwei has been doing a good job of matching Kanavi, certainly in game number 1. Felt like BLG completely answered everything JDG wanted to do. See if they can do it again, though. Already in the bottom lane, we have a bit of a scrap, as Chris does get a good answer onto Missing and some damage onto Hope as well. So a fairly even trade. I'd even say BLG favored.
Then meanwhile on the top side, we're seeing Breed look for the trade. Not quite getting the Vital proc, but will get control of the wave. So nothing too surprising so far in this laning phase. Jinx, Leona actually getting fired pretty early on, but obviously Aphelios, Nautilus helping Weiwei with his jump start.
Yeah, starting that one off as Weiwei moves all the way up towards that top side, just finished off his wolves, and now he'll be continuing to clear. And it's very likely we just see a full clear from both of these junglers, especially with Graves in the game. It feels like Viego has that freedom to go for the full clear, especially with Breathe already being basically underneath the tower against 369. Realistically, it's going to be tough to find a gank there, unless they want to go for some kind of dive, but I feel like that'd be quite risky this early in the game without too much of a wave to work with.
And Sion, despite it being a little bit of an odd counter pick and not doing particularly well into Fiora, it's still particularly difficult to dive, right? You have your Q and your E for wave thinning. So overall, shouldn't be under too much threat, though he is being taken fairly low overall with enemy jungler being on the top side, so could be a little bit of a scarier situation than I would.
Yeah, Breathe doing a really good job of finding those grass procs as well, waiting for the shield to go down before jumping in with a Q. And then we'll be able to build himself a CS lead. Flame Choppers down in the bottom side, but they will not connect, and a cute little Yumi emote comes out from Crisp as Doggo takes a couple of bonus hits on the backside of the fight from Hope. Breathe actually being forced out on this top side, somehow losing out on these trades, somehow down a level because that wave kind of stacked up in 369's favor. We'll start to push into water.
Wave control isn't really what Fiora is known for, as Kanavi looks for this stage.
Yeah, looking down in this bottom side, Crisp is not afraid though, posturing very aggressively. Vitals in the top lane, 369. Big trouble here if Breathe can find another Vital, but won't quite be able to find it for the time being. 369 lives another day.
If I sounded skeptical about the bot play,
it's because you were 3v3 in the bottom side here. Rehook from Crisp. And it's going to be Crisp rewarded with first blood on this one. Hope has to flash at the end of the play. And BLG finding laning advantages. More advantages in this top side as Breathe continues to bully 369, denying so much CS away from him. 369 getting his just desserts after what he did to Breathe on the Lucian last game.
Yeah, and I feel like we can use that line if this series continued in perpetuity, where the red side top laner just really making the counter pick work. Meanwhile, I think we're going to get a replay of this bot skirmish. Initially, Kanavi was the one who was looking for a dive, but shouldn't really work against a full HP of Helios and Nautilus, and then they just kind of hang out in the bot lane, sort of try to look like they're backing, take it, very common in bot lane. Enemy team walks up and their jungle's laying in wait, but BLG's jungler makes it.
Beautifully done. Oh, stun up in the top side. Actually didn't get the stun, but flashing for a Vital. Breathe really wants this kill if he can get it. More Vitals being proc. 369 trying to get underneath his tower. Still has his flash available. Breathe, I think he's gone too far for this one. I was very surprised to see such an early flash out from Breathe in that attempt.
I think no Q doesn't really connect, so ends up getting away with it. Realistically, unless 369 gets a Q knockup, there's not a lot of CC to counter, so Fiora could just play really, really aggressively. I think the flash was just to guarantee that there was no punishment.
Yeah, nice to see missing there, just holding the wave. Not looking for a freeze. Oh. Kanavi just assuming the Krugs are there. Qs for the Krugs. Realizes after that there's a recall. Fofo with a shockwave onto Yagao. Crisp is here though. Hook does land. Fofo should be able to finish this damage off. Yagao flashes away. Fofo has the splash available as Kanavi getting damage onto Crisp. It will just be disengaged. Breathe is here, has the ultimate available. Grand challenge comes on through. Kanavi flashes out to safety and gets himself out of there.
We had a rogue roaming Fiora. You don't see those very often, but usually because top wave management isn't her easiest suit, but she does connect, and both basically they prevent carnage, they prevent kills from going over to either side.
Yeah, good stuff by Breathe to try and force something, and at least got a flash out for Kanavi, right? So some benefit there. Drake is up onto the map here, and Herald will be up in a minute's time as well. So could get to the point where we start to see AD carries roaming up. Both Jinx and Aphelios very good at punishing if the other leaves that bottom lane. So Kelsey, I'm curious what you're expecting to see from the two teams over the course of the next 60 seconds, because I feel like things are going to start to speed up.
Yeah, things should start to speed up. Solin's coming away, having their level 6 available. I thought maybe we might get 369 threatening an ulti if they wanted to set up that dragon, but looks like he just uses fake pressure, walks back up, and catches his wave. I don't know if necessarily JDG really wants to fight at this time, because you have Koi on the Sion can't really leave the lane. Victor is not going to be as effective at this point in the game, generally speaking. I mean, they're just gonna give away that dragon.
Yep, so it will be Drake to BLG here, and Breathe massive pressure up in this top side once again, having such a great matchup, having a 20 CS lead at this point. And it does mean priority in that top lane for Breathe should make it difficult for Kanavi to answer with a Rift Herald, but he's going to move up, try and make a play happen onto Breathe instead. There's the knock up, there's the smoke bomb for the slow as well. Breathe, no flash, remember, he went too aggressive earlier on. Oh, great riposte though to stop the stun on the knock up. Really nicely done by Breathe, will survive the play.
That's one of those things that makes Fiora vulnerable, is just, as I mentioned before, her wave clear isn't the greatest, right? So as she tries to get the wave in, there's usually a lot of opportunities to gank onto her, and I don't think we're going to see any exciting action in the bot lane, just hope clearing the wave. Maybe a test on this Rift Herald. I think because Breathe was force back, shouldn't realistically be something that happens, but
it's almost here.
Get here in time.
Yeah, Crisp has moved over as well. Crisp is in the mid lane currently, as it's going to be the smite coming out from Weiwei. BLG actually get it. They don't even have to fight for it. Just posturing aggressively. They will grab themselves that Herald.
I think there was just a little bit of uncertainty out of JDG in terms of what members were actually there, because Crisp wasn't really showing in the bot lane who's on his way. Maybe they didn't exactly time when they thought Breathe would be able to come back to fight, so they don't just commit to securing it 2v1. A little bit understandable.
369 losing some tower plates now. Breathe completely ignoring him as he tries to farm underneath the tower. Breathe is just hammering away, already with a Sheen and a Phage. It's a terrifying situation to be in as the Scion, because The thing is, this early game, this has been the easy part of the Fiora Sion matchup. This does not get any better for 369. It only gets worse. Breathe is going to have a lot of kill threat later on into this lane, so 369 has to do a good job of farming up while he can, or it's only going to get worse. It's already almost 1,000 gold lead in favor of Breathe up in that top side.
He's going to try to itemize the Warden's Veil. Try to maybe come out quite hard. Limit the auto attacks that BLG is going to get off, but not going to be that effective. Fiora's definitely just going to continue hammering away on the Sion. Already up 20 gold, but importantly, BLG moving through mid first. Playing this vision. Maybe they're looking to deny Hope a bit on the bot side.
Kanavi a little bit as well as Hope forced away here. Doggo just getting another plate for himself. Chris taking a few chunks there, but I don't think it's going to matter too much as Doggo slamming away on this tower. Herald going to be dropped, and that will be the first tower of the game taken by BLG. So winning the top side, winning the bottom side at the same time, and just an easy control match of the mid lane, which Fofo, once again, managing to win. This is what we know Fofo for, just sitting in that mid lane, consistently winning on the CSD. Another charge in the bottom side as BLG have complete control of the game. 1 minute and 30 until that Drake comes up. But honestly, if it just continues like this, if the quiet game continues, it's practically in the bag for BLG.
And we're seeing the impact of this counter pick off, right? Just a little bit of pressure from the jungle, not overly too much. Fiora just manages to get to a point where she can comfortably get her wave in on her own, and then they can start shifting map pressure to the bot side. So this is how they're able to basically win 2 lanes by using the pressure, using the vision, having the enemy team retake, and then shifting over to control the other side of the map as well.
Yeah, it's so beautiful to see as well. Like, I know I sort of have a reputation for complaining about lack of action in the game, but it's always great to see really great macro as well. Chris, oh, the flash! Very nicely done, sir. Doggo takes a rocket to the face, which I'm a little bit surprised to see, but either way, nicely done by Crisp to escape that one. I thought he was going to go down for sure.
See, a lot of people might criticize Crisp there, but I think as a support, like the best supports are always kind of playing on the edge of when it's safe to get vision, right? You know that Breathe is going to be ahead in this lane, so from that perspective, maybe you can walk in and make something happen, get some wards down before the jungle is on top side, but didn't quite time it right.
Oh, Breathe, great little riposte there, and now with Crisp alongside him, he's happy to try and go for this play. The zap goes wide of Breathe, hits onto Crisp. Grand Challenge out onto Missing. He's low HP. The knockup is going to come on through. Can they finish off the Grand Challenge? That's the healing now coming on through. Is Breathe over the wall? Crisp has a stopwatch. That's the Moonlight Vigil, but the Shockwave Whip. Yagao held close as Breathe is chasing people down and cutting them to pieces. This is a fencing master, and Kanavi, your shotgun isn't going to work. The riposte. Oh, well, yeah, it's going to work. The collateral damage just blows Breathe a new one. And now 369 following up. Crisp, level 1 HP and a flash forwards. The knock is actually going to land onto Fofo there, but Doggo joins the fray with a Gale Force, and it's Crisp to go down. Instead, Doggo blocking the rocket as well, and will shred through this Sion. And even though Breathe went down, BLG still win the play.
And even though Crisp had the flash out, went in, didn't quite get any wards down, he still got vision because he knew exactly what JDG were planning there, right? So he stays and hovers around topside, knows that there's going to be a dive or a play made on Breathe. Breathe gets so many good repositions playing that Fiora, using the Q proactively. Very smart riposte, as you pointed out, to start this out as well. Manages to dodge, sidestep the Leona ultimate, and then they're just buying so much time. That was such a key vital proc on the Grand Challenge also, as you mentioned, the healing coming out here, and then this Orianna ultimate manages to get the last flash after the other 2 flashes come through for the Moonlight Vigil, and then just Breathe. It's a slightly making a mechanical misplay here, but that's okay. The rest of his team is here to clean up the fight.
Yeah, just a little overzealous from Breathe on that one, but ultimately doesn't end up mattering. And in the meantime, we have a split push Viego on the bottom side. It's not often that you see a split push jungle Viego on the bottom side of the map, but Wei managed to grab a tier 2 for his team. off the back of the play. So very nicely done here by BLG. Winning out mechanically, winning out in terms of the matchups, winning out in terms of the macro as well. Is there anything they can't win is the only question at this point. 5-1 on the scoreboard and a 6,000 gold lead. 2 Drakes in their favor. And now a Herald is going to go their way as well. It just feels like absolutely everything looks.
Yeah, including all of these lanes of farm. And this is one thing that when we talked about how they have a tendency to greed for extra wave here or there, they are still optimizing, making sure that none of these waves are more or less going to waste. None of these waves are going to die to tower. So when they stay ahead on top side by making all these plays happen, Weiwei is making sure he gets the farm so that they can maintain this really, really heavy window.
Missing's gone way further in on this one than he actually wanted to. Pulled with the Zenith blade, way behind enemy lines, diving onto 2 of them. Not got the damage to actually make that happen. A little overzealous there. It's going to be 1-for-1 in the end. And in the meantime, we've got another split push jungler in the bottom lane. Kanavi gets a tower there. Charges to tier 2. Doggo's in the wrong place, though. Flashes away. And now a Moonlight Vigil. It was all a bait. He just had to look juicy. And he always does. It's going to be a tier 1 going down in this mid lane. Sorry. The tier 2 in the top side. The tier 2 already gone in that bottom lane. BLG now on 5 towers as Kanavi desperately tries to answer in the side lane, but Doggo's done it again. No, doesn't quite get it. The red buff not enough onto 369.
And I'm very excited about, generally speaking, like Weiwei push that wave all the way out so that they can get that deep vision, so that they can get that T2 gold onto Fiora, which I think was the biggest win of that entire exchange, even though there was so much action happening in the mid lane. And I don't know about you emotionals, but I think Kanavi and Weiwei are on to something. But pushing jungle definitely could be a trend going forward.
I mean, it's working this game, so that's enough of a sample size for me. But I'm a play-by-play. It doesn't really matter what I do. Missing, unfortunately, getting pulled away along with the dredge line, and then
here.
Doing a breathe, I believe we call that.
Maybe if that had connected onto the Jinx, he would have get the reset. It would have been fine. We would have been saying different things about that play, but as it was, ended up being like one of those lower percentage plays that he felt compelled to go for. Didn't quite pan out.
Yep, the power of Christ compelled him. He is Viego, King of the Undead, so seems very apt, but unfortunately not for him. But I will say, it's kind of surprising when you look at the scoreboard right now, because first off, Fofo, really good kill participation. Exciting to see that continue throughout this series. But so much of this game, so much of this series has been focused on that top lane and on the Breathe versus 369 matchup. And yes, he's got a good CS lead, but score-wise, it's actually not that impressive right now. But when you look at the AD carries, right, Doggo has swept up so much of this gold over the last few fights. Already has an LDR finished, as well as that Gale Force at 18 minutes. This Aphelios is way ahead of the curve when it comes to scaling on up. Dragon started now by BLG. JDG look like they want to contest this one, grouping up as 5. RBLG, Kanavi in, looking for the steal, can't find it as Weiwei gets the smite. Kanavi back out the other side of the pit. BLG don't need to fight this one, but they might have to go for it anyway. Double knock-up with the depth charge. There's Moonlight Vigil onto Missing. Not quite enough, really. BLG, though, they get away with the Drake. They're happy with that one.
Yeah, now they are on soul point, so at least in the next 5 minutes, they're going to be able to command a map decision from JDG. So going to keep a lookout for that one. As you were saying, so much of this game has been around top lane. So then being able to still have a very strong AD carry coming through in that fight, even though Doggo didn't quite get the Moonlight Vigil off, but just imagine how much more BLG could have gotten if it had connected with one of those pushier targets.
Yeah, exactly. If they'd managed to get that Moonlight Vigil on, I mean, the gold difference would just explode in this one. It's already pretty dramatic, but yeah, I think that might even be just the end of the game for JDG. Not literally, but, you know, the end of the point where it's possible to come back. Because JDG now, what is that? 7,000 gold down? I don't know why I'm struggling with that one. It was literally 37 exactly versus 30 exactly. But Breathe has found 369 its bomb side. Won't commit to the play, though.
I think this is something that we can talk about in this series. Is the impact of having a strong matchup two side lane matchups that are winning. If you're timing the jungle clear, right, you'll know exactly what side the jungle is on at a given time. You typically know, as a jungler, what each of the different champions, like how long it takes them to clear camps, when they'll be done with their clear, what side of the map they'll be on based on those things. They like to recall like around 3:30 to 4 minutes, right? So they'll be on the opposite side of the map at that. You can have those timings down. So if you're able to manage your wave properly, having two pushing side lanes, get one in, you're in a position when you know the jungler is heading to your side of the lane, right? The enemy jungler. So then you're going to be safe while your jungler makes a counterplay or trade play, and you don't have any trade play available. And that's what we're seeing a lot with these red side picks, as the supports go to war over vision with the top laners.
Crisp is an absolute Chad. Like, just walking up trying to protect his control ward. There was literally the whole team of JDG there. Crisp was totally alone, and he still commits to trying to protect that ward. Like, there are very few supports that would be so bold. Also, I'm kind of surprised that JDG didn't punish him harder for that one, but maybe suspecting he had the rest of BLG alongside him. Baron is up on the map, though. We're 21 minutes in. We've seen that early Barons can be taken, and look at that. Ult comes out from Hope because they're suspecting exactly what I was just suggesting, that BLG might be doing something cheeky.
Yeah, and again, this is kind of the supports playing on the edge of what's acceptable in terms of what you can get vision. So a little bit coming out for Chris, but that information is constantly giving BLG opportunities because they know, because of how Crisp is positioning, how many members are on that bot side for JDG, and the fact that they can just walk in a top side.
Okay, Doggo went insane. He lost his mind for a second there. Gale forces into the enemy team. Shockwave though from Fofo answers. Support down, but without an AD carry, without Shockwave, I'm not sure BLG can win this fight. This is a huge opportunity for BLG as Hope gets excited. Looks for a bit of a chase down. The zap on Breathe will not be enough. But look, JDG could just start this Baron off. No carries alive for BLG aside from this Fiora, who doesn't want a team fight in the first place. And now Crisp and Breathe trying to contest. Wei for some reason is on his crooks right now. Needs to get on over here and look for a steal. We need a miracle from JDG. In they go into the pit, looking for the 50-50, and Wei gets it. BLG ruined JDG's hopes, and they tear them apart in the pit as well. Breathe grabbing some kills for himself, looking to deny the recalls on top of everything else. Double kill comes through for Wei. It is too beautiful from the BLG jungler.
And you might say that Doggo had lost his mind there, Munchables, but really, he saw it all playing out. He smelled the opportunity. If he gets caught out here, we could bait them into a Baron. No, I don't actually think that that's what happened, but BLG have the flank set up, see the opportunity, right? They're just keeping them trapped in this pit here. Breathe getting a little bit of poke off with the vitals, and then Wei has an opportunity because there's no wards over the wall, and just manages to take this Baron down. Oh, Breathe just doing so much damage though, and so is Wei here. Wow, just how fed are these two members, by the way?
Yeah, it's kind of insane.
Oh,
Speaking
wow.
of which, Breed go for a 2v1 on the top side. Kanavi just kicked out of the play completely.
And they just picked up Mountain Soul.
Yep.
Wow.
In the replay, grabbing a
Just
Drake for
off-screen.
themselves. 10,000 gold lead in favor of BLG, and now with the Baron as well. We saw how immaculate BLG were with the Baron in game number 1 of this series. They looked so good. They were so good at syncing up those waves as well, which JDG couldn't really replicate in game number 2.
Yeah, and we're kind of seeing it here, right? Breathe slowly pushing this in, waiting for the next wave to come in on the mid side. So someone's going to answer here, and just as this wave kind of crashes mid, they have resources to catch those up. Ideally, right, after this push, they have someone maybe fog into bot side, right? But we'll see if they can get this mid T2 down first.
Let's see, Breathe trying to play it slow on that top side while they wait for the mid wave. BLG still staying grouped here in the mid lane. JDG desperately trying to defend this tower. I'm not sure how defendable it is with Fofo having the shockwave, but potentially an engage here. Keep your eyes on that Orianna ball. Missing, forced away 369, low on HP as well as Breathe goes forward. Hook in from Chris, but he backs away immediately. And off to the side, Weiwei is bullying 369. Junglers are not meant to be upper level on top laners. That's not meant to be how League of Legends works. But 369 is 3 levels down in the side lane, and it is hurting JDG so badly.
That blind pick Scion not necessarily working out here, right? Not creating the front to back win condition. Win this game has been about sidelines, but
Here we go. Dive in the towers. That's 1 kill onto Kanavi already. 369 trying to escape, but the shockwave finishes him off too. Crisp somehow getting out with his life. Goes back in anyway. And still somehow survives. BLG with 3 more kills. They've got a wave at the top side, but they've also got to breathe down in the bottom lane. Just annihilating in-hip towers. This is Fiora's bread and butter. This is what she does best. And Breathe knows it as he hammers away on the in-hip and opens up the rest of the map for the rest of BLG to push on in. Doggo gets down in the mid lane. That's going to be 2 in-hip towers, 1 in-hip taken. And BLG extend their lead even further. It's more than a 10k gold lead as Hope almost gets 1 shot.
Just like we talked about, the key thing there, I think, with Breathe getting the top wave in just outside the turret and then seeing Yagao drop Gravity Field E to clear that wave and zoning him out, looking and threatening the dive on the mid turret. But we'll definitely get kind of a replay here of that. All right. 369 not really achieving anything with that ultimate, unfortunately. Ooh.
Bit of a disaster.
I remember when he was on Top Esports, there being a bit of a joke about him playing Ornn, right? So it was usually not quite good. Getting a few vibes from that, just in terms of his ability to find and engages, but I'm not quite sure how fair that is, since he was kind of knocked out of the game in many ways.
Yeah. I will say, I remember a lot of people kind of making fun of his Scion back in the day. And I was going to bring it up during Champion Select, but that felt a little bit mean. But now that we're 26 minutes into the game, 27 minutes in, and we're seeing it live, I feel like we can bring that topic up again. This Scion not looking good for 369. And yes, he's in the counter matchup, but unfortunately on that one.
It's definitely something that you can address, right? Because we felt like JDG were really playing into the strengths of their lineup, especially in Game 2, seeing that counter pick come through, but then just completely change the game plan. Go for Scion in Game 3. Feels a little bit, kind of takes some of the wind out of the sails of the matchup that we were so excited to watch, right?
The weird thing as well is they have a Graves in their team. They could have given 369 Graves top line, which is perfectly fine. Like, obviously there are some counter picks, but it's better than blind Scion at this point, especially against Breathe, who loves the Fiora. We know him as a Fiora player already. It's definitely a toughie for 369 as BLG slowly but surely just pushing this one home. Crisp goes to be engaged, shields across the team. Look at that knock up from Crisp as well across everybody. Breathe dives in, and it's just going to be cleaning house for JDG. BLG just wiping the floor with them. 369, the last one to fall, but fall he will. And BLG managing to maintain form here, the favorites in the series, and showing us what that means with a dominant Game 3.
And I remember at the start of the season, Munchable, so many members of the LPL broadcast team had BLG #1 in their power rankings. So seeing them more towards the middle of the standings was a big surprise. We were constantly asking, when are they going to show us why they're rated so highly? When are they going to clean up a lot of these kind of map grades around the board and show some cleaner games, show more dimension than just playing heavy around bot every single game? I think we saw hints of that here. I'm not quite ready to say that BLG is the best team in LPL. I still think that we saw a few gaps here and there, but definitely a decisive series, very strong wave control in mid-game, especially with those Baron closeouts, and really liking what I saw in this series.
I will say, it's almost impossible for BLG to be the best team in Weibo is. Even though Weibo actually lost their series to BLG earlier on in the split, but that we don't talk about that.
I think you mean Thundertalk, by the way, but you know.
Well, I'm not so sure that I do, to be honest. We saw them play today. They did get a win, but best in the LPL, I don't know. They're still tied in game difference with WE, so let's not get too excited just yet.
That's a little bit harder argument to make, but we've got the season to clear that one up. But bringing it back to BLG and JDG, I think a lot of to like in this series from both teams, right? I think that top lane matchup was really where it felt like both teams were coming together, both teams were finding success, and I just kind of wish we had gotten 3 games of that rather than Psy on top, but I can't fully blame the draft. Definitely cleaner overall execution and closeouts in the games that BLG won.
And it feels like whoever was on red side happened to also win the bottom lane while getting the counter pick on the top side, right? We saw a counter pick on red side every single game in that top lane, but the 2v2s were pretty volatile across the course of this series. Surprisingly so, considering the matchups. But Doggo and Crisp doing a really, really good job in this one. I think Crisp has had an amazing series for himself, honestly. Like, he's not just looked great in this one, having the MVP in one of the previous games as well. Really, really solid series coming out from Crisp.
And I think we definitely get that feeling of, you know, if it's a top lane matchup that's volatile, both junglers are going to spend a lot of time on the top lane, so that leaves the isolated bot lane 2v2s to happen. And then it really just comes down to the supports. And we did have a really good game from Missing in that game too. We had the turnaround, the all-ins that made the HP bars very, very low for Doggo and Crisp, so that they were able to capitalize on that. But it felt like Aphelios Burst really winning in those isolated 2v2s, and Doggo and Crisp getting the last laugh there.
Doggo and Crisp managing to make it happen in the bottom lane. Fofo having a good series as well. The Orianna, not the most impactful in this game specifically, but just being a supportive mid laner. And, you know, it's such a different look from Fofo, from the previous split, right? We knew him as this player that just wanted to dominate his mid lane. But this series, I feel like we've seen a bit of a change from him, where he is playing more for his team. He is a bit more coordinated with the rest of the gang. And honestly, it has changed the way that BLG looks as a team overall. So I feel like there are a lot of really positive things to come away from this one for BLG, right? The changes in Fofo, the way that they're drafting, like the way that they're playing as a team. I honestly feel like they're sort of night and day from some of the previous series we've seen from them.
And I just want to see more BLG, right, going forward. But definitely, like I said, some positives to take away from JDG. I think the past few weeks, they have found a pretty strong identity playing around 369 with some of these ranged top picks. And the jungle, I think they just need to tighten up some of that execution, find maybe a little bit deeper champion pools to make those strategies work, and figure out what their blue side strategy is gonna be, because that's a bit of a question mark. What happens when you don't get top lane counter pick?
Yeah, that is the question. Need to find some new top lane blind picks, honestly, because when the couple that we've got available get banned away, it feels like that top lane is really rough at the moment, and a lot of teams finding wins through just getting that top lane counter pick and just powering through that side. So feels like, in my mind at least, that's the way the meta is shaping up as we are starting to get towards MSI. Nobody's really talking about it at this point, but we're already headed towards the end of Spring Split, which is pretty mind-blowing. Could be a top-sided meta once again. That's what we saw RNG winning MSI with, this heavy top-sided meta. Could be a similar story this year.
And I think part of that just comes from the quality of picks that are being picked in the other lanes, right? You have the wave clear coming out from the control mages in the mid lane, and then bot lane is very much the Jinx Aphelios, which are difficult to dive because it's easy for them to just really quickly get the wave in. So you're getting all the volatile picks in the top lane. That's being something that can blow up in games for you. And when you're LPL and you press your foot on the accelerator every single game, the explosive early matchups are what's going to take you through.
Certainly going to be the case, but we've got an interview with one of our winners. We were complimenting Fofo on his change of style coming in today. Let's see what he has to say after a big old win.
Hello everyone, welcome to the interview, and now we have invited Fofo from BLG Gaming with us. Congratulations on today's win, and after today's best of 3, BLG has accumulated 7 wins in total, and you guys were able to have a very good standing. So tell us more about how would you evaluate the current team synergy as a whole. 那首先恭喜 Fofo， 恭喜 BLG 获得了本场比赛的胜利。第一个问题想问到，在赢下今天的比赛之后 ，BLG 也是来到了7个胜场，在排行榜也是有一个比较好的一个位置。所以说 ，Fofo 可能觉得现在队伍整体的一个配合和默契程度怎么样了呢？
我们现在春季赛打到一半了嘛，就其实磨合的挺好的，就彼此互相越来越了解彼此的玩法了。对。
So I think the spring split, the regular season of the spring split has been half of them. So I really feel we kind of have a tailored understanding towards each other. So we can have a very good communication, a very good synergy as a whole, and definitely we can see this biogas performance. And I want to talk a bit more about today's ban pick strategy because we have noticed in all the 3 games, both teams you guys just leave that very counter pick, the very last counter pick to the top laner, and for BLG you guys just given Breeze some champions like Aurelia or Fiora. Those champions can be super aggressive on the LPL stage. So tell us more about the ban pick strategy. Maybe do you guys want to maybe put more attention to the top lane for today's best of 3? 那其实说到今天的 BP 也觉得比较有趣，因为双方队伍都是最后把最后的 counter 位留给上单，而且你们也选出了特别有进攻型的一个上单英雄，也是给到了 Breeze 选手像刀妹啊，包括说剑姬这样的英雄。所以说能问一下，可能今天的一些 BP 策略会是更往上单来进行一下倾斜吗？整个 BP 的思路是怎么样的呢？
主要我们上单对线打得挺好的，就把 counter 位留给他，能发挥最大的价值吧。因为我不管拿什么就没有什么关系，不会因为这个英雄而出现的。
So because we feels like for our top laner Breeze, he can really play a super good performance on the laning phase. So that's the reason for us. We would like to just give him the counter pick for the last pick to have some very aggressive champions. And for me, to be honest, I'm not that care about the champion choices in the mid lane because I feels like with all the champions, I will never lose the laning phase. And yeah, definitely you can always carry the whole game, carry BLG. And I want to talk a bit more about game 3. In game 3, although you guys were able to have a huge lead in the mid game, but the opponent's team, they would like to just make a hard engage around the main lane, and after that they would like to just rush the Baron, but luckily Vivi were able to just use the smite to steal that Baron. So tell us more about the details around there and what's the team's communications around there. 那其实来到第3局 ，BLG 是有蛮大的一个优势的，但是呢，对面其实在一个劣势的情况下，想要在靠近中路的位置开一波团，然后接下去直指大龙，但当时最后微微是非常顺利的惩戒掉了，而且感觉你们在那里也进行了一些拉扯，所以说能问一下当时的具体一些情况，包括说你们互相的沟通是怎么样的呢？
就当时 AD 被杀了嘛，然后我跟 AD 都死了，就告诉微微大龙的血量，然后他说他可以抢，我就告诉他那边没有眼，就他也挺自信的吧，就打得挺好的，没惩到的话那把还不好说吧。
Around there, unfortunately, our marksman and also me, the 2 of us has been caught. But after that, we just tell Vei about the health of that Baron, and luckily the opponent's team, they didn't have the vision around there. They didn't have the ward around the Baron pit, so this really can guarantee the Vei a very good opportunity to just rush the Baron. And I think he's very confident around that team fight around, and also have the enough confidence to just steal the Baron, because we feels like if we just did not were able to get that Baron, this game will be a very hard situation for us. But luckily, you guys were able to just steal the Baron and get the win for this best of 3. And very last question is about the next matchup, because in the next matchup you are going to face top esports. Definitely, they are on a very high note recently. So, are there any expectations, or maybe what preparations will be made for BLG in order to have an even better performance in the following matchup? 那接下来你们下一场比赛也要去面对滔博嘛？那他们现在也是一个状态火热，所以说也想问一下，可能 Fofo 对下一场比赛有什么样的期待？包括说队伍可能会做哪些着重的准备，在下一场会有一个更好的发挥呢？
对战滔博的话，因为他们对线是特别厉害的，我们必须调整好状态，然后在英雄上不能输他们，不然的话，在对线上就会被压制，然后被滚很多血球吧，特别要注意这个。
So I think for top esports, every player in that team, they can really have very dominance playing in the laning phase. So we should be more careful in the laning phase to try to have some champions that can just push the lane to have a very good laning phase. So I think for this part, that we really need to put more attention on. And definitely agree with you. And also, best of luck for the next matchup. Congratulations again. 那再次恭喜你们，接下来比赛要加油。And back to you guys. Bye bye.
Thank you very much, Wendy, and Fofo, of course, as well. Quite a reserved interview there. coming out from Fofo, which not too surprising. He's not exactly the most outspoken person ever, but interesting to hear his takes on how the series went.
I definitely think that a lot of confidence coming out of him, just quiet, doesn't have to shout about it, just has to say, yeah, you know, we're the best. And haven't quite proved it yet, but maybe eventually will come to fruition.
Yeah, definitely a positive step here over JDG. A great win for BLG. It's going to be Crisp, who was our MVP on the end of that game, and I think rightly so. 2 MVPs in this series. Crisp is just playing out of his mind. He's everywhere that he needs to be. He's starting his engages. He's chatting it up when it comes to fighting for his wards as well. You just love to see it.
Yep, 2 MVPs for Crisp. I feel like a lot of LPL supports don't always get the MVP nod, but the mystique that Crisp brings to the table, you know, he commands respect. He says, look at me, and makes it happen.
He certainly does. There's some great engages coming out from him. Some great depth charges as well. Like multiple times we saw the depth charges getting knockups on almost the entire team throughout this game. This one especially was a fantastic ulti coming out from him. Just knocked half the team wide. And just great engages, great play, and great roams as well.
Definitely map play, especially early on for Crisp, has always been a highlight, I think, in the FPX lineup, conditioned to say, you know, there's going to be a skirmish around mid between the times of 2:30 and 4, so I'm going to be there. So definitely conditioned to understand those timings, showing them for the top side in that particular series in particular.
Yeah, Crisp looking fantastic, knows that he needs to be roaming, and 2 MVPs in a single series. Fantastic to see it. That's going to be it from myself and from Kelsey. And once again, thank you, Kelsey, for joining us here as a guest caster on the LPL. It's been an absolute pleasure having you. But with that said, we're going to jump into a break, and then Lyric and Mazel will be joining you for the match of the week. It's LNG against V5. You don't want to miss this one. It's going to be a banger.
Everybody fighting！ 已经有人嗨了吗？
米娜桑干巴嘞！
明海有点赶，感觉明海有点赶。我赶什么？我是最不赶的，兄弟们。真的吗？平常心，我那个分析做的还不细，兄弟们。大家准备好了吗？
太细了，
太细了。大家准备好了吗？太细了。真的，说你是 OMG 教练，我都觉得是真的。确实，你太了解他们了，
太细了，太细了。
感觉分析完都知道他们接下来要怎么调整了。哦，分析完了，直接就有思路，是不是？他这个意思就是，他意思就是我们这把必赢，我们必赢。他们可能想打的，你这边放眼吧，啊，你放眼吧，我站这。
雷克赛，慢点。
哦，好像，哎，把雷克赛杀了吧，我一下，他一下，走就行，没事。泰坦没闪。雷克赛，保一下，他们要硬杀，哎，哦，可以，
这里没闪现
，OK，很赚，
可以慢一点的，其实。
不是，我想去放眼的，
哦 ，OK，
然后打起来了，没事。中路开，维克托没闪，哎，别个闪 ，OK， 两开，啊，这样就死了，雷中了，有点不齐，赵姐，慢点，捡个灯，我顶，没事，雷克赛，看雷克赛，慢点，我死了，可以打，输出，慢一点，
你没闪了，你没闪了，
慢点，好，行，我灯，捡灯，可以打，我到了，慢点吧，先走吧，这操作我看的有点没听回来，稳点，赵姐，太着急，看你操作，回了，我开吧，对，盲僧别冲，别乱冲，没事，有点失望，赵姐，看一下这波 ，OK， 准备好看，可以，先看泰坦呗。慢点，没事，我死不了。哎，你死了。OK，慢点。我们冲吧。我们先让龙，慢点，我们先让龙。
那你们打吧，来个菜不在。
我们先杀鳄鱼。哎，维克多。别这么道歉。 我这羊，你为什么能秒 AD 啊？我直接单切 AD， 哇闪直接拿下了吧？对，你这羊不对劲啊，黄翔。我好久没玩这一波，没事，这羊可以的，我只能说，直接预判别人闪，只是这盲僧太可惜了，这把真的。我老预判闪了，
没有，那波 踢回来了，被打断了。
就是踢太慢了呀，怎么能踢那么慢啊？赵立奇，
我大刀把他撞飞了，他没踢。
你的盲僧没那么慢吧？我刚看了一下，
老了，
被夹住了，
太离谱了呀！
你们加油，还有最后一把，
加油，兄弟们，赢下这把过好年。
看后面有鱼，看后面有鱼。鳄鱼，看鳄鱼，上鱼，没闪，
跳走了，上鱼。nice，
追吗？追吗？我追过去了，
可以追，自己看。
冲，兄弟们！死了，我死了。可以打，没闪。
你看，你没闪。
追，能杀吗？别急，慢慢操作。
打断了。
这个。我来了。
他没闪。好乱。
把这个杀了吧。
不行就打先锋吧。
把他杀了可以。
或者我们推上。
他能杀，别急，他能杀，别操作他。nice，
兄弟们，这波操作拉满了。虽然真不是吹牛，但我这波操作真的拉满了。
兄弟们稳住就赢了，
真稳就赢了，
绷住。
这位置靠。你们拉掉，推打，
就赢。推打。
杀人！
来上！过个好年。
听我讲，我觉得这波我们可以压到他们下高地，然后让金哥你站中，怎么样？
可以，来，可以。
来呗。
我中间也快进了。
金哥是可以，没事。
哎，攻大了，很急。哎，我来看。
哎，挖掘机。
打救援，挖掘机，来，哎，你没闪，
冲吗？
别急，我在打救援。
A 塔一下，等会 A 塔，等会。过年了，大哥大嫂，过年好。
Mama, shake your ow, hypnotize me. The way you shake your it's tantalizing. Get loose, shake the rhythm, feel love. I wanna move my body till I sweat. I wanna groove and party till the lights come on. I wanna move my body till I sweat. I wanna groove and party till the lights come on. I can see you over there, looking over here at me, giving me those coming eyes. What you got over there for me? Love got something for you, if you really wanna see. Let me get another round and I give us some company. Hold on, I'm coming. Hold on, I'm coming. Don't go, I'm running. I wanna move my body till I sweat. I wanna groove and party till the lights come on. I wanna move my body till I sweat. I wanna groove and party till the lights come on. All right now. This the part where y'all sing along. Y'all ready? Here we go. Party till the lights come on. I need y'all to say that with me. Party till the lights come on. Sing it for me one time. Party till the lights come on. All the fellas, all the ladies, let me hear you. Party till the lights come on. Ooh, sounds so good now. Party till the lights come on. Party till the lights come on. Ooh.
最近卡萨选手打得很不错，所以觉得打野差距两个都不大，应该团队吧。打不友的话，前期我们冷静，然后发育起来的话，我们也可以打5不友也我们可以打。
Welcome in, everyone. As you see the landscape take hold in front of you, we are here for our Week 6 Match of the Week. LNG taking on V5. I am Mazel. I am joined by the one and the only Mr. Jordan Corvey. Lyric, how are you doing as we get to see the stage and the beauty that is this Match of the Week?
Yeah, man, always great to be here, especially for this matchup, right? LNG V5. We see here the Suzhou Arena, which is where LNG are playing out of. V5 playing in Shanghai, so luckily didn't miss any games today. No delay, and we just get to get into an absolute banger.
Absolute banger. I'm a little sad, not a little sad, I'm a little excited that we have the potential of a 9-game night here in the LPL to finish out week number 6. Wouldn't want to have it any other way. Wouldn't want anybody else beside me either, Lyric, I know it drives you a little bit crazy, but let's go ahead and get into the craziness that is this Match of the Week series, LNG versus V5. We gotta start with LNG, who have come off a little bit of a rough spread here recently for themselves, taking on 2 losses, but here against V5, it is a chance to prove themselves. But let's go ahead and take a look back at that previous series and some of the shortcomings that LNG had in that previous one. You see, it's a lot of decision making around the late game that ended up just 1 or 2 things not going their way and losing them the game.
Yeah, this was a really weird series to LNG versus Weibo, where you had this game 1, which was super back and forth. LNG going towards these dive compositions, not being able to find the advantages they needed early. Doinb not really finding an impact on that Renekton, ultimately ended up losing. Get into game 2, decisive stomp coming out from them. And again, I feel like a lot of it is off the back of them wanting to find these heavy engages. The Samira, the Hecarim has been the LNG bread and butter so far this split. And then game 3, we saw kind of thrown to the wayside because of some mis-executed dives. And I feel like the key thing throughout all 3 series, right, is LNG are the team looking to be the aggressors.
Yeah.
They're looking to pick a lot of these, I'd say, more early and mid-game oriented compositions that I would say are harder to execute in this meta, where you do have so much range coming from things like the Corkis, the Jinxes. You have lots of disengage and zone control coming from, a bunch of champions in top and jungle, things like the Xin Zhao with his ultimate. So for LNG, 2 series loss streak, gonna have to come out strong today against V5. And I mean, when you look at V5, they've been the opposite story. They're in a 5 series win streak. V5 are murking everybody.
Yeah, that's the beauty of it. We have the dueling fates here between the 2 teams, and having come off different track records here recently. V5 on a surge in the LPL, and we get to look at their last series specifically and see some of that against EDG, the defending world champions.
And they came out and they 2-0'd EDG. It was really nice to see, particularly in their skirmishing around top side. I feel like V5 just overall having a really strong core, Rich performing super well. We've been hitting on Karsa and Rookie all split, being one of the best mid-jungle 2v2s that we have in the league. And against EDG, they just weren't able to keep up. V5 also feel like probably the most aggressive team we have in the LPL right now. Once they're going to constantly try to find a foothold, and once they get that foothold, they aren't one of those teams that's going to be like, yeah, guys, let's chill. Let's wait for next dragon to spawn to force a team fight. No. 4v5, they're going to get in your jungle, get vision down, and look for picks aggressively. So I think it's a pretty interesting flavor, especially when we're just hitting on things like the Aphelios, the Jinx, the Corkis, the Victors being so prevalent in every game, because V5 just don't seem to care. They're going to go in regardless.
Yeah, they absolutely don't. That's the beauty of both these teams, is the aggression is the name of the game for both of them. Both, top kills in the league, having so much bloodiness in their series so far. But it is a little bit of foreshadowing that we did at the beginning of this, because the mid-jungle duos are where the spotlights are. 2 of the best combos of mid-jungle you could possibly have. And I'm sorry to do this to you, Lyric. I'm a little bit Texan. It just came out of me because of this series. This town ain't big enough for the duos of them, because my goodness, these 2 teams, these 2 duos are ridiculous. They're both sitting at first, second along a ton of different stats in terms of kills, but it is the bread and butter of both these teams' win conditions is how this mid-jungle duo separates themselves from the rest. And I love the graphic. Thank you so much to the production team, because the town ain't big enough for them. All right, you got V5 on a win streak. You got LNG trying to get back some of that early game or early season wins that they had. And this is a beauty to come together at this moment, in this point of the season.
I mean, you even saw Tarzan say in the pregame interview, right, that like looking at Karsa's super good. I don't think there's like a big difference between us as junglers, and I definitely agree. Right, this in my mind has been number 1 and 2 in terms of mid jungle duos. Not sure where to stack it up in terms of who is coming out better, because I feel like they play differently. When we look at V5, a lot of it has been for setting up Rookie. Karsa hovering a lot around his lanes, getting very involved in the early game, as we see in his kills plus assists at 15, his kill participation at 15 overall. And then for Rookie's just been such a lane-dominant player this split, tied in first for solo kills, getting a ton of attention as we've seen that jungle proximity, and also putting up a huge impact in these team fights with that kill participation.
And I had to give them the moniker of the law, because it feels like they are the law in this LPL town right now. They are the star child, it feels like, in the LPL, and they're finding so much success off the back of these two players. On the other side, there's no slouches over there. All right, you got some dastardly desperados in LNG trying to make something happen here and come back from that 2-series loss streak for themselves, and it's off the back of Tarzan in the jungle and Doinby in the mid lane.
Yeah, and when we were just hitting on how V5 plays around their mid-jungle, more jungle-enabling mid, LNG are the opposite. It's about mid-enabling jungle. We saw the highlights of things like the Galio coming out in the mid lane. We've seen the Renekton plus Diana combo come out a few times from this duo as well. Like you were saying, at the top of most statistical categories, especially for Tarzan, right? First turrets for junglers, almost involved 70% of the time. Phenomenal to see, still having that early game aggression. Then you go to the opposite side for Doinby, always hovering around Tarzan with that jungle proximity. Again, just the most aggressive mid laner in terms of impacting the map in the early game, not as focused on his own lane. So it feels like that'll really be the dynamic that we're going to be watching out for, right? Is Doinby going to be able to get out of the lane and enable Tarzan to find all these advantages? Or is Karsa going to put up that tent in the mid lane? They're going to shut Doinby down from being able to move, and they're just going to keep the aggression rolling forward like we've seen V5 do all split long.
Exactly. I love the thumbs up there. The synchronicity is online for LNG, but for me, it's looking at that champion pool we saw on both those screens, and especially that last one for LNG, where you're saying the fact that they need to enable Tarzan, they need to enable the jungle, and you see a lot of those picks in the mid lane for Doinby are those enableization picks, the Rises, the Galios, those kinds of things. So it all falls down to the early draft priority, as we're going to be getting towards that here pretty soon. I want to see how much priority see in the main picks of the LPL right now. Obviously, high priority for both these junglers to get that early skirmishing jungler, to have that early snowball that we know they like to go for.
Yeah, I don't have a lot of worry that these guys will get on the preferred jungle champions that they like getting on. The thing I'm curious about is to see if LNG are just going to keep going towards this heavy dive style that we've seen them get accustomed to. Because when I think of LNG this split, it's like, okay, it's either things like you were saying, the Galios, the Renektons, the Vexes, the Twisted Fates, and some kind of heavy diving jungler. We've seen a lot of Diana coming out from Tarzan so far. Or if they'll go more towards the split push style, which has been their other flavor, right? When you have Ala in the top side, you're going to see the Fioras, which he's played 4 games of, the Camille's, the Jaxes. He has an Irelia game as well. So I think for LNG, those will be our expectations. For V5, though, they've kind of showed they're willing to play pretty much anything, a different flavor of any sort of style they can. Rookie has the most unique champions played so far in the LPL. I believe it was at 14. This guy is willing to pull out a different mid lane champion every game.
A different one. Yeah, that's what I was going to say, is looking over at the champion pools, right? It is insanity to see how many champions both these teams have played in totality, but especially that mid lane, because it feels like you just can't ban them away. They will always have something they can pull out that is that little spicy pick, that is a little bit of speciality. And looking at that is going to be another big piece to this, but another piece to the puzzle here for both these teams. Not so much the bottom lane, even though both these bottom lanes have had some success in the past. It is this top lane that I feel like can be a bit volatile for both of them.
Yeah, when you look at this matchup, it's coming in so different to expectations, right? Because we came into the split, we're like, hey, Ala, absolutely insane player. We saw him being the pivotal point for LNG at Worlds. but not really able to find his strut, not able to find his drive so far this split. Has really just come in, been super flippy in terms of his laning phases. I think he's had a lot of detrimental games where he typically could be pointed out as one of the reasons why LNG does lose a game. Yeah. Still does have some of those carry moments, but Rich on the opposite side was a player that none of us came in really high on, right, from his time in the LCK, where it's like, okay, apparently not that good in lane, a much more of like a team fighting player, someone who can find impact on the map. Yeah. But I feel like Rich has had some really good laning phases so far, gotten solo kills against other prominent top laners like the Shy, and has shown that he can hold his own. And he also has an exciting champion pool. The Poppy, the Akshan, willing to go towards things like the Gnar and the Akali. So a player who's very much willing to carry, but also does have those, those tanks in his back pocket if that's what the comp requires.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that'll probably take a backseat in the early parts of the draft. Obviously, counter picks are so important. But we do finally have the lineups here onto the stage. We got V5 coming up strong. Gotta love some of those poses. They're all synchronized there with the aggressive stances. But V5 themselves, just absolutely night and day from last year for this squad, for this organization themselves, and being able to represent with this squad in particular, bringing in Karsa, bringing in Rookie, and having this star-studded lineup perform so well into the later parts of the season. It is so exciting.
Yeah, and I was going to say, Mazel, it better be night and day for the amount of roster changes they made, right? I mean, it is literally a completely different team from what they had last year. I mean, players like Uniboy, Reheal, PZX, Invincible, just all these guys are gone. All of them were younger players, newer players, a lot of rookies in their own right. But now, I mean, V5 literally have Rookie himself. They don't need other rookies.
Is that your thought process, results-based analysis there?
Yes.
I love the entrance there. We just got a little sneak peek of it, the little circle with all the lights around it. But as we see LNG taking to the stage, not a slouch whatsoever. Yes, they might have a little bit of a rough track record in recency, but it does not take away from the fact that this team is star-studded in their own right. They started the season with 7 wins back-to-back, and the sky's the limit for this team. It's just they found a little bit of a rough patch, at least so far.
Yeah, and I mean, right, I feel like that's the key thing to take away. This team might have lost their last 2. They are still 7-2 in terms of series. They're still 16-8 in terms of games, and we know the firepower is there in terms of like individual playmaking. Like you said, I feel like LNG have been struggling recently. I'm not too sold that their idea of how to play the game right now is the best way of doing so. I feel like they do get away with a lot from the fact that they do have a player like Tarzan who, right, we're debating whether this mid-jungle 2v2 is the best or not. I do feel like it's easy to say that Tarzan has been the best jungler in the LPL so far. So I feel like LNG do get away with a lot just based on his own individual performances. But there have been some good things, right?
Yeah.
I feel like Lumao has started to have better performances. He was having a rough first 2 series, right? Like, heck, we were hitting on Ala being, you could point to him for some loss, but like, man, Ala was the reason this loss happened. Lumao pretty much single-handedly losing many of their games by getting picked off. Luckily, they were usually able to win out in those series. But point is, Lumao's been able to bring it up. I feel like Light has been a very good kind of secondary carry for the side of LNG. Almost never has a bad performance from him. You know he's going to be able to do his job in the team fight. Yeah. So definitely good parts coming together for LNG. Even if their recent series, they haven't been able to pick up those wins.
And I'm looking into this draft. I'm looking for the aggression that is known for both of these teams. When I'm looking at LNG's draft, there's a little bit of an A and B situation there. I feel like they either like to go for the dive comps or they go for the side lane comps, and it's all about execution there. But what we're really looking for is cleanliness from this team, not having those sporadic mid-game, late-game decisions that cost them so heavily.
Yeah, I love how you point out that it's typically an A or B for them, right? Because when you look at most mid laners like champion pools of what they played so far this split, typically Corki and then either Victor or Orianna are by far their most played champions. If you look at Duinby, his most played is Ryze at 7. And then when you look at Victor and Corki, he only has 5, combined, both of them. 3 games on the Victor, 2 on the Corki.
I'll take it.
I feel like that is enough to show how LNG have kind of gone away from the whole front to back team fight, get the Corki plus the Jinx, and look to skirmish that way, which is really cool, right? Because my God, are we done with seeing, Corki Jinx go up against some comp that they aren't range and yada, yada, yada. You're going to get action in the series, or you're at least going to get picks that need to look for action, right? Because that has been one of the criticisms of LNG, is drafting some of these comps that need to be a bit more heavy-handed in the early game and them not pulling the trigger. So luckily for them, they're up against V5. V5 will pull the trigger for them. I feel like a lot of V5's plays are what dictates the game, right there. Yeah. It's either going to go so well, they're going to find 3 or 4 kills, or they will completely explode and give the game to the enemy team.
Hey, you gave them the moniker the scrappiest team in the LPL. Let's see if that scrappiness can take away another L to LNG, or at least put another L to LNG's name. As we are into the picks and bans for the first game of this match of the week, LNG on the blue side, V5 on the red side. We got the Nautilus, Lee Sin, Hecarim banned away by LNG. The typical Zeri ban, as always, just feels like it's a constant here by V5. Camille as well, taken away from Ala. Caitlyn, the final ban of the first phase.
Yeah, I like that V5 round out with that one. I feel like LNG have looked like one of the better teams at utilizing the Caitlyn, where most teams have just failed outright. LNG going to get by far the best top laner on the patch, and now for V5, we're going to see where they do want to go. Obviously, Jace still being open is something you could always expect to maybe see come out from Rich. Only 1 game on it so far. V5, though, going to go towards the meta bot laners that have been open, instantly pick the Jinx, and V5 have been one of the teams that have typically gone for an earlier rotation of support. Either the Thresh or the Nautilus coming out has really been the standouts for PP God in the bottom lane. They do prefer to save some of their counter picks for those soul laners.
Is it bad that as an ADC main, I'm getting a little tired of the Jinxes and the Felioses? I don't know if that's just me, but V5 will lock in the power picks, at least right now. They get the Thresh, a lot of safety in that bottom lane. PP God having a lot of say in the engages as well as the peeling, and you have the tried and true nature of the Jinx coming through. Such a strong ADC in the meta right now, but this is what I wanted to see. Some of that early draft focus for LNG towards the jungle. Get Tarzan something he can work on. And it is Xin Zhao and Aphelios double lock-in for LNG.
You know, going back to your point about wanting to comment on being tired of them, I mean, Jinx and Aphelios are the most played at like over 100 picks. Zeri is the 3rd at 28. So no, it is not wrong to be tired of seeing these 2 champions come out. And Rich gonna go with a different flavor, right? Typically when you do see the Gwen, it has either been the Jace, the Akalis, the Kennons, the Jaxes at the earlier part of the split, not really going with the Gnar. Obviously is ranged up against melee, but still, I feel like Gwen does very decently into this matchup. You know, have the ability to go for the E, look for the all-in. Sure, Gnar is able to hop away, but still that's guaranteeing you at least pressure over the wave. So we're gonna see how Rich manages this one, because we have highlighted Rich has been having a better split than we expected. I think looking like one of the upper half top laners in the LPL.
Absolutely, which is a very interesting thing in its own right. When you're coming in with such star-studded mid-jungle duo, it's hard to take that spotlight away, but Rich able to do so in his own right. Now we're getting into the second phase of picks and bans. This is where things come down to the nitty-gritty. We got the Trundle banned away by LNG. Probably going to keep focusing that jungle pull against Karsa. It is the Rakan and Leona taken away from Lumao. Very, very key in the aggression that LNG loves to play.
Yeah, and you know, I would expect for maybe the Viego to come out from the side of Karsa. Not too much left open. That really goes well into the Xin Zhao. Karsa does have one of the, I'd say, wider jungle pools, at least shown so far in the LPL this split. Volibear being another one left open. This is actually one of the champions that he hasn't brought out this split. Something he is very familiar with, though. Did play it quite a bit last year.
I got really excited for a moment. I know we don't talk about hovers. It is the Volibear that is locked in for Karsa. So adding yet another champion to the literal ocean that are the champion pools for V5.
Yeah, and so far, I gotta say, I like what LNG have put together a little bit more for themselves right now, hovering the Vex. As we highlighted, this is typically where LNG have gone. Going for these more aggressive picks. I would expect the Rise Lock in over the Vex just because it has been where LNG have trending towards. But point is, more aggressive, more roam-heavy mid laners coming through for LNG. Once again, adding a bit of side laning to their composition so far, and now needing to round it out with support. When it comes to Lumao, I mean, Lumao's just looked most proficient when it has come to Nautilus and Leona, both being banned away, though. is probably going to get pushed onto an Enchanter and go straight towards the Lulu.
And obviously, the feel like the main Enchanter we've been seeing in the LPL, but I do like this composition. They have the Venn diagram going with the Gwen and the Xin Zhao, but a lot of damage to back it up in the late parts of the game and safety in that fact. Still also pointing out that Rise that you were kind of talking about, but it plays exactly into LNG style, needing to get an enableization for Tarzan for this jungle. The final pick of the game for V5 will be the Galio.
Yeah, and I'll be honest, like, first thoughts coming out of draft is I just feel so much better looking at LNG's composition. You know, typically I would use the term like pseudo frontline for what they have, but when you have Gwen and Xin Zhao together, right, that is a solid frontline. They're going to be able to absorb and tank so much damage between the Gwen W and the Xin Zhao ultimate together. You have very strong DPS in the backline with your Aphelios. You have the ability to push out sides with the Rise and the Gwen. They will both outscale and just outright win the side lane matchups. Where for V5, it's like, okay, you're not very damage heavy. Like, sure, you have the Jinx, you have some DPS. You don't have a ton of burst coming through. I feel like a lot of what V5's comp relies on is getting ahead in the early game, using the fact that you do have the global coming out in mid, that for Volibear, you can very easily set up these ganks, because if not, I think not only matching sides, but in terms of just straight up 5v5s, I think LNG have the better of them in almost every area.
Yeah, it does look a little bit better on paper, but as we all know with these two teams in specific, it's all about execution. It's all about that early snowball for both these teams. Some of the most aggressive teams in the LPL here. It's some of the deadliest duos in the mid jungle. Tarzan versus Doinby, with Doinby versus Karsa and Rookie. It all comes down to this here as we are getting ready to load up onto the Rip Lyric. It is my absolute pleasure to bring you this week 6 match of the week, sorry. And it is all but going now. We are getting into game number 1 because it is time, my friend. We are here. Match of the week, week number 6. LNG versus V5. Doinby versus Rookie. Tarzan versus Karsa. It's going to be a bloodbath.
Got to appreciate the LNG Chilin in the background. Is, you know, it's not a dragon. What their logo was also not a horse.
It's also a lot more terrifying than dragon, I feel like. A little scary, but also majestic.
I agree. But coming on to the Rift, one thing that I'm not sold on, I don't believe is majestic, is the V5 composition. I'm not really quite sure like what V5 are seeing in their heads to think that this will work out. Again, I think very low damage. Like, sure, you have a front line, but none of your champions scale too well. Gnar has always been a bit of an awkward champion in pro play. Is V5 going to aggressively push into Tribush? Okay, nothing gonna happen. Going back to the Gnar though, right? Having to play around things like your Gnar bar and syncing that up quite well. So I'm gonna be curious. You do have good gank set up early on. Just Volibear having a point and click stun is very nice. We know Galio going in with that E, finding the taunt, you could potentially try and find kills on Doinby, or at the very least burn his flash. So then you have Prio and you have the ability to move from mid and then start this snowball from mid jungle into one of your side lanes.
And obviously a lot of spotlight has been around the mid jungle duos and how these kind of perform early on, the snowball effect that both these teams want to go for as well. But it's a lot of volatility in the side lanes. We've already seen back and forth trading between the top duos and the bottoms, and seeing where these junglers are pathing, seeing the opposite side starts for both of them will lead to different goals, at least in the early game, and especially that early first game.
Yeah, and like we're hitting on, right, I feel like there's a lot more pressure on Karsa to make something happen than there is for Tarzan. Tarzan so far full clearing towards his bottom side. When you do have an Enchanter support, right, I feel like there's a lot of urgency to just make sure they have vision, they're able to push out, not fall prey to any early ganks, as Karsa is spotted out on Raptors, so LNG have complete knowledge of where he is. The point is, Tarzan, he's not feeling too pressured to make anything happen. He does have ganks available, as we were talking about V5's mid-jungle. LNG also the setup, right? Doinby goes in with the root, Tarzan able to follow through with the W into the E, and should be able to bring a Rookie down. So funny enough, we're hitting on the story of this match as mid-jungles, but I feel like even these drafts in the early game set up for action coming from those 2v2s.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it just goes hand in hand when you're looking at both these teams onto the Rift in particular. But also a little side note I want to talk about is, you know, we're talking about the aggression and especially early snowballing for these teams, but there's a lot of utility coming out from both of these jungle picks, especially, you know, the Crescent Guard for Tarzan. You got the Stormbringer for Karsa as well to set up those dives once we hit that level 6 mark, where you also have the combination of these mid laners, Doinby and Rookie, who will have that mobility from the mid lane.
Yeah, so gonna be looking out for those dives, and just hit on, probably will be V5 the ones trying to set those up. For LNG, I feel like you're even fine if, you know, extended laning phases do come out. Even just hitting on the fact of having the Enchanter in your support role, right? Gonna bring like so much like utility and stats with those shields later on. Obviously the wild growth as well. Typically, I'm not someone who loves to see Enchanters in the LPL. They usually don't pan out, but I think this one is very good, as we're already starting to see that roam up towards topside for the dives we were hitting on.
They really want to get Ala up here. They were spotted out on a ward, though, by LNG. So they do know Karsa's up here. They do know there could be some trouble for Ala. If this wave is actually going to provide V5 the end they need. You still see Tarzan on the bottom coming here. The TP is now going to be utilized from Doinby. Try and save Ala, and it does do so for the moment.
Yeah, really nice by V5 to not over-aggress and look for the dive. They force out the TP from the Rise. You're able to go back to mid first now as Rookie get the push in, and then once again kind of open up another window for yourself to look elsewhere. Now with Karsa pathing towards the bottom side, that could be another place where Rookie starts to hover as well.
And so far, so good for both these teams, at least in the early parts of the game. We do still not have the skirmishing between these junglers, but it is that level 6 again that we're all looking for, and especially how much pressure we see about these early objectives, right? We know that both these teams love to get snowballs going early, but do we see that transition into those objectives, especially the first dragon, which is on the board now? It is a Hextech dragon to start us off.
I feel like we've seen teams kind of gravitate away from picking up early dragons, and have once again going back to focusing on prioritizing Rift Heralds. I can't remember which player interview we had, but I remember one, I think it was one of the Weibo members saying, no, like, Rift Herald is just outright more important, getting the gold lead and being able to snowball from there. Also a very LPL mindset, whether it is right or wrong, right? Being able to just smash through the game with the item advantages you're able to find. But
there's a huge wave here. Lumao gets flashed on by PP God. The Flame Choppers will not connect. He had the Dark Passage for Karsa, but he doesn't get there in time. Here comes Tarzan now on his own gank pioneering. Let's see if he can get in there and do anything, but it just dissuades Karsa off his first game.
And I do feel like this is the role that Tarzan needs to play, right? Just dissuade the aggression. Doinby might be caught out.
The taunt doesn't connect because of the prison. We will see Doinby actually make it out.
Yeah, it's going to be fine, and Tarzan's still just pretty much consistently shadowing wherever Karsa is looking towards. Again, just trying to enable that scaling to be able to come out. When we look across all the lanes, right, no significant CS advantages so far. Doinby with a little bit of one. It's just a flash.
Yeah, that's a huge commit from Ala. All summoner spells burned to the top side now as Ala gets the better of that trade.
Overall, this is why I was a bit surprised to see the Gnar come out in this matchup. Like, again, sure, you have the range advantage, but I feel like it's very easy for Ala to just dash in with the E, look for a little bit of a trade, and, you know, worst case, as Gwen, sure, he'll hop away and then be able to get a bit of a trade back on the way out, but still, that guarantees you control over the wave. So we see Ala doing quite well in this matchup, and LNG...
He wants it! Oh, he didn't get the dragon, and now Karsa, having the heroic entrance from Rookie, isn't going to be enough to save his life. The connection from the stun to the triple taunt, as well as the death sentence on top of it all. Tarzan is the one that dies first. How does this even happen? Now, Doinby doesn't have a lot of mana, but Light is here with the red and white. It means V5 will back away for the moment, but PP gone on one with that death sentence.
Man, I feel like the fact that Karsa was allowed to walk away from that is absolutely criminal. Straight up walks up like 1v4 in front of the members of LNG, tries to smite, and then they are the ones that find a kill. Nice by Rookie. I mean, has the ultimate right, buys some time. Karsa able to get away. We're going to get a replay of this one pretty much instantly. I guess Karsa's not walking up to 4 people because Light is still pushing out that bottom wave, but still.
You can't mess with the law, Lyric. All right, you can't mess with the law.
But we see, right, Rookie coming with the ultimate, kind of zones out the other 2 members of LNG. Tarzan was trying to follow up. to be able to find the... I don't know if he ever got his knockoff off or just went off the same time as the Rune Prism from Doinby, but point is right. I feel like Rookie was the savior of that play, and they were very easily able to turn it around as Fotik and PBGod were coming off their reset.
Great early advantage for V5. It's so funny that all of that started off Karsa just starting up the dragon, and then Tarzan was like, nope, this is our dragon, and then V5 were like, nope, it's our objective, and here we are. So Tarzan definitely looking to get back into it here. Not the early start you would have wanted, but something else I find interesting is the fact that Rookie is on the Galio, and a lot of the differences that we see in that, right? We were talking earlier about the team of V5 loves to enable Rookie. Well, we're getting a little bit of Rookie enabling the team here, and that heroic entrance plus the 3-man taunt was crucial.
And to me, that is more of the Rookie that we've seen over these past few years, right? The Rookie that was on IG.
You know what? We can't even talk at 8 minutes because we know the Rift Herald's coming up and the fight's going to ensue. Stormbringer comes in. We've already got Tarzan down. Needlework doing some work, though, as the TP comes in for LNG, the Realm Warp as well. Moonlight Vigil. How does this turn around like that? You see V5 in position, in pole position, and then they just lose 2 people off the back of LNG's quick decision-making.
I mean, still, right? V5 not having a ton of way of punishing the fact that LNG are just tunneling through that choke. Like, we saw what they were able to get down, right? You get a bit of damage down coming out from things like the Winds of War and the Jinx, but still very easily for them to just find the full commit. PPGod is going to start this one off with the death sentence. They go in, really nice ultimate coming out from Tarzan, actually, to knock Rookie away, or he could have found a massive taunt. And then Light able to just follow through with the damage with a really great Moonlight Vigil. But still, I feel like that ult coming out from Tarzan was absolutely crucial. And remember as well, right? You also have a Gwen then sitting right in front of your face with her W open, like dropping the needlework.
Yeah.
4v5, very hard to walk into that situation. And also just goes back to what you're hitting on with Draft. That, like, when I look at V5's comp, I don't really think team fighting. I think it's more of like a pick composition. It's more of this like early snowballing, try and find numbers advantages, pick one member off, and then translate that into an advantage. I really feel like LNG should be favored anytime we do get into a straight up 5v5, barring any mistakes coming out from LNG side.
And you have a lot of that late game damage assurance. Ala on the Gwen is going to be terrifying. Doing beats more than likely tanky, at least on the rise, but still put some decent damage in. But we've already seen the hints of Light having a lot more to say in this matchup, especially in this team fight. I think Fotik and Light will have a lot to do with the win conditions as we go further into the game, which is looking likely as we've had very back and forth early game so far.
Yeah, and for LNG, with the fact that they do have that Rift Herald and they have it on Light, you know where it's going to go down, right? Going to go down towards that bot side. I doubt they'll look for a rotation towards mid, especially for the fact that we hit on that LNG do have the superior, like, champions in the 1v1s in side lanes. We have seen Ala, sure, a bit behind in CS, but has typically been out trading Rich here on this Snar. And you can see Doinby's been able to keep up the pressure 1v1 against the Galio the whole time. So for LNG, I feel like the play is start opening up side lane turrets very early on, and then enabling Gwen and Ryze to be able to find those individual pryos to be able to just take over the map.
Doinby on his way up towards top side, just on that roam, trying to see if they can get a dive on to Rich up there. He is almost at Magnar, though, so good idea for Doinby to back off, go back mid lane. We'll get the reset now from Tarzan. You see Karsa on the bottom side of the map right now, though.
Yeah, they're trying to find a gank. Waited while PBGod cleared up that initial ward. Now in the tri-brush. Light and Lumao playing very respectfully, though. Wild Growth is also up.
Rich getting the Megadar ulti there to get Ala away from him. A little bit of damage traded back. He had a lot of pinks from V5 towards this Dragon Pit as the next dragon is up and alive. Tarzan on his way down here, though. Could get a little kerfuffle as the tri-bush play is set up for V5. Tarzan walks in. Okay, V5 pull off of that one, realizing they could have bitten off a little bit more than they could chew.
God, Tarzan still going to spot out Karsa.
All right, we're just going to walk straight into it. Karsa gets the heroic entrance on top of him. A lot of resistance given by Rookie, but here's Doinby, and the answer is there. This is what we were looking for. The fluidity of that mid lane. Can they get into the side lane fights? And we see it pulled off beautifully here, but now it's a 4v4. Both teams posturing in this little bit of a gunfight here in front of the Dragon Pit.
And I like how LNG just instantly pivot to being like, hey, we're going to go to mid first. We're going to push in this wave. We can at least deny this from the side of E5. So hit on the fact that Rookie using his ultimate to go down, but it's much more impactful in terms of team fights than the Realm Warp.
Getting caught up a little bit here, but the Rift Herald is what is the big bounty. Bunch of gold given over to Doinby, and that mid lane tower takes a little bit more damage. Death Sentence will not connect with BP God. Now Tarzan says it's time to go in. Moonlight Vigil used with the Gravitum, but nice taunt from Rookie. Again, the Stormbringer over the wall, and again, just like that, you blink and B5 are right back in it.
Wait, and Rich is solo killed all.
Oh my God, this is tragedy for LNG.
That was just so nice to see from the side of V5. Again, I mean, it's been very clear of like how skeptical I am in terms of the comp that they put together, but the fact that LNG thought they find a pick, they kind of get baited in and set up for that massive ultimate coming out from Karsa is huge. And we didn't even get to see what happened here on the top side.
Yeah, we're gonna need a
Ala
replay.
looked like he was running down Rich, considering that when we kind of panned into the clip in the corner, he was like running away from Rich's tower. So that one will be a curious one to look back on.
It definitely will. Hopefully we'll get that replay. I think we got it right here as well. Yeah, this is the start of it. So Rich, not anywhere near Meganar, just beautifully kiting Ala.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that he had the flash, misses one hit of the needlework, and even that last snip, not really being on point, but really just, like you said, being able to kite that out, I feel like was massive, him having that flash up. And here we're going to see the fight on the bottom side. The Moonlight Vigil, absolutely massive. Rookie able to lock down two members with the taunt, and it just sets up perfectly for Karsa to be able to follow through. Remember, Light and Lumao, two squishy champions, not like having a tank support where you can try and more aggressively walk in as well. Having to pay respect to the fact that if they walk forward, something like that is able to happen.
That's twice now.
Damage not being able to follow through. V5 finding the skirmishes.
That's twice now, though. That's twice that Karsa has been the bait, getting his health bar down like 200 and turns it around somehow. But this time, it was Karsa coming with the damage.
Okay,
I don't know if we get to change that conversation.
Mazel, we do not get to act like that kill they found at First Dragon
that was
some big brain play.
That was,
no.
It was communication and coordination for V5. The taunts, the death sentence, everything on top of it. It is very oppressive when you're looking at setting up these team fights for LNG.
Yeah. This last one, I'll give you. That first one, no shot. But I will say, Rookie so far, I feel like having a splendid performance, which is no surprise, right? We've had this conversation before about like MVP candidates, and Rookie definitely being one of the players at the top of the list so far with how much he does on the team.
Tarzan cut out. There's no way he gets out of this one. He's going to try to use Karsa as a leeway to get away, but he will not. Bodic gets the kill. Now excited, going to the mid lane.
And I'm pretty curious to what was going through Tarzan's mind, because for V5, they gave up a wave to look for this pick. Their bot lane moved early, looking for another one on Doinby.
They got the Stormbringer, the tower, not going to help you this time. Death Sentence as well. They are snowballing this away from LNG.
Mazel, and we said this in our opening segment, that V5 don't stop. Like, V5 consistently look for aggressive plays. Again, I truly believe they're the most aggressive team we have in the LPL right now. They just don't slow down. They constantly look for these picks. You even look at the vision in the top side jungle right now, having it completely warded out, so they will spot Tarzan once he walks through that, and pivoting these plays in mid to, this pickup of second Rift Herald.
One of the things for me that stands out is, I said earlier you were calling them the scrappiest team in the LPL, but the other phrase that sticks with them is they always know what they want to go for. They always have a plan in place, it seems like, and they are always catching out the opposition. Rookie with these taunts, man, it is just automatic.
Yeah, Rookie was crucial, but again, I feel like another important part is the fact that look at bot wave.
Yeah.
Right as wave was coming to a neutral point in bot, V5 said, screw it, we don't need that. We're going to go for the mid turret and give this bot lane turret up, believing they can find more in the mid lane. And luckily for them, they were, right? Because if for whatever reason they don't find that pick onto Tarzan, they aren't able to convert that into a mid turret, they're just giving away their bottom lane turret, I guess for Rift Herald, because that was still coming up, so they'd be able to pick up that one. But still, overall, that would have just been a better side of the trade for LNG. So nice by V5 to be able to find those picks and guarantee that mid lane turret as well.
And can I just say that seeing Karsa in this form again is so heartwarming. This guy in 2020 on Top Esports was insane. I mean, he was destroying that aggressive style drive. He was literally the poster child of the aggressive jungle. And then we had the 2021 where he was not in form. And now it feels like, yes, he might have skipped a year, but he's right back to it. And the fact he has Rookie with him, it makes it all look so good.
Yeah, I remember on an episode of The Last Hit, we had Jensen Go. If you guys out there don't know who Jensen Go is voted not gonna die. Coach Splice, coached Evos, worked with Immortals. We were asking him about what he thinks of LPL junglers, and he says he always looks at Karsa and SOFM because their like styles are so like hard in one direction. That they aren't like the typical, they aren't a bit of a balance. Karsa goes hard in terms of playing for his lanes and playing for his team. Obviously, SOFM typically the opposite, but we do see, as we were hitting on that point, LNG putting a lot of pressure on this top side. Looks like they're trying to find a collapse.
They do, actually. Rookie flashing out, though. Still has the tools to get away.
Yeah, gonna be able to make it still. LNG, though, again, doing a nice job of at least putting this pressure per top side, looking for the split map. They are just giving away the bot lane turret for free. And now that Dragon's up, V5 should have a very easy pivot for this one. I'm curious to see if LNG will try to push for 2 turrets on that top side, or if they will just play for tempo after this 1 turret get a reset and just have better timing on the map. But not too much that they are able to trade for the fact that they gave up a tower and Dragon on bot side, right?
Yeah.
They do get the 1 in return, but looks like that will be it. No jungle camps for them to be able to steal away on top side either.
Unfortunate there for that end of it. But we are getting close to Baron being on the table. We also will have more focus towards this top side of the map, I'm sure, for LNG, as there will be nothing on the bottom side of the map for them to take. V5 move in, clear out, and pings back towards the top side.
Yeah, now with Baron coming up in 30 seconds, makes sense, right? Start moving that vision line up in the top side, try to find those aggressive picks. Because for V5, they've been able to find a bit of a gold lead, right? 2K, but still, I feel like they're the team that does need to find the snowball, keep pushing your gold lead further and further. So I wouldn't be surprised to see them play more towards the top side, look for some aggressive picks in the enemy jungle, and try and snowball that into an early Baron, because they don't have the best Baron damage. So they will need to find some kills before they are able to look for an objective like that.
Yeah, and it all comes down to like what we were talking earlier. Both these teams thrive off of snowballs. It doesn't have to come down to that, but the early game is definitely where they look to get those advantages. Something else about the early game here as we are into the mid game. I think it's interesting that we get the Collector second from Light on the Aphelios. We've been seeing the rise of the Bloodthirster recently, but the Collector, a little bit of a different take.
Well, I think it makes sense to not go for Bloodthirster in this situation, right? Because for V5's comp, they're only going to win fights in all-in scenarios.
Yeah.
Their comp is so committal, right? Volibear needing to jump in, with Rich having to look for that massive Gnar ultimate, Rookie, of course, taking the ult in. So that extended sustain, not really going to do much for you. Looks like he's going to hope to cosplay what we saw from Viper yesterday, because my God, if you did not see yesterday's Top Esports EDG series, and more specifically hit Viper's Moonlight Vigil, he deleted 4 members.
Yep.
It was beautiful. It was crazy.
Crazy is our game as we see the Rift Herald take the top side for V5. They continue to barrel down this lead, about 3,000 in gold lead for themselves. They're looking at this tier 2 tower on the top side, try to get in their charge off with the Rift Herald.
Yeah, and V5 will be able to guarantee that one. Hullbreaker second coming out for Rich, so he has pretty much primarily just been split pushing this whole game, right? So it makes a lot of sense looking for those added stats. But yeah, going back to the LNG point as well, right? Pretty interesting that Light, the Collector, not over the Bloodthirster, but maybe over something like LDR, when we're seeing V5's items, right? They are very tanky. A lot of resistances already coming out for members like Karsa, as well as Rich, right, sitting on 1 cloth armor, so making his way towards his next tank item, serve also as a front line. But I think for LNG, they at least do have damage in other areas, right? You have the Rise in mid lane, you have Gwen in top side. Like, LNG's comp not hard pressed for damage by any means.
I just find it such an interesting conversation. And yes, this is only game 1 of a best of 3. There's a lot of League of Legends to be played, but our question coming into this one, we have 2 of the best mid-jungle duos that could possibly be in the LPL. Who comes out better for it in this series? And so far, you're 0-6 on the side of Tarzan and Duenby, while on the other side, Karsa and Rookie are performing beautifully, and a lot of the synergies we wanted to see from these two are coming alive in this game so far.
Yeah, and we're going to have to see it keeping up, right? Because for V5, they could start pivoting towards some Baron setups with the fact that Rich is split pushing so aggressively. But it looks like Rookie wanting to hover down towards Rich, maybe setting up a pick onto Ala, or expecting for LNG to come and answer.
Does have the heroic entrance with the Mega Gnar coming up as well. Actually just popped up by Rich. See, actually, the rest of V5 pinging up towards this top side of the map. Just make sure this vision game is good. And On the side of LNG, you're kind of pigeonholed into your base so far. You see a lot of members around mid lane just making sure they keep the priority there because defense is the name of the game right now for them.
And for LNG, I mean, as long as the game stays at this pace, I actually don't think they're hurting too much, right? We've already kind of hinted at and hit on the longer the game goes on. I do feel like it favors LNG quite a bit. So as long as they can stem the bleeding, which they have been able to do, they're doing fine. For V5, with the fact that they don't have the damage or the ability to just try and commit to a Baron turn right now, you know, it would be quite risky to do that. They are just constantly trying to find this pressure around Rich.
Which is so interesting to me. And I love Rookie's commitment here. The Mega Gnar plus the bounce, the Goomba Stomp coming alive. He can't do anything. And Photic gets the kill. Oh no, Doinby is here though. He wants to revenge for his teammate. Flash already by Rookie. Here comes Tarzan. This could be a bit worse for wear for V5. Oh no, Rookie. He uses the dash into the wall. And that is going to be a dead Rookie slowly but surely. As LNG get their third kill on the board. Lumao forced to flash away from Karsa. But here comes the rest of V5. They will not commit to the fight.
No, so overall, going to be a 1-for-1. 20 seconds until Dragon. Rookie will not be up, but Ala will. If LNG can be decisive, they'll at least have about a 10-second lead in terms of having a numbers advantage. But V5
the death sentence on Lumao. He's just obliterated. Tarzan with a big crescent guard in the middle of everybody. Does some work, but he dies immediately after. V5 pushing the gold purse into LNG.
Yeah, and just so unfortunate, right as Tarzan walks by, they just wait and find the hook onto Lumao. Instantly blow him up like you talk about, because sure, again, like we were questioning V5's damage later on in the game right now. Later on in the game, right? Right now, it is completely fine. They do have early game bursts coming out from things along the lines of, you know, the volley Baron. Even Rich right now being so strong, and V5 instantly going to pivot over to a Baron.
Yeah, because they can. They have the strength. They are sitting pretty here at 25 minutes in. Baron about half health. Doinby is here. Ala is here. They do not have Tarzan. They have Light here as well. AoE there. Heroic entrance coming in to respond, but he gets stopped, and they still already found Ala. There's no way. Rich tries to get the Mega Gnar ulti. The Baron's still fighting here. V5 split focus. Here comes Lumao. Here comes Light. They got the damage. The Baron goes over to Karsa, but V5 need to get away. They sacrifice both Rich and Photic to get the Baron.
Still, right? I mean, it's a 1-for-2, but for V5, they got the Baron. I feel like overall, they did get the better end of the trade. I didn't feel like Ala needed to go down there either. Like, they were trying to, you know, stop them from Baron, right? So that's why they were, like, playing in their face. But I feel like Ala did commit a little bit more than he needed to. Can throw down the needlework, again, posture aggressively, but he was aggressively eating forward.
Very, very interesting in that situation. But something to pull back for LNG at least. They do lose that objective, but at least they feel a little bit more confidence in their fighting. We'll get a replay of that, and the confidence for LNG to walk up in this situation. They know they have to force this.
Yeah, and we see...
Oh, that was really weird. It was the knockup from Baron that stopped the heroic entrance.
I've never seen that interaction before. I didn't know
he
Baron
just gets tossed
could interrupt
into the air.
ultimate. Yeah. But as we see here, right, still buys enough time for the rest of LNG's members to come through. I feel like Light doing a tremendous amount in this team fight. Again, got so much damage off onto Rich, aggressively walking forward. Has the cleanse as well for when he did get locked down to finish off a lot of those kills.
And even if Photic did just go down, I will say, we put so much focus on the mid jungle. We even put a lot of focus on the top side. But both of these ADCs, Light is #1 in KDA, Photic is #3. They are no slouches in their own rights for these teams. And yes, they might be a tertiary win condition, a secondary win condition for these teams, but it is still crucial in this meta that the ADC can be stable. I feel like we have found that with both of these.
Yeah, especially on the side of LNG, right? Because now Light sitting at 3 items, I feel like he obviously is the big win condition for the side of LNG, has the Gale Force as well as the Moonlight Vigil completely goes wide. V5 not having a great amount of siege potential, though. Really only Photic going to be able to put down damage on these turrets consistently. Sure, Rich will be able to poke out as well, but that's not going to mean all too much. For V5, they've been trying to coordinate with the mid lane push as well, but now that wave completely gone. Rookie having to hover around the spot side.
Stormbringer's available. Here he goes. Karsa's in the back. Heroic entrance coming in the middle, and they've already split the fight. Karsa's all by himself. They might be left out to dry. Karsa dies. Ala is still taking the front line here as well. In some trouble, though. And V5 pushing forward. Rookie going forward with the Predator, but they are just looking for some extra damage here. V5 back away, realizing they no longer have Karsa in their front line.
No, is as it feels like it has been for the last few fights, a 1-for-1 overall, but still, the fact that V5 aren't able to open up the base and guarantee some sort of consistent pressure down in that bottom side, I feel like is a little bit rough. Rich still should be able to have some pressure in terms of the 1v1, but we're going to go into the replay here as Karsa wants to find it, flashes in to get the stun onto Light, but we do see Light able to get away, so it doesn't get knocked up by the heroic entrance. So overall, both junglers going down to start off with. Rich finds a decent ult onto Ala, but did have his W up, so no other damage able to come through from members like Foden.
Karsa going a little hand there. Stormbringer didn't deactivate the tower there, so the rest of his team was just taking the damage. Just wanted to get that extra damage in there, but we do see the setup for V5 in front of the Dragon Pit here, as the soul is on the table for V5.
And I do want to say, right, I feel like V5's best chances come when summoners are down on the opposite side, because for LNG, like, they don't actually have a ton in terms of disengage. They really have almost none at all. They have the ultimate coming out from Tarzan, and that's pretty much it. So when Light doesn't have flash up, that could be your opportunity, because as we've seen, Karsa and Rookie do have quite an easy time of being able to get on top of that AD carry.
Rich stepping up here, but LNG springing the trap. Light's the one in the front line. He gets the gravitum on the PP god, but V5 realized all they needed to do was walk away for the instant. Now Karsa's setting up the trap on the side here as well on the flank. But LNG sticking to it, keeping the turtle up.
And for LNG, this is what they got to do, right? Because LNG don't have a ton of engage coming out on their side. Really, pretty much none at all. They need to control objective first, get the enemy to walk into them to be able to find ways to put their damage
Look at
out,
this, though.
especially for Light.
V5 is just literally walking in here. They know they can go in. The dragon taken by Tarzan, though. What about the fight afterwards? Rich backs out. They realize they can just leave this, or they can go for the wraparound flank. Rookie is looking for it. The backs are starting to come out from LNG. I was going to say, if Karsa walks into that bush, he will die. LNG realizing they might be in some trouble. The back not complete for all. All right, they're still all here. They are still all staying. There comes the Sky Splitter. Light has found Rich now. Foden is on the side. How are we still in the Dragon Pit? Heroic interest now coming down. Tarzan taking some shots from Foden. Now Foden is going excited, and he's got that Lord Doms. He's doing some damage. Here comes the Realm Warp to get LNG out of dodge.
Yeah, and once again, just not being able to connect these abilities. And Tarzan wanting to play so aggressively, wanting to commit to these picks. I understand in that situation, right? Because V5 coming into you. I mean, there's no Mega Gnar on Rich still is in mid Gnar for him, so theoretically should be a pretty easy pick to find, but still not able to find it. And I also feel like Lights and Moonlight Vigils haven't really been on point this game. Again, with how big he is on this Felios, I definitely feel like we should be seeing more of an impact. You are outranged on the opposite side by the Jinx, so Photic is able to find the consistent damage. And I guess overall, despite the fact that we were questioning V5 in terms of their damage, the fact that they're able to consistently engage, but pretty much with almost anyone, right? Whether it's the Death Sentence, whether it's the Predator, Karsa going in with Rookie's ult following up, Rich can engage. They're just being so decisive and able to find these quick picks.
Something else here, Photic is on 4 items now. The tankiness of LNG is going to be utilized against them here. He will be popping shots. The Baron already down to B5. LNG not wanting to take the fight will just walk away.
And for LNG, I mean, in that situation, it's so hard, because you don't have the ability to poke them off the objective. Again, if you're going to look for an engage, it's pretty much just Tarzan going in, Tarzan or Ala jumping forward, and you have a bit of CC on Tarzan, but still not a great way of being able to lock people down. Rich was Mega Gnar in that scenario, so you're potentially jumping into what could be a catastrophic Gnar ultimate on the side of LNG. V5 going to be able to secure that objective, and again, they keep their foot on the gas pedal. They're looking for this top lane inhibitor.
Get a little bit of damage on the tower, but here comes the defense from LNG. And as you said, the siege not necessarily there for V5 at this moment.
No, V5 definitely needing to find picks, needing to find these sort of kills. This is why we saw that dive in the bot side come out, because, you know, hey, like, sure, we can rely on the buffed up cannon minion to be able to get some damage down and whittle it down slowly over time, but if they want to just outright take turrets, need to look for the aggressive all-ins.
So still looking at these ADs, right? Runance has been completed by Light. Moonlight Vigil will
Another
not
Moonlight
go
Vigil
in, though.
whiffing.
And in mid lane, Allah's in some trouble here. V5 will continue to pressure topside, but it is Rich who gets the mid lane inhibitor tower, which means also that V5 can continue to whittle away the base that is LNG.
Yeah, for V5, they should be able to guarantee.
They're going in.
Now, but LNG look for the engage.
Realm Warp coming through. They do connect it. A little bit of damage, but the Heroic Entrance separates them again. Needlework is doing work here. Ala on the side here, tanking up a storm. They already also find Rookie. The main carry is down in Photic 2, and V5 run away.
And really nice to see LNG capitalize on a moment where V5 are disconnected. 3 of them running through the enemy jungle. I believe it was Photic pretty much by himself on the opposite side, then Rookie followed up with his ultimate. So giving 2 picks over to the side of LNG. And we've been hitting on finding ways to get into the fight. The Shurelias on Lumao is going to be crucial like we just saw. And I guess Ala finding a flank as well was able to ward off all the other members by himself, right? Because we see here, Tarzan Light all going to one side. And then Ala here handling the other 3 members. Completely deletes Photic on the Jinx with that ultimate.
I was saying the tankiness was going to be going against them here since Photic has so much damage with the Lord Doms, the IE. But, you know, when you blow him up, doesn't matter. He's still an ADC. He's still squishy.
And I feel like we're finally at the point where, like, LNG, we are starting to see what we were hitting on earlier in the game in terms of, like, the damage profiles and how LNG's comp is able to play out again. That was also not exactly a team fight, right? V5 were trying to siege the base. They did get cut off as LNG just ran down the Jinx on the top side. But now we're going to go back to Dragon. If V5 can pick this one up, it is Soul. They have control of River so far, but LNG making a nice threat onto the mid lane turret.
And this is something we've seen constantly from them. They just group up as 5, keep everybody extremely tight-knit, and move as a group. It has worked out for them so far, but they have Karsa on the flank. Light moving forward, takes half of Karsa's health down. He's in trouble here. Realm Warp is coming too. Moonlight Vigil goes wide for yet another time. And LNG have moved into the Dragon space. Maybe V5 want to back away from this when Karsa will not be here. The Dragon taken by LNG. Oh my God! No freaking way! Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me right now?
My God, I still remember when that was such an outrageous ability, and you know, people were begging for it to get nerfed because of the how strong the execute was in terms of neutral objectives. It did get nerfed, and then here still Photic timing it perfectly, able to guarantee that one. Tarzan has not had a great game so far.
I'm shaking my head, man.
Another slight not able to go down. You know, I just assumed that this was LNG's Dragon,
Absolutely.
and I pretty much blinked right at the same time. So when he started freaking out, I'm like, what's going on? And it was like, my goodness, how does this happen?
I can't, man. I can't. That's so unfortunate because we said, like, if V5 get the Mountain Soul, it is so difficult. You were already at an deficit. Yes, you've been fighting back into it. You had some consecutive objective takes. But this changes the game completely. You have so much tankiness now on the side of V5 with the 3 Mountain Dragons, but as plus the Soul with the extra shielding.
Well, it at least looks like Light is finally making his way toward the Lord Doms, right?
Hey, completed.
Actually, just picked it up, so full build of Aphelios now. You would assume Photic is probably decently close as well, only sitting on the BF sword right now. But I feel like the next crucial moment, right, it feels like it's going to come down to one fight. Important to look at summoners. For the side of LNG, you pretty much have everything up. That is so important from being able to try and kite out the initial engage from V5. Because again, it's kind of like a combo that hits you once. Karsa runs in, tries to find the stun, maybe Rich jumps in. You're trying to set up for the Galio ultimate. If Light and Duindy can be able to get away from that one, there is hope in that fight.
Yeah.
For the side of V5, Photic still doesn't have his flash up, so he does have to be a little bit careful. Does have the GA in his inventory, and also important, Karsa no flash, so can't just go for, you know, the instant stun onto Light like we see him try to find under bot lane turret.
Hey, Light has been on one so far. Like, he was just going straight at Karsa with all of his abilities, gale forcing, just having everything available to him. And that's the kind of situation you need to be in on this Aphelios. The full build, 5-0. You are the carry at this point. But something else that I've been very interested in is the fact that LNG have stuck with it. They are persistent, and they are not letting this first game go down easily.
No, and right, we've seen some good calls from him. That push in mid to give a hard choice to V5 of do we stop them? Do we just go for the Dragon give? Like, what do we do? Was a nice play. It was a little bit unfortunate that Photic's ultimate was able to steal away that Dragon. And now LNG trying their best to force V5 to come into them. Right now, they're the one with vision control in terms of topside rivers. Kind of surprised that, Rich didn't spot that out. I don't think he fully walked into the brush, so makes sense. Instead of sweeper going, though, so not wanting to potentially open himself up to getting picked off. Right now, Ala is incredibly strong.
Yeah, absolutely is. And also on the Gwyn, which is strong in its own right. A lot of give and takes.
Absolutely busted.
Yeah, just a little bit. The give and takes in mid lane is just seeing who's going to overstep, who's going to make that one mistake that leads to a snowball here. And both teams are itching for a fight. Look at that one rocket from Photic, how much damage it's doing at this point. Both ADCs full build. We have to keep an eye on Photic, on Light. Ale trying to find Rich on the side here. We get the 1v1, but look at the damage from Photic. And now they've already found Ala. He's still going golden, but he will die. And now it's an unmanned fight for LNG. It's 5v4, B5 turned to the Baron.
Yeah, like, I'm just so surprised that Ala committed to that. Like, Rich was, I think, almost halfway towards his Menganar when he did go in, but the other members of V5 able to just walk slightly forward and cut LNG off from being able to save him. And it's these types of small mistakes that have been defining the game for LNG so far and giving it over to the side of V5.
But that's also a consistent thing we've seen not only in this series, but in their past 2 losses as well. The game is neck and neck, just like this one. Yes, they were down, but it still looks consistent from them. And then one false move, one missed decision changes everything, and LNG lose the games. But see if they can pull back in this one. They're going to lose their final inhib tower. Rookie going golden there. A little bit of flare, I guess, on the top of it, but Doinby gets 1 fishbones to the head and takes a quarter of his health off. The inhibs are now the targets for V5. Don't know if they can actually get this one, though. Light stepping forward with the extra damage there and a lot of clearing for these Baron waves.
Yeah, I like how aggressively
Ala is on this flank. Tarzan, they found Rich, but they can't get the trigger pull onto him. And V5 realized they just got away from a very sticky situation. They're going to continue to press up. Tarzan now mispositioned a little bit. Gets almost all of his health bar taken out. The stairs Gage. Oh my God. The rest of LNG need to turn tails and run here as they're losing their base. All the inhibs potentially, if V5 can transition down to this bot side, they still have 1 minute and 40 seconds on the Baron, and that's plenty of time to get the siege rocking.
Yeah, and for V5, this is so crucial, right? With Elder coming up in 30 seconds, you definitely don't want this game to end on a flip or that objective, right? So if they can start getting all of these super minions funneling into LNG's base, people are going to have to stay behind and answer. You do have double TP up for your soul laners, so there are ways of going about it. They still have time before those minions will make it to the base. And LNG knowing, hey, this is the only chance. We got to just funnel right to this Elder. So for V5, they'd have resets coming
They're
through.
going to catch. Oh my goodness, Rich too quick off the TP. I thought they were going to catch him on it, but they immediately turn on the Elder Dragon. Karsa is back, though. This is a really desperate situation for LNG. Can they take the Elder? It's smited away by Karsa, and now the executes are going to be coming through. Flap those wings, baby, because the Elder Dragon is coming alive. LNG still in the fight, though. They can't take down PP God. They can't take down Photic, and it's all over. Photic is flashing forward. The Elder Dragon sweeps. The roar of death takes hold, and LNG lose game number 1. A pentakill for Photic.
One of the most criticized players when he came into top esports, but switch over to V5, everything's working out, and Photic is popping off.
What a turnaround, what a fight for V5, and what a statement game for game number 1 in this match of the week. LNG are reeling.
Man, it was a rough game. I feel like especially for Tarzan, right? You just got outsmited by Karsa. You lost the Baron to the Jinx Rocket. And sure, right, ever since Smite has been changed, I mean, your Smite is capped at the 900 damage once it is evolved. But still, we saw in that replay, I think they dropped it to like 750 or 8 by the time the Jinx Rocket came through. So definitely, time for that Smite to be able to come through. And just consistently being punished coming out from the side of the V5 squad. We did see them almost start to be able to bring it back. They had the right idea on some plays in terms of when they went for that mid lane push or when they were trying really hard to force V5 into them. Because again, for LNG's comp, like it has a way to like keep you at bay. They have a front line, they have consistent damage. They just don't have the way of forcing onto you. They need V5 to come in, but V5 they were waiting, right? They were patient. They waited for Ala to make the mistake around mid lane and river before Rich found the ultimate, and then they commit to going in. So overall, I feel like some, questionable plays coming out from members of LNG, but I really just loved how willing V5 were to pulling the trigger.
Yeah, absolutely. The law wins, and this time around, the Desperados having a little bit of trouble. But I will say, the attempts were there from LNG, even if, Tarzan and Doomy weren't able to connect on the normal level that they usually do. We saw the attempt at the Elder Dragon, right? The machinations were still there for LNG. The cleanliness was not. The execution was not. And those smites gotta be on point for game number 2 because Karsa is on fire. We were saying he's back in his 2020 TES days, but it is the 2022 V5 Karsa days right now. And all in all, V5 smashed this game. I would say a little bit of cleanliness issues there. Some ways for LNG to get back in the game, and the siege wasn't there for the later parts to really ensure that. But that is something that can be adapted to going into game 2.
And I also want to say, right, like in terms of this game, like V5 knew what they needed to do. Like we were talking about how their comp needs to find these early aggressive windows. They were consistently looking for them. But for LNG as well, we were hitting on kind of one of the strong points of their comp is their side laning ability, but once you start falling behind early like this, and Gwen is getting solo killed by the Gnar, and Rise isn't winning out more heavily over the Galio, you're never gonna get a point to get into those side lanes to take advantage of those like 1v1 advantages because they just weren't there.
Yep, exactly that. Well, that is it for our first game of this best of 3 series. It was already a doozy, and we got potentially 2 more. So don't step away from that browser. We'll be back with game number 2 between V5 and LNG.
杰斯吧，很真实。
感觉每个角色都挺喜欢的，就一定要说一个嘛，杰斯吧，就完成了男人都想完成的梦想。
范德尔吧，因为感觉他人很好。
金克斯的那个养父，就是他挺帅的。
I think Jinx the most because I like to play her a lot when I play AD carry.
看过一点点吧，喜欢那个金克斯，金克斯可爱吧？
应该比较喜欢金克斯吧，因为感觉他们跟我蛮像的，就是在打人的时候很凶，然后会发疯。
我比较喜欢抱抱吧，因为看起来很疯狂。
抱抱吧，金克斯好像是。我也没具体看，但我觉得应该挺好的。
抱抱吧，因为他是主角。
抱抱吧，因为他长大了。
我个人比较喜欢，我觉得是魏吧。对，我觉得魏那种性格的，就在就是感觉在双城之战里面比较凸显的比较明显吧。
바이나 캡틀 좀 정의로운 걸 좋아하는 것 같아.
比较喜欢维克托吧。
我更喜欢一点维克托吧，因为我觉得维克托很纯粹，他就是为了自己的梦想，我觉得在努力着。我觉得他那个挺好的，而且他也挺励志的嘛。都说他其实是从下城区来的，然后一步步的走到了至少在上城区的那个科研室里面，而且他也是一直很努力的为着自己的梦想吧，就是自己所想要的一直去努力做着。对。
说实话，我喜欢希尔克，因为我感觉他就很像一个，就算他前面有点小坏，但我觉得他后面就是感觉很 man。
喜欢希尔科吧，感觉描述的比较有血有肉吧，这种感觉。
希尔克他也是比较有自己，就是坚持自己的内心，然后发现坚持到最后，然后发现他和就是人遭遇了一种事情之后，他给我的影响是最深的，就是人遭遇了一些，就是遇到了可能相同的事情，大家可能最后都会被磨平的，讲变得一样， 所以我可能我觉得感触挺大的。
没看过。
没看过。
我没看过。
我没看过，肯定也没有。
没有，听的最多就是鲍勃，还有维克多那个。
我没怎么看过，那些角色什么我还是知道的，就是那个议员，我最喜欢玩的英雄。对，那段时间打排位选角色，也不知道为什么大家都在刷，后来就慢慢了解了。
剧中的角色都挺好的，都是英雄联盟世界观的，希望后面再多出几集。这还是个从很小的地方刚开始讲起。搞点简单的，人在塔在。
飞机的台词，王牌飞行员申请出来。
I'll choose for Zed. The unseen blade is the deadliest because my name is Shadow. You know, attacks from the shadow.
XDDDDD.
酒桶的那个，你买单我就来。
你说的对，颗粒好像。
因为打的是韩服，所以记不住。 我将杀，不是说什么念来着？
我于杀戮之中身上一如黎明中的花。
我没有很喜欢的英雄台词。
勇士我爱，举目破万。
背班的时候，德莱文会说德莱文走了，就瑞兹的我们走了，因为刚玩英雄联盟的时候，就那种450的英雄玩的比较多吧，就听这种台词听的比较多一点。
我觉得豹女讲的话还挺酷的，就是她有一个就是有个原因是什么，懦夫的味道，就那一句还挺酷。
就选维克托嘛，加入光荣的进化。
没有吧，就是感觉没有太注意这个。
모르겠다. 나 다 대사 다 추운데 한국서 원자 할 때는 대사 따라하면서 게임해가지고.
结束了，为了更美好的明天而战。
watch me do my thing. And I know what you came here for. Eyes down, staring at the floor. You might say go, but your body resists. Your feet start moving to the sign of Prince. Don't say no, no, don't lose this. You gotta give it up, baby. Give it up, baby. Give it up. Won't you give it up? I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside, the glowing light is shine. I am with you. Oh, close my eyes, sense your vibe.
일단 아로 선수가 되게 잘하는 선수를 알고 있어가지고 좀 많이 연구해야 될 것 같고, 도인비 선수가 초반에 쉽게 움직일 수 있는 영웅을 안 주면 될 것 같아요. 그냥 일단 리닝도 탑 쪽으로 게임을 많이 하는 쪽이기 때문에 아마 탑 쪽으로 준비를 많이 할 것 같고, 그 이후에는 아마 감독님이 정하지 않을까 싶습니다.
Welcome back, everyone, to the LPL, to the final series of week number 6. I'm Mazel, joined by Lyric. You hear it from the man himself, Rich, at the top lane. They need to keep Doinby off of the roaming champions. Well, he got one in game number 1, and it did not matter. V5 take a smashing win in the first game of the series, and Photic, with his second pentakill of the split, will take the MVP.
Yeah, you know, an amazing performance coming out from him. This guy cemented himself. This split is, I think, largely the secondary carry to V5, right? Rookie overall coming out, I think, with more carry performances. But Photic, I just love how aggressively he's willing to walk forward in these team fights, or even in the siege situations where we saw just every chance he can get to hit with the rockets, he will go for it, get off as much damage as he can. And he did have a phenomenal game this time around, you know, allowing the rest of his squad to go forward while like kiting out whenever someone like Tarzan would try to jump in and find an opportunity on him. So great job by him. Like you said, second pentakill of the split, I believe third of his LPL career and like sixth of his whole career, including the LDL. So overall, this guy has been an absolute machine.
Yeah, I'm just a smooth brain play-by-play caster here. When you see 93 almost percent KP, you have 34% of your team's damage. Not too bad. And we see also just the domination around objectives that V5 had on top of Photic firing away.
Yeah, it was again, just great to see. Not a lot of emphasis put on that bot lane early on. They did come into a matchup that did get pushed in. They did completely fine in that 2v2. And then even just some smart rotations coming out from their bottom lane. I remember one in particular in that game where we're like, hey, they're giving up a wave bot, but it led to them catching out Tarzan into that initial dive in the mid lane on Doinby, pick up the tower, pick up a Rift Herald, and they got so much off that play. So again, who's ever shot calling these plays as well, kudos to them, because V5 just keep going forward. That's all they do. V5 do not walk away from a skirmish, so they always look to go in. And it's nice to see, right? When you have two teams who are willing to look for the fight. On the side of LNG, I will say disappointing performance. I feel like coming out from the top side, both Tarzan and Ala felt like the ones who were really struggling. Ala kept trying to position for these flanks, but then would get caught out. And Tarzan, I mean, those smites, they just weren't there today. At least game 1, right?
Yeah, we set up the Law versus the Desperado as well. The Law apparently has access to the smites here, and Karsa was looking oh so good. Now we're back into picks and bans. We're here ready for game number 2, Lyric. And as we get to the thick of things here, we have LNG on the blue side, banning away the Gnar from last game, the Lee Sin and the Hecarim. V5 on the red side, they ban away the Zeri, Camille, and TF.
Yeah, so Caitlyn will be open this time around. That's one difference in the V5's draft changes, now taking away the TF. I wonder if LNG will just instantly go towards that one. Is 100% win rate for the side of LNG, and Light was the big performer in their last game, but no, still going to put value in terms of Gwen as a blind pick. Mid and lane, he was doing fine until he kind of solo killed himself.
Oh, no.
But this time, Rich going for the Jace.
Oh, no. The poke up from V5 is starting to come. If they get Corki as well, oh my goodness. We'll see what V5 can do with their final pick of the first phase. But now all of the eggs into LNG's basket here. What will they grab themselves for? The final 2 picks in the first phase. As you said, going back to that Gwen priority. I would also expect the Aphelios, as we see it now just hovered, to come through because of the consistency we see between this ADC matchup and specifically Light and Photic. But it is the next pick that I'm so interested at. Do we see priority given over to Tarzan, or do we get a little bit more of that stability where we see maybe a support pick for Lumao?
Yeah, the question I was going to ask is if he's going to want to go to and try and cement himself on an engaged support. Because if not, I do expect the Xin to come through. But we remember the last second ban rotation, right? Both Nautilus and Leona were off the board. Did end up going with the Enchanter, which overall I think Lumao was fine that game, right? There was really nothing wrong with LNG's bot lane overall in terms of how they lost the game. but still maybe wanting to try and guarantee yourself some more engage than they did last time around. Because sure, LG saw the way of winning, right? We could see they were trying so hard to force V5 into them, but they just kept making small mistakes where one of them would get picked off before that was able to happen. Now for V5, you already pointed out the Corki. We have seen a Rookie not really go towards that one this split. It's one of the reasons why I love watching Rookie this split. He's only played Corki twice.
It's
V5 have not been one of the teams that have gravitated over to that pick. So we do get the Tom Kench coming out. Again, has risen in priority lately in the LPL. Just gives you some really nice disengage coming from that ultimate. Obviously, also some supplementary engage as well with your Abyssal Dive. Pretty solid in the bottom lane 2v2s. We've seen a lot of 2v2 kills come out from it. And V5 so far setting up to have a bit of zone control, some disengage, and like you critically hit on, that poke.
Yeah, I'm very interested not to see the Thresh come through again for PB God. He was so good on that pick last game. But as I'm happy over here, as a smiling catfish would be, Tom Kench has been one of my favorite rising picks in the LPL, and especially getting to see PP God on that one is going to be a fun time for everyone, it feels like. But we're into the second phase of picks and bans. We got the Rakan banned away again by V5, with the Lulu joining the ban table again, or at least for the first time here, as it was picked up by LNG last time around. Trundle banned again by LNG. Oh,
yeah, they are going to take away.
Man.
They're going to take that one away. And for the side of V5, kind of surprised they're hovering blind pick mid laners when they could save and just try and guarantee the counter pick coming out for Rookie. If they do decide to lock in the LeBlanc, this was a champion that was banned against V5 in almost all of their series early on in the split. I do remember when Rookie pulled it out.
Let's
go! Okay.
Karsa feeling himself, whipping out the
Where's Flowers,
Skarner.
Rizal?
I know,
Where's Flowers?
we need him to come guest cast for us. So come replace me, because I need the knowledge for Skarner. What a left field pick for Karsa.
I was going to say, right, I mean, we were kind of looking. I was trying to go through junglers that offer some disengage and zone control, right? Trundle being taken off the board. The only other one that really comes to mind is Gragas, which Karsa has played Gragas jungle this split, but no, wanting to go something that is more pick-oriented, trying to see if he's able to find those ultimates onto Light on the Aphelios. If he gets taken away, that is their big damage point. Does LNG look like they're going to go with a very similar comp to last game? But again, the critical difference this time around, having some engage of their own. And when they are up against these long-range carries of Jace and Jinx, that's going to be absolutely critical.
It absolutely is. Speaking of, I still think, LNG have set themselves up for that team fighting nature. You still have the Venn diagram going for them. And they have the Nautilus now to back up a little bit of that, to get that extra engage for Lumao that was severely lacking last time around. The Lulu just feeling like it didn't have any say really in actuality. So I like this setup for LNG, but it's all about that early execution on the map, the mechanics on the map. That was their biggest downfall last game. On the other side, you got the spice of the Karsa pick. You also have the stability of the Orianna for Rookie.
Yeah, and I'm really curious to see what Karsa goes with as his set up in this game and how he plays it out. I'm gonna be honest, it's been a while since I have seen a Skarner. I do know, right, you can obviously still always go towards the Predator and try and have more map influence in the early game, but also Phase Rush is another option that you're able to take on him and just have a bit more mobility in terms of weaving around in these team fights, getting that slow resist. So we're gonna keep an eye on Karsa and how he does play this one. We've already hit on the general style of how V5 and LNG want to play. The aggressive engages coming out from LNG, and V5 trying to keep their distance and layer this long-range damage.
Yeah, it's not going to have the Corki to get that extra third poke, but the Shockwave will be a beautiful setup for the rest of the team. The lockdown that V5 have on their team is terrifying in its own right. But I feel like LNG, as I was saying earlier and foreshadowing to, have set themselves up with a more stable composition this time around, something they can feel confident going into those late game fights to pull the trigger and come out on top. Because right now, their backs are against the wall. They are on the ropes. V5 want to make it a quick night, get a 2-0 victory for themselves. LNG need to find something back here as we kick off game number 2 of our Match of the Week series.
And we do see Karsa did go with the Predator. Overall, just very interested in seeing this Skarner pick, because I feel like holistically it doesn't really fit with the theme of the composition too much when we're talking about hey, again, controlling space, buying range for your other members of the team to layer that poke. Skarner typically the champion that wants to go in, try and get that ultimate off onto a key target, not bringing too much in terms of peeling and zone control.
Oh,
so
no. We have two different machinations going on the different sides of the map. All right, you got Luma over here flashing over the wall. Rookie flashes right back too as well. So double summoner spells utilized. LNG trying to get something off the map early. It was vision gained by V5 on the other side, though.
And overall, I do feel like trading summoners support for mid is very much worth it for the side of LNG, right? You don't expect too much 2v2 action coming out in that bot lane, but 1v1 action coming out now. Rich gonna have to walk away after Doinby shows himself. But point is, right, you shouldn't expect to see too much in terms of like all inning for 2v2s in that bottom side when we have Tom Kench, then Jinx versus Aphelios, as we always do. But with Rookie having no flash, it sets up ganks for Tarzan. So really gonna want to see Tarzan look to capitalize.
The trading continuing from game one here on the bottom side. We just had the constant 2v2s, but now on the Tom Kench and the Nautilus respectively. A little bit more of that tussling down there. The Lulu not as poignant in the lane as you would want it to be, but this time Lumao definitely having that difference. But maybe it doesn't matter. Foden gets about half his health bar down. We'll see again, just like last game, opposite side starts for both these junglers, which means Tarzan might be looking to get light ahead this time around.
Yeah, you have that potential to look towards bottom lane, especially with the fact that Rich has prior, right? Typically, junglers do path towards their lanes that are able to guarantee prior. We do see both their side lanes getting pushed in right now, but I think Rich having a lot more ability to move and follow up if Tarzan did path up towards that top side. We're already hitting on, though. Would love to see him cooperate with his mid laner. They spot out Karsa right now, and it looks like he's pathing up to find a bit of aggression.
We do have the vision game up here, but I will say Skarner is a pretty good early skirmisher, especially at that level 3 mark with the CC you have and the shielding and damage as well on top of the Spire game that you can play around. As we do see the vision still being played around with by Tarzan and the jungle being played around with, as actually Karsa looks to be going for his Krugs while Tarzan steps in to steal away the red.
Yeah, and we're seeing kind of how these lanes are starting to pan out as well as those skirmishes around jungle come out, his bot lane just hammering home. But look at the mini-map. LNG's mid-jungle duo looking to abuse Karsa.
Will get the red buff as well as Doinby on the movement. That is extremely crucial. As we saw last game around, Doinby trying to get those realm warps off, trying to get the side lane pressure going, but it's always keeping the roam timers consistent for Doinby in the mid lane, making sure he can meet up with Tarzan.
Yeah, and we're already going to start to see Tarzan hovering around this mid lane. Karsa is going to be at least able to guarantee himself a scuttle on the bottom side. And not too much aggression coming out yet, even though LNG have made the more proactive moves, right, in terms of forcing out the flash from Rookie and then looking for that proactive invade. Looks like Karsa going to look to get a bit of information for himself, though, just spotting out where Tarzan is.
Rich not having a fun time with this top side. Usually you think it goes a little bit easier for Rich, but Ala definitely taking the early aggression and keeping Gwen up the tank.
I mean, still, right, is able to get away. A lot of this matchup is just trying to space perfectly, be able to kite out this Gwen's damage. And then a lot of champions, if you try and buy enough time for her to lose the stacks of her snip, could be so crucial. That's one of the reasons why the Akali matchup is so good, right? She stacks up the Q, you throw down your Shroud, you try to wait out that one. I believe it's 6 seconds off the top of my head.
We'll see the trading continue. Rich taking the better end of it this time around. We do have the roams from the supports on timer here. PP God and Alumao off on their roaming towards the mid lane. It was PP God who got off there first. Does have Karsa combining with him here now, but they also be spotted out by the double control wards of LNG. Cleared out pretty quickly.
Yeah, V5 just going to try and cement this dragon down the bottom side. Potentially sets up for Tarzan to make a play on top. We do see that Rich does have a ward in River. So if Tarzan does walk around, he will be spotted out unless he goes for one of those like more creative, just path all the way around the Baron Pit style ganks to try to punish Rich. Is possible.
Would be. It would be a long trip, a little bit of a scenic route there for sure. But Karsa taking the scenic route in the Dragon Pit, takes the first dragon of the game. And now Rich was going to get aggressed on by Tarzan. Thinks maybe Tarzan doesn't have the confidence to move in, and he'll just start backing. Rich playing with a little bit of fire up there.
Yeah, Rich going to be playing on a knife's edge, but won't be punished. Still going to continue to trade evenly. Does have the triple longsword build, trying to hammer home on some of these early damage stats to be able to come out ahead in trades. So far, though, all lanes close to even. Bot lane being the only standout so far for the side of V5. And in terms of scaling, again, like V5 are going to be able to do what they want in terms of layering down that long-range poke, trying to get on objectives first, zone out the side of LNG. So I feel like having a slower early game is fine, especially as you're waiting on Karsa to hit that level 6 mark.
As we saw down there, so he wasn't spotted out on that ward. It was just good call from Rich. Bot lane, though, the engage does not come through for Lumao. Will still be LNG all the way on the bot side, 4 members strong, just to press up a little bit more. I was going to talk about the level 6 being achieved by Doinby and Rookie, and they are still available, but we aren't seeing that immediate trigger pull on Doinby trying to get to the side lanes, trying to get something going with the first Realm Warp.
Yeah, I like that you bring up the mid laners again as well, because we saw Rookie never get punished for the fact that he didn't have a flash up. At least no attempts made by the side of LNG to go for that one. And now with ultimates up, like you're saying, Doinby will be the one to look to more proactively influence the map. Rookie should just be locked to catching waves in mid and trying to be the second one to follow up, hoping his team doesn't fall prey to any picks with numbers advantage when Doinby is able to find that opportunity. 4v5, right? You have a very fragile top laner in the Jace up top side, could set up for LNG to make that play up there. As Rich was saying, they expect LNG to play around their top side.
Which is also interesting hearing from him and a little bit of the way that the first game played out and some of that volatility we saw on the top side of the map there specifically. But something else I want to highlight, you were talking about Rookie, you were talking about the Orianna a little bit, but it's funny to see the essence of the Hecarim Orianna come out in a different shade of purple this time around in the Skarner. And I want to see how that kind of works on when we get to these team fights later on. Does that Shockwave combo with the Skarner actually work to their advantage? Or does Tarzan have what it takes this time around, a difference from game number 1, to make those big plays in the team fights? The Crescent Guards not getting overextended is something I have to keep an eye on for this guy.
Lumao going to walk into Karsa.
Unfortunately, Skarner not doing too much damage at this state of the game. Lumao just gives him the nice little thumbs up in the Glacial Augment.
You know, I want to go back to your saying about like the Orianna and like the take on in terms of like the ball setup, because for Rookie, I am fine with Rookie picking Orianna in any composition. We have seen Rookie gap pretty much everyone on Orianna. You know, I don't just want to make the blanket statement of best Orianna in the world, because there's so much LPL. I don't follow other regions, but definitely the best Orianna in terms of the LPL. What this guy has done throughout the years on Orianna is crazy. Like, I'm sure his solo kill count on this champion, I'm gonna throw a blanket number that I don't know. I'm gonna say it's up to 50, Mazel. It's up to 50.
I like it.
Maybe 100. Maybe, who knows?
We're not gonna do any research on it. We're just gonna go with
Tarzan's
it. Speaking of, Rookie finds Tarzan. They are both level 6, but it's Karsa with the response immediately. Rookie not even having to burn the flash, just walks away.
No, now though, both teams gonna commit a bit towards the top side. You do see Light staying down in that bottom lane to push the wave out. Luckily, Photic didn't even make it all the way to mid, so is gonna be able to walk back down to answer Lumao.
Rookie doesn't have, oh, there he goes. He got the flash finally. We'll see if LNG can turn around on that one a little bit later on. Rift Herald was in position for Karsa, gets the Scuttle Crab, but it's LNG who move in. And I was gonna say, Lyric, it's weird that we're 9.5 minutes in and we haven't gotten a 5v5 over the Rift Herald yet. Well, looks like we're not gonna get that one this time around. LNG move in to take that objective, their first neutral objective of the game.
I think it's just been more surprising that LNG haven't been more aggressively trying to find these picks, because 4v5 now, I think it makes sense to not go for this, right? Both of your carries do not have flash up. No flash on Rookie. No flash on Photic.
No.
Nope. Okay. Yep, nothing going to happen to Zell, but so LNG gonna oh wait,
no,
Rich.
No. Okay, I was about to say it looked like Rich got that auto attack off. I was a little bit worried.
I know you're excited. We need to bring the level down, brother. We need to bring the level down. Wait for something crazy to actually happen. LNG do get themselves a Rift Herald though. V5 just trying to answer by taking jungle camps in this bottom half of the map. You'd expect V5 just to back off and no real action really to still come yet, right? Because Photic's flash still isn't up. He will be playing a bit more respectfully. And like we said, for Rookie, he's just going to be left answering waves in mid until they do start hovering around neutrals, having that standoff with LNG. And with him now not having flash as well, I expect them to be pretty reserved for the next few minutes.
Does look like LNG moving into the Dragon Pit here will get their first Dragon of the game. Now it is also, where does Tarzan want to use the Rift Herald? How are they going to get Doinby ahead? Do they focus more on light towards this bottom side, as plates are still up for about 3 more minutes? We'll have to check in to see where LNG want to get that little bit of a gold lead for themselves, at least get some of the tower plates in for one of these carries.
You would expect it to be mid, in my opinion, in this case, just for the fact that both their side lanes have been getting pushed in so heavily, right? They haven't been able to touch either top or bot turret, to where Doinby has had some alone time with this mid lane turret. As you can see, he's already taken 1 plate, so could set up for that one. Still looking out for LNG to set up for a Realm Warp play. Again, we've been guessing that it would potentially be up towards that top side, but still not being able to find the avenue for that one. Is V5's bot lane getting another turret plate down this bottom lane.
And I think going back to what Rich was saying in the little interview, right, keeping Doinby off these roaming picks is so important. But even if he gets the roaming picks, keeping him from using the roaming tools. We haven't seen a big Realm Warp yet in this game, and it's 12 minutes into the game. So I think that's also crucial, and it's about targeting the right areas. As speaking of targeting, Karsa popping that Predator, try and get Ala, but will not succeed.
Yeah, haven't hit a lot on LNG. We still haven't really seen anything from the Skarner pick yet either, or what's going to contribute. Exactly. He's tried, hasn't been able to find anything right. Very telegraphed of what Skarner is looking for. Is LNG now going to set up for the Rift Herald in this bottom lane, it looks like. Maybe even find the dive.
They don't need the Realm Warp if you just walk down here. Light in some trouble, gets a pistol dived onto the Flame Choppers as well. Moonlight Vigil, oh my goodness, he gets devoured under the tower. V5, turn it around. We're getting deja vus. The Shockwave misses from Rookie, but they're chasing him down. Photic is there, Karsa is there. The stuns, everything from V5. It's 2-0.
And this is the same thing that bit LNG in their last series. Going for that 4-man bot play against Weibo, it exploded against them. Weibo completely took over that game. And now the same thing happening here up against V5. Ala at least going to be able to answer back some damage onto that top lane turret because of Rich going down towards the bottom lane. But for V5, that one is feeling pretty good when, again, LNG were the aggressors. LNG were the team with the Rift Herald. We're going to go straight into the replay of this one. They're posturing for it, but V5 feel fine because look at the minimap. You see Rookie and Karsa coming down. Nice knockup from PB God and Photic chaining the Chompers with it so beautifully to make sure he can't go down. PB God gets to eat. And then having the numbers advantage, especially with Rich following forward, is going to cement that V5 are able to find the second pick. Karsa not even needing to commit to the ultimate to the play.
And they also got 4 plates for Photic down there. Like, this guy has so much gold. He's about 1,000 over Light, but Light himself will respond with their 4th plate in the bottom side. It's just the duel of which ADC can fill their pockets with more gold faster.
Well, Photic right now having a solid lead, being about 700 gold up as we see over Light on the opposite side. Good for Light, though, right? Since he died so early and the play lasted so long, it means he comes back on the map way before the enemy team. So, bam, able to at least secure that 1 more plate for his side as well. Bit of a silver line there. Also already has the Gale Force, and we know that's really when we start to see Aphelios be the aggressor in this matchup. Gale Force forward, look for the Moonlight Vigil, and just try to burst the Jinx out before she's able to get that consistent DPS down.
That's something key to watch out for, but I'm sure that quickly Photic will join the ranks of the mythic item completions, as we do have the majority of them completed on V5's side at least already. It does help to have that early little skirmish go their way on the bottom side, but I want to reiterate on that and the fact that both games, okay, well, I don't get time because Luma gets the engage on a PP God. The depth charge actually goes on to Photic on the backside, but look, the Flame Chompers are there, and Luma has to back away. Now Karsa's here. Mega Death Rocket is going to be goldened out of by Luma, but he dies anyways to Photic, and Photic gets his other kill now. Still putting in work here now. Oh my God, Rookie with the flash. Tarzan crescent guards and survives. Rookie walks away, though, and now Tarzan in a predicament. Can he get Rookie? No, he cannot. Photic gets his 2nd kill of the game. It's all coming up V5. And
and Rich gonna go for the solo kill.
He's going to. He's capitalizing, striking when the iron is hot. V5 will not let up.
Rich coming into the LPL and gapping some of our most hyped top laners. Again, this guy has been so exciting to watch, especially on carries. things like his Irelia, things like his Akshan have been so fun to watch. Looks like he's going to go for the recall. Doinby not going to be able to find him. And I mean, V5 winning out on both sides of the map. I don't know what's with V5. When V5 faces middle or lower tier teams, it goes to 3 games. Up against other top teams, they 2-0.
We'll see the engage from Lumao there. Best laid plans of mice and men, they always say, but Lumao just losing that tankiness towards the end and Fodic untouched. He has to go golden, which seals his fate in the end.
And I think another thing, right? Like him having the Glacial Aqua instead of like the Aftershock, right? So he's not very tanky. Goes in. You see how much damage Photic is able to get onto him. And then Rookie being able to roam down, hit the ultimate. Tarzan realizing he'll probably go down, tries to just turn on Rookie in that scenario, but we're coming to potential Rift Herald skirmish.
LNG realized they just got to get out. There's 5 members of V5 walking into the Rift Herald pit, but maybe not. Maybe they just want to go for it. Maybe they're in that desperation mode that we saw last time around. Karsa in some trouble here himself, gets devoured by PP God. Lumao shockwave to death by Rookie, but afterwards the Moonlight Vigil Light is putting in some damage. They can't get the carry here, but here comes Rich. Rookie's still there, as well as PP God, but Light is doing the damage. A triple kill for the LNG ADC. Alla will clean it up, and LNG turned the car right back around.
An amazing buy Light to flash onto Photic to guarantee that he goes down. V5 do pick up the Rift Herald, but that was a nice injection of life that LNG needed.
They needed that. Absolutely. It was critical in that moment. You could see the desperation there that they needed to take that fight. And they catch out Karsa as a beautiful hook comes across from Lumao.
Yeah, and we see they try to turn it around as, you know, the Skarner ulti comes through even while he is inside the Tahm Kench. They're not able to put the damage on. Right there, Light flashing forward to make sure he can guarantee burst out the Jinx. Means that for the side of V5, they really don't have consistent DPS coming through. Rich pretty much committed to melee range on the members of LNG, where they feel much more suited to look for these skirmishes. V5 still have a 2K gold lead and are leading in Dragons, but again, things were looking very dire for LNG before that fight.
They were. As I kind of mentioned already, like they needed to have that Rift Herald utilized on the top side by Karsa. A little bit of a delayed Rift Herald use up there at the top. They'll see that one sooner or later rather than sooner. Photic takes the topside tower himself as the gold for the ADC keep getting dropped into the pocket. They're continuing to push up here. They'll go for a tier 2 with that Rift Herald charge.
Yeah, they'll at least get this wave down. For LNG, I wonder if they're going to look to find a pick in mid as both Alla and Doinby are hovering around there instead of trying to answer this play on top. And Rookie's roaming over as well.
Haven't seen a huge impale just yet from Karsa, but it is still coming. He's over the wall. Photic is devoured up there.
Oh,
Karsa with the impale flash. Light, that is the problem when you just get impaled to death. Shockwave across isn't enough. Doinby is the AoE here, but Tarzan with the Crescent Guard is buying so much time. And now here comes Alla. He has the needlework. Can he do the work here, though? Photic gets blasted down by Doinby, and LNG are resurging into this game and into this series.
I mean, the Crescent Guard is just so good against V5's composition because who wants to get in range to deal with Tarzan on the side of V5? There's really no one. No one able to go and do that. I do want to say, though, it is awesome. We were coming into this saying, we wonder how Skarner will function in this comp. Good to see Skarner functions in this comp like how he functions in every comp. Your only job is to look for the flash ultimate onto the enemy carry. Karsa does do it here beautifully, and they're able to just guarantee to blow up Light. Then they get a bit ahead of themselves. They try to run forward. Tarzan, though, going instantly onto Photic. And again, no real good damage able to come off onto him. They are in the Crescent Guard, but still. Then once Alla joins the fight, Doinby flashes forward. They're able to pick up some more kills for themselves.
So hard in those fights for V5. That Crescent Guard deflecting so much damage, it seemed like. V5 still looking for it, though. As Lumao uses the dredge line to get away from it. We have a dragon in about a minute. Still a long while for the setup for this one, but V5 are making sure they are set up.
Yeah, V5 getting some vision control down towards this bottom side. You'd expect Rich to come out onto the map. LNG do have control of side wave so far, though. Alla did just push out top, and they do have bot wave pushed in. So nice by LNG to do their due diligence before the objective comes up. But V5 squarely have control over mid lane.
We see Karsa being the aggressive front for V5 here, taking the red buff. It is LNG who back away for the moment, realizing that it could be a spicy situation in their V5. Still positioning towards the bottom side, towards this Dragon Pit. And LNG want priority over mid lane. The engage onto PP God. Lumao already almost dead, but Ala over the side. PP God devours out Photic. There's the shockwave on the end, but Photic is still the target. Megadeth rocket in. Doiby on the side, but Photic gets Tarzan. And now he's got lethal tempo. Now he's got the rage. Doiby, do you have the health bar to survive? The accelerated shock blast does help finish him off. And Lumao barely gets out alive. V5 somehow turn it around again.
Yeah, V5, I mean, that was just so clutch coming out from Photic being able to get away. PP got great on him to save him because LNG were able to find the engage, and we saw that's what LNG were struggling with last time when they didn't have an engage option on their team to have a way to start fights. It was looking good for them, then instantly Tarzan just gets blown up, leading to sole point for the side of V5, 21 minutes.
And that is huge. We saw last game, it was kind of the nail in the coffin, that Mountain Soul, but here it will be also crucial. We see the fight, though, afterwards. Light and Photic just trying to space themselves out of this one.
Yeah, and crucially, it looks like what did a large amount of that damage onto the Xin Zhao was Rookie's ultimate, just pulling a few members back. We see the flash coming out from Rookie then to buy some space to heal from Photic. Then he's just able to keep running forward as he gets excited. With a nice sidestep of the accelerated shot glass, but doesn't mean anything to a Jinx's autos. Luckily for Lumao, he does not go down in the end as well.
That was a blue smite kill from Karsa, by the way, just saying. I don't know. I always find those so interesting. We just press the smite button, walk away with the kill. Not too bad. V5 back in the mid lane, though, trying their darndest to get this mid tower, but the siege clear is too good for LNG.
Yeah, I mean, this time around, right, V5 have a much better comp at setting up these sieges when they're ahead. I mean, just, again, so much range on their side. For LNG, the only way to really go is find a fight.
They are going. Lumao goes in, but maybe needs to back away now as PP God taking up the front. Ala on the flank. He wants to go in. They have Light with the Calibrum. He has the range, but the mist already popped by Ala. Means they have to back away. But no! He just gets impaled. Tarzan tries the Crescent Guard, but it's too late. Photic gets the kill, and if Photic is on fire yet again, you wonder why the Skarner pick is here. Well, Karsa is showing dominance.
Yeah, I love it. He's transitioned from, like, the flash ults to find picks to, like, the peeling Skarner ults. Saves it for when someone jumps in and just pulls them even further into the fight.
They want to fight. They want to fight. Rich has to back away. Doinby and Ala on the backside of the Baron pit, but he's taking a 2v1. He flashes to his teammates to die in the pit. Is it going to go over? No, it's smited by Karsa. It's taken by Karsa, rather. They're in the pit still fighting. Doinby still alive. Rookie has gotten one kill, and V5 are cleaning house. Tarzan, the only one. He's still in base, and V5 are smashing LNG.
And it started off so questionable. I was so surprised. Rich was trying to zone out two members that he saw as this very squishy Jace, but it still works out in the end. All of LNG fight onto the pit, where Rookie and Photic are able to pop off, and not only do they get the Baron, but get to pick up two turrets as well.
Photic is so far ahead of everybody in this game. It feels like 7-2-7, high farm, plates out the wazoo, and this team fight as well.
Yeah, and like I said, kind of like the peeling Skarner ultimates come in. You wait for someone to engage, and then you pull them further to their doom. They get this pick. They're just like, hey, let's go into Baron. I mean, Rich trying the zone makes a bit of sense. I don't know why he commits to the all-in. Again, he saw both Ala and Doinby walking forward. Is, of course, just going to get blown up, but still V5 able to secure the Baron as Rookie was zoning out Lumao and Light on the opposite side. Karsa able to get the flash away, and then Rookie just doing so much zoning off these two bot laners. Light flashing in to find a kill.
Nobody's touching
It just opens
Photic.
up for more kills for Photic.
Nobody is touching him. He's literally untouched in that fight, just popping away the rockets. And we've said in that first game, like, it turned out to be Light and Photic, the main carries. Well, Photic is making a dang good impression on the second game as well. He already pulled away one MVP. He already pulled away one pentakill.
I also got to say, right, I really just can't give Rookie enough credit for that play because Rookie was pretty much solely zoning off their bot lane.
Yeah.
We saw by the time that Lumao walked up, he was like 10% HP. There was no way he would be able to do anything.
Man, it's just so crazy to me. We were coming into this and we were so hyped. We had the two deadliest jungle mid combos that we could possibly want in the LPL. Tarzan Doinby versus Karsa and Rookie. But the Law and Karsa and Rookie have made them look like chumps in this series so far. And it doesn't even seem to be close, as every game it has been domination from Karsa and Rookie.
Yeah, and again, like you said, these were the two best mid-jungle 2v2s as Realm Warp
This is
comes
desperation
out. They're
again.
following through.
The Crescent Guard there. Tarzan already half health. Moonlight Vigil connects, but it's not enough AoE here. Karsa is still alive in the middle of everybody. Botic on the side with the lethal tempo proc. That's a double kill. Will they try to give him a penta again? No way. Rookie wants to step forward, but it is the tower thereafter, and it is the base of LNG they want to crumble.
I think you hit the nail on the head, right? That was a desperation play. They know they're losing. Enemy has range. Enemy has Baron. They'll be able to siege down. They're looking for anything they could find, but they're just giving V5
just
more
gone.
kills.
This is it. V5 have strangleholded LNG. They take down the one Nexus tower, and it's all done. It's all she wrote. This match of the week ended up being one-sided as V5 continue to slay the competition in the LPL. They'll take their time, they'll take their accolades, but they will finish this series if a couple more auto attacks go through and V5 destroy LNG on the night.
Standout performances across the board. Skarner, coming from Karsa, who was feeling a little bit cheeky with that one. We saw great performances coming out from Photic and PB God. PB God really clutch with those ultimates. I mean, Rich got a solo kill once again. 2 games in a row. But again, the standout for me this game really was Rookie. Rookie Zoriana is just something else. How much he was doing in those team fights was absolutely massive. And like you said, V5 now moving up to a 6-series win streak. The only team with a higher one is Weibo, who V5 are pretty much in contention with. These two teams looking like the best teams in the LPL. LNG, though, on their 3rd series loss in a row. Things have been going rough for them in the recent series. We're going to see, maybe they can get revitalized when we do switch over to patch 12.4, which we will be doing on Tuesday, but yeah, I think things have not been working out towards the tail end of this patch.
And I want to touch on it a little bit more as well for the side of LNG, right? This team, we were setting up this one. I mean, the mid-jungle duo is obviously so good, but the entire team coming into the season with a 7-win streak to go 7-0 and now having lost 3 series in a row is so rough for them. And it's not like the pieces aren't there. We saw some of the decision making in that game be good for them, but it's not having a hold on the early game that seems to be their detriment. And it's definitely spiraling a little bit as we get further into the season.
Maybe it's like the cursed monkey paw. LNG made a deal with the devil of like, hey, can we make playoffs every split? Sure. So they'll always start the split off 7-0, but then, that's it. That's all they get. They get enough wins to be able to guarantee to like maybe pick up 1 or 2 more that they do deserve, get to playoffs, and that will be the end of them. But yeah, for LNG, I mean, they're gonna have to find something different, right? Tarzan had an uncharacteristically bad series. It happens sometimes. I feel like the side of V5 really did shut him down. Ala, though, again, he's just someone who's consistently not looking too good in the recent LNG games. So we're going to see it picked up from those players. For the side of V5, though, like we said, when it comes to facing other top teams, these guys just slay. I don't know what it is about, coming up against teams who are better than, the mid-tier, better than your average LPL team. But that's when V5 really steps it up. The games don't look as messy. They don't look as chaotic. And it seems like they have like very clear goals in mind. They don't play as rash as you see in every single one of their games. There's some respect, but the aggression is still there.
Yeah, and that's what is so key to me, is that aggression, the snowballiness, and the fact that everything just seems to go their way. The steal of the soul with the Mega Death Rocket, the smites coming down to nothing, the back and forth nature of this, and the fact that Karsa just seemed to always get away in those early skirmishes. The first game, there was 2 of them back to back. The second game, there was the one in front of the Dragon.
The communication was out.
It's crazy.
I feel like that's the kind of lead up to what you're highlighting, right? Is I feel like we see V5 work super well together. I mean, all of PB God's ultimates on that Tom Kench were so perfect. The second the engage comes out and you see Photic is a bit too far forward, he eats him instantly. Things like Rookie's Galio, ult timings, again, very good in terms of when it looked like Kars was just about to go down, he'd come in. So just the way this team works together has been phenomenal.
It really has.
Which, you know, kind of funny historical point, right? Kind of does remind me of 2020 V5 in terms of you bring a bunch of random players together and it just randomly meshes well.
Hey, I guess that's how it all works out. It's coming around again here a couple of years later. I do hear we are ready for our interview, and today we'll be hearing from Photic.
Hello everyone, welcome to the interview, and now I'm standing by with our Pentakill King Photic from Victoria 5. So congratulations on this 2-0 victory. And my very first question, I would like to start on the bot lane champion choices. Currently, we have definitely seen a lot of matchup in the bot lane of Jinx versus Aphelios, but it feels like Jinx got a much higher winning rate. So could you share more? What's the reason behind this? 那首先恭喜 Photic， 恭喜威武获得比赛的胜利。那第一个问题也想问一下我们今天那个五杀小子，其实我们也感觉最近经常在下路持续的看到金克斯对上厄斐琉斯的一个下路组合，但是呢，其实金克斯的胜率是明显要比厄斐琉斯高很多的，所以说可能 Photic 选手会觉得其中的原因会是什么呢？
可能就是金克斯这英雄就是比厄斐琉斯就简单一点嘛，而且就比厄斐琉斯好赢，我觉得。
So I really feel for Jinx, this champion is a bit easier than that of Aphelios. And also I feel like Jinx is just easy to get the win in this meta. And definitely your Jinx got a gorgeous performance in this best of 3. And I want to talk a bit more about the game 1, because in game 1 you use the ultimate of Jinx to get the Dragon Soul for the 4th streak, and also Kaza were able to just steal the Elder Dragon. So tell us more about how did you guys find a super good angle to get these neutral objectives from the opponent. 那其实第一局的时候也出现了非常非常精彩的2度抢龙场面。第一次是你的金克斯的一发火箭拿到了龙魂，第二次是卡萨是直接拿到了远古龙。所以说也想问一下，在2波抢龙你们是怎么找到这么好的一个时机，然后去完成抢龙？同时当时队内有互相说些什么吗？
第一波我抢龙的话，就当时队友都说就是不太好打嘛，就这龙可能要给，然后我就说我试着就用大抢一下，然后就抢到了。当时那波远古龙的话，就是我们稍微逼得晚了一点，然后他们就是直接 raw 了嘛，然后到那种地步就是只能拼城，然后是我们打野就是也比较厉害嘛，就是拼城到了。
So for the 4th streak for us, to be honest, we feel that that can be a very hard situation to have a Dragon Pit team fight. So we would like to just give up Drake, and I thought like I can just use the ultimate of Jinx to give it a try. And luckily, I was able to just steal that dragon from the opponent, and also for that Elder Dragon, because we feel like we just recalled a bit late. So the opponents would like to just seek this a very good opportunity to rush the Elder Dragon. So we must force Kaza to have the smite fight with the opponent's jungler Tarzan, and it feels like Tarzan Kaza really played so well. He's a super good jungler player, so he was able to just use the smite to steal the Elder Dragon from the opponent. And also in game 1, you have gotten another pentakill in this split. So have you expected that you were able to get a pentakill at that moment? And also share us more about the team's communication around there. 那其实在今天的第一局，我们的 Photic 也是再一次的斩获了5杀嘛，所以说也想问一下，当时有没有料到自己会又一次拿下5杀？当时队友有和你说些什么吗？
当时就是我来的比较晚嘛，然后就是我看就他们打的也就是7、8、8技能都交齐了，然后正好就是我感觉就正好就是我们打野抢龙嘛，然后当时一个人也没死，然后我就是感觉好像有点机会，然后就5杀了。
around there, to be honest, I just came a little bit to the battlefield. I was a bit late, and then I feel like the opponent's team, they all have a very low health, and after that Kasa were able to just get the Elder Dragon. So I feel like they maybe can be a very good opportunity for me to have another Penta. So I just gave it a try, and I was able to end up with a Penta kill. So congratulations again for that Penta, and move on to game 2. I want to talk a bit more about the Skarner pick. Definitely Skarner is not a hot pick. So what's the reason for you guys to just pick this champion just after a year? Because last time we have seen this champion is almost 1 year ago on the stage of LPL. 那其实第2局的时候，你们也最后选出了一个蝎子打野，他上一次登上 LPL 赛场大概已经是1年以前了，所以说当时为什么会非常果断的在第2局选下蝎子打野呢？
当时就是我们打野就是比较自信嘛，就说给我蝎子就这把我必 C， 然后就是我们队友也很相信他，然后就直接秒选了。
So at that time, Kasa told us, just trust me. If you just give me this corner, I'll definitely carry you guys in game 2. And we all definitely trust him. We believe in Kasa, so we just locked down that champion. Yeah, and definitely that Skarner have a gorgeous performance in game 2. And congratulations again. 那再次的恭喜你们，接下来要加油。
恭喜。
And back to you guys. Bye bye.
Thank you so much, Wendy. I love hearing from Photic. Oh my goodness.
I gotta say, as someone, who's like kind of met Karsa a few times because we were both in the LMS, like, and again, seeing his interviews over the years, that sounds just like Karsa of like, hey, don't worry, give me Skarner, I'll carry you guys. I love the confidence.
The looks on their faces when he locked it in, though, it was everybody like jumping up in their seats, getting so excited. It was so funny. But Photic, the man we just heard from, got his 2nd MVP of the series here in the last game, and gonna keep making an effort to catch light in the top KDA of the league, but that is a way to do it. 10, 3, and 8, 90% KP. He was over 90% KP in both games, and over 33% damage percentage in both games.
It's just so great to see his 2nd stint in the LPL work out so well, because when he came in the first time from Top Esports, he was already the best AD carry in the LDL. But this time around, when he went back, he was like hands down, like the best AD carry in LDL by far. There was still question marks about how he would work coming into the split. I remember Dagda especially was very hyped for him, seeing some of his performances at the Mastia Cup. And as the split has gone on, we've only seen more and more carry games come out from this AD carry. But, even though we're hitting on MVP right now, I just want to transition to like the whole of V5 in their progression, right? Because again, Rich has rounded out so well. Rich is like murking kids left and right here in the LPL. Karsa and Rookie obviously being rejuvenated. PP God last year was atrocious. I'm just going to outright say it. Like, it looked like his time on V5 was kind of being carried by Mole in Weiwei in hindsight, but it's great to see him come on this roster. And again, things have clicked, whether it's their coaching staff, whether it's just been the time the team's spent kind of talking it out, working on things together. They have really brought it together and not only look good individually, they look great as a unit. They look like they're on the same page. And I think they're the funnest team to watch in the LPL right now. Yeah. Who knows, though? Top Esports might be coming for the crown after yesterday's series.
I was going to say, there's
V5, crazy.
There's some other ones fighting for it for sure. But as I had just tweeted out, like, it is a cementation of Rookie and Karsa being the deadliest duo, it feels like, in the LPL this split so far, at least. And it is terrifying to see them do what they just did against the other side of Tarzan and Doinby. It is impressive. It is incredible. We'll see if they can continue to do so as the weeks peter out here in the LPL. We do have today's matches to go through because we had some doozies. We didn't get the 9-game day that maybe we wanted to have, maybe I wanted to have, but we did have a banger of a series to kick us off. 2-1 victory to TT over FPX. BLG. What?
We didn't want to put Kelsey on the first TT cast. We thought it would make them too strong. We saw that they lost. We're like, okay, we're gonna test out the experiment. It worked. Kelsey on a TT series, way too overpowered. Like you said, though, BLG beating JDG in the end. That was a very close series. And again, getting a 3-game series would have been cool, but it is nice to not end broadcast towards 9 a.m. for me today.
For sure.
So
and it is supposed to be 2-0 V5 there at the bottom, not LNG, just to make sure everybody's up to date on that one. But now up to date on the standings. 9-1 are the top 2 teams in the LPL, Lyric, and it is Weibo Gaming and V5. Would you have thought that at the beginning of the split?
Well, V5, of course. But, yeah, and I want to highlight, right, for again, any new fans who don't know, regular season matters a ton. There's a ton of different, like, standing placements that determine how many buys you get in playoffs. Top 2 goes all the way to our double Elam bracket. They surpass the King of the Hill outright. So V5 and Weibo in a pretty solid position where they control their own fates, right?
Yep.
The fact that they are sitting 2 losses less than the teams behind them. But tomorrow's series, Mazel,
hey,
they look pretty cool.
They are actually RA on a spree here as they bring themselves forcibly into the top 10 conversation.
4 series win streak.
Yeah, it's actually incredible. And Team WE needed to find something with Beishang in the jungle position there. We'll be looking at that series as our first one tomorrow. And then to round us out, it's LGD taking on IG.
Yeah, and IG, another team who I think look very exciting right now. So gonna be cool to see, especially even moving over to LGD and, you know, kind of like seeing what roster iteration they bring out and how well that does. So tomorrow's games gonna be fun. I finally will not be on those. I've done 3 days in a row. I deserve a day of not doing games, Mazel.
It's been incredible to have you alongside me, though, Lyric. I wouldn't want to be here with any other group of people than the LPL broadcast team. It has been an absolute honor to be a part of this match of the week, get a match of the week in Spring Split, and get to cast V5 versus LNG. Want to give a huge shout out to the production team for making us look oh so good here on the broadcast. Lyric, thank you to you, Kelsey and Munchables, clutch with the first 2 series calls today, and everyone for tuning in. It's been an honor to bring you these games, so thank you all, and we'll see you next time on Summoner's Rift.
V5.